Biden. What's the thing on Biden?
Yeah, it says that your mama says that's not what it. This explains more in detail. Wait, I haven't even read this. What he's planning to do. But yeah, firstly, isn't that crazy? Did y'all hear about? We hear about this?
Wait a minute. She said that's not what it is. So what part is
Let me read the actual creation. But he wants them to apologize. I'd almost forgotten why he was suing the IRS first lady.
So he's not going to use the money. He's asking them to set up the fund. That's why Jimmy Raskin says only Congress can appropriate money, because that would be the IRS appropriating money to use for settlements or like a settlement funds for people who were quote unquote targeted by the Biden administration. That were his allies.
But has this been done before? And what does quote unquote targeted by the Biden administration even mean?
correct? Because I was targeted.
Me too. Class action lawsuit. We about to get a little bit change up in here.
Wait a minute.
Trump reparations is funny.
What is that supposed to
do? Man says J6ers. If those motherfuckers get $1 million payouts, I am marching on Washington my goddamn self. Wow. You gotta be freaking kidding me.
No way.
Oh, he trying to buy votes. Oh my God. This mother sucker. Oh man.
Look at Keisha, me too. No, get out the way. Me first.
The implications of this would just be insane. I can't imagine that they are going to allow this to happen. Can he demand that?
Well, we gotta see how they're gonna go about doing it. I mean, clearly the way things have been, everybody would say no, but who knows what they've got in the background. So I don't know.
That's what the article says.
What?
They would have the authority to settle claims which could be brought by the nearly 1,600 individuals charged in connection to the J6 attack. So Ban is correct.
Oh, Lord.
Raskin said compensating the now pardoned J6 riders would be a violation. If he gave those motherfuckers $1 million each, that's the amount. Oh my God. What? Just when you think that this man can't do anything else, and word out of my mouth is wild. That's because I was just being quiet earlier. This just really, I'm sorry. I need to touch grass. This has pissed me so much off. Jesus Christ. Just the fact that it's being discussed, though. Just the fact that he's suing the IRS. I haven't really gotten incensed by anything Trump has done in a while, because I said that I was just going to, chill on that, because you'll just, run up your blood pressure. As Amari pointed out, I'm a big girl. I got to monitor my blood pressure. I'm a black woman in America. I just cannot believe this. I mean, he was suing them for $10 billion, P. Can he actually get away with this? Where's the legal, or your mama, if you knew about it, I'm so sick of this man, y'all.
Alright, so when was this announced?
This was announced the 15th. So this interview with Raskin was Friday.
Okay. So on Friday, this came out. But because, everybody's paying attention to China. extracted.
It hasn't been done. It's not finalized.
Right. It's just he requested that this be done.
It's a settlement.
So
Calling this out.
yeah, okay. Requested a settlement. But
Yeah.
so
What
okay,
impact
so
do you
has
guys think that has on the everyday American? Like I understand we upset about it. What real world impact does something like that have?
Well, one real world impact is that it corrupts our institutions. So the IRS is paying presidents, political allies, and supporters. Where do you think the $1.7 billion is going to come from? The couch?
I mean, also, this sets a crazy precedent. So if he wants violence come election time, he can, he can say, yeah, I compensated my people the last time they were violent, disrupted government institutions, etc. So go ahead and do your dirt so we can get you paid this time around. Crazy.
And look at this, y'all. The settlement terms are expected to prohibit Trump from directly receiving payments related to those 3 legal claims. However, entities associated with Trump are not explicitly barred from filing additional claims. Get this. Oh. He got $50 million in 11 goddamn entities.
People don't have to feel the effects of things for it to be bad for the country, for democracy, for the constitutional order, etc. I probably wouldn't feel the effects of a president being bribed to doing lots of other things, but that doesn't mean president should be bribed. So I don't understand the question.
Well, I guess where I was getting at is if this is something that I think you guys' answers are fine, but I think that there's more things that's happening that has actual effect on pretty much the entire country that Trump is doing.
And you will become a being capable of existing in non-solidity.
Thing right here, and I don't think that it.
The offer of intelligence you come in.
I think the IRS.
There you go.
I don't think he needs to corrupt it.
Okay, so the room was quiet, and Reform just read a news item, sir. We talk about those things all the time. But again, people come in once a week, once 2 weeks, and you don't talk about the things that they want you to talk about the way they wanted to talk about it. Then the shit you talk about is not. I mean, come on, bro. This is insane. The lady did it. It was quiet in here. She just read a news item. The other day they was talking about Jamal Bryant's wife's dress. You watch a movie. The Michael movie came out. They was talking about. We're not allowed to talk about that either because it doesn't affect everyday Americans. Like, what's going on? These kind of conversations are so. These kind of comments are so pseudo.
And it definitely impacts. I mean, if this shit goes through, it definitely has an impact on everybody. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we could say that about practically anything. Somebody could say, well, does it impact me if Trump is going to China? I don't understand. And clearly, and Kenny, honestly, I'm surprised that you were a Trump supporter. I had no idea.
You should listen to these people speak. You can always tell. I mean, I don't care. If my neighbor's down the street getting an abortion, that doesn't affect me. So I guess I shouldn't care about abortion. We shouldn't discuss it.
Right. And the average American should be concerned about this. Like, how is this okay? It's not okay that a sitting president of the United States is suing the IRS for $10 billion. Did you know that he was suing the federal government in 3 lawsuits at least? Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't think that that's a problem though.
You don't think it's a problem that a sitting U.S. president is literally suing his own administration? You don't think that's a problem?
What do you mean by suing his own administration?
It's okay. Okay. I'm
Well, no, the reason I say that is because I thought it was a fact that his tax documents were in fact leaked by an IRS contractor. So
They were.
Okay, so again, whether or not I think it's okay, I mean, I'm just talking about it is the fact that something wrong, illegal, was done to him. So because he's the president, done, he has to, because he's the president, just like bite the bullet. Is that the argument?
Well, you can wait. Well, one, you could have done it at the time before you were president, or you can wait. There's all kinds of things presidents can't do while president and after the presidency. You know, presidents can't drive. Like, what is bizarre? So how can you be impartial and the chief executive of your own entity that you're trying to get $10 billion from? I'm actually kind of surprised by that question. He can sue when he's not the president. Why would the president sue an organization that he's the chief executive of? He does the hiring and firings of. He could have sued in 2023, 2024.
There's another hint and another clue.
I'm sorry, I was speaking. I couldn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean.
It's okay, go ahead. It's fine.
Did you complete your thought?
Well, let me respond. Mara says, is it illegal? The legality of it suggests that it probably wouldn't go through, which is one reason why they're doing the settlement. If you actually read about it, parties can't sue themselves. Anyway, I don't know, man. Donald Trump can do all kinds of stuff, and people like Kenny, Omari, and others who voted for him can. Hunter Biden sells a painting and is corrupt because he's the president's son. He's suing an entity where he hires and fires the people. He can wait to sue. Why? How can you have impartiality if you're the boss? So the people are going to go. So the IRS, you're going to be the lawyers for the IRS. Okay?
I think
Once you,
This is just
I was about to say something, so
go ahead, Ambassador.
I hope you don't mind. Once you, I hope like that, if you're in business and you injure yourself or your job and you are the CEO of the business and you do something underhanded in the midst of pursuing some economic gain or some profit, then you're actually done. That corporation is burnt completely out. Any insurance adjuster will tell you, you sue DC, you're not suing DC. Actually, you're suing the insurance company. And I'm very, very familiar with that procedure from my attorney, Dr. and Attorney Malik Sulu Shabazz, who schooled me on enough to say something about some of this. Once Donald Trump has been discovered of impropriety or some inappropriate function, including potential derelict of duty or some form of public deception again, you know the drill, he'll either be removed. He knows that he's got whatever these several times at the mic. We here in Washington really appreciate the eulogy for him. He's at the gas station, but we need the support of the people to put the remainder of the day. In Islam, you have to put the dirt on to declare them dead, and a funeral service done called janazah. You have to place the dirt on them. So I'm awaiting the rest of America to place the dirt on. I think I've said enough at the mic. My associates, including Judge Al Green and John Lewis, who has passed me, God please bless him. He impeached Trump on the first day in office. A lot of people quick to forget that. He brought nearly it was more than that. Matter of fact, he had more than 1 million women, predominantly black women, on Capitol Hill today during the eulogy of Donald Trump in the first election, if people remember correctly. It's just people that follow up with their congressperson. They don't fall in with John Lewis. They don't come in Judge Al Green, Congressman, Congressional Representative Al Green of Texas, and Harris County, Texas, down a little slightly below Houston. Sheila Jackson Lee attempted the same thing to tell you those messages. The public didn't chime in I enjoy John Lewis and Sheila Jackson Lee and John Conyers and others. They try to follow. And then you let them die without getting the political substance. Their journey, you don't use that juice skillfully and effectively against that point. If you saw them doing it, then naturally, if you were with them, then certainly you should be doing at least something that they were doing to indicate that the good holy book Quran says that they don't die. Don't speak of good service as dead. Nay, no, they living. But yet you perceive not. You don't treat them as a living document for reparation. Don't treat them as a man. Yes, I'm trying to impeach you. So even Betty Thompson preached the funeral at the goddamn impeachment himself. We didn't get behind. So we're not.
All right, Uncle, you say you've been releasing the money.
And ma'am, yeah, I'll release the mic, but we're just not following with our own congressional representatives. And we don't demand that the GOP also have a form of congressional black caucus in order to balance the scales for we the people of the bad play just by saying my, as we always do. My.
Well, I wanted to respond with in any way, shape, or form, and I don't think I was arguing, that either. I do think that if there's a legitimate grievance and we're going to have a principle like, hey, presidents should not, there's a conflict of interest, and presidents shouldn't be able to enter into settlements with agencies that they have control over. I think that is reasonable, and I actually agree with that. The problem is I try to look at things from like a realist, pragmatic standpoint. So I think that ultimately I can have my opinions about this, but is there a way to actually make this preventable, meaning that no other president not able to do it? Because technically he's not breaking the law, but I do think that there's a problem. So I think that the only solution is that we'll just start the president accountable, but we pray that they don't right, or we can actually put things in place. Like one, we can have like some sort of independent special counsel, which I know a lot of conservatives disagree with because they argue that it's basically going to be like a forfeit.
They're saying in the chat box that they don't think that you are genuinely forthcoming. They don't believe that you're honest and truthful on your statements. Not from me, sir. I'm just saying what they are. Sometimes, very rarely, quote what they say, but that's what they are saying about you, sir.
Oh, I'm happy to say it. Sir, do you know that even Donald Trump himself said, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And that decision would have to go across my desk. It's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. Trump even acknowledged that he's literally paying himself. And did you also realize, sir, under the terms of the potential settlement agreement, Trump would actually have the authority to remove members of the commission running the fund without cause, and the commission would be under no obligation to disclose its procedures or decision-making process for awarding more than $1 billion. Are you kidding me?
No, so what
Are you kidding me? No, I'm not done. Just because, is there a law that says the president shall not consume a child in the middle of the freeway at 4:00 p.m. on Houston on Christmas? Does that mean that it's legal for him to do it? Y'all kill me with this shit. Y'all literally kill me. You are the reason that there are so many damn laws in the first place. Because you and your substantiation of the foolishness of this man. Did you have a father in the home when you grew up or what?
Okay,
Did a white person take you in as an orphan or something?
Remember.
I'm sorry, First Lady. I'm sorry.
Someone
I
mentioned you was sheltered
I
as a
retract that
child.
last statement. I retract that last statement. The point is that this, is it legal? Is it legal? Y'all would have been the people sitting around saying slavery was right because it was legal at the time. Like, where do y'all get this from? Where Where do y'all get this from? It's highly unethical. It is unprecedented. It should piss everybody off because I just don't understand how you're trying to substantiate what is going on. First, you tried to say it wasn't a big deal because it shouldn't impact the average American. Then you tried to say that as average Americans, we should be worried about other things that should be more prominent or concerning that Trump is doing. Then you tried to say, well, is it illegal? Now you're trying to say, oh, we should prevent it from happening, but it's okay that it's happening now? Brother, you all over the goddamn place. And my joke is not going to come out right. Anyway, whatever.
So I'll answer your question. Yes, I did have a father in the home. My late father actually just passed away in February. He was a great man. To the second part, I do think that what I'm saying ultimately is that you have two competing issues. You have, let's prevent presidential corruption, right? Right. Now you're saying, well, we should just hope that our presidents don't do things. Well, obviously that's not working. So if the grievance is, well, we need to, presidents shouldn't do it. Well, I'm saying, well, we need to create laws, or Congress can create guardrails to prevent it. The problem with those guardrails is that by preventing, presidential corruption, especially when we're talking about, the agencies that they're my argument is that I think that potentially is going to open up the door for unelected bureaucracies enter into a space where they're unaccountable themselves. So I think ultimately, I actually don't really know how to feel about this issue. I mean, I don't like that he's suing the IRS, obviously, but I don't really care about that. I'm more practically, okay, am I serious enough about it to where I think something should be done? And it can't just be, well, he should stop. Should we appeal to Congress and say, like, there should be laws preventing this from happening?
Are you saying, sir, that mom and them is not allowed to play with the big boys until after you were 21? Until after you were 21, sir? That being done?
Come on. So, Kenny, when did you learn about this?
When did I learn about what? What are you talking about? You're breaking up. I don't know if I hear you, but say it again.
Bit of a matrix.
Yeah, I don't know. You're breaking up. I don't know if what you're saying.
When did you learn about the topic?
When did I learn about the fact that IRS?
Yeah, no, the settlement.
Oh, the settlement thing. Oh, I just heard that today.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Who were the parties in the suit?
Well, I would assume the IRS is one of the parties.
Okay, I don't know why I'm doing this like this. So there's a concept when people sue each other, they have to be in what's called adverse relationship. So if you go on Judge Joe Mathis, although it's not really court, you're in an adverse relationship with somebody. Donald Trump is not in an adverse relationship with himself because he'd be suing himself and defending against himself. Do people understand that?
Did you get that point, young man?
Do you understand? Like being in this adverse relationship. So we need to talk about whether or not Congress passes a law, because you were saying, oh, we don't know if it's legal, but it's not. It's legal. I guess you were saying. Well, I don't want to say what you were saying because I don't say exactly what you say word for word. You say that I'm being bad faith. In fact, let me not even speak to Kenny. Let me just make a general point. I just gotta stop speaking to people because people get annoyed at me when I speak to them. The point is that no one knows what this would have been because he would be suing himself this? What would stop presidents from doing this all the time? Or other people? That's why you can't sue yourself. But hey, if it doesn't, if it doesn't affect the everyday person, then it doesn't matter. Murder up the street. There was a murder in Chicago last night. Didn't affect me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There are children hungry all over. My children are well fed. Doesn't affect the everyday person. Doesn't matter. There are 700 some homeless people in California, if you want to talk about. Doesn't affect that regular person outside of California. Doesn't matter. So we can only have conversations based off things. So that basically, I guess that would be gas. We can only talk about gas, I guess, and maybe food prices. Maybe. Doesn't matter.
In the short and long of it, you certainly can't quadruplize or quadruply jeopardize yourself by suing yourself 3 or 4 ways. He's moved to stop a major payment that was authorized by a judge, a few million in there that was going to he had been an obstruction to justice in several of these cases very recently, and people are again doing a drive-by. I don't know why, with all of the bureaucrat lawyers that are hanging around, stuffing themselves full of hors d'oeuvres and filet mignon at this hour. Just very inquisitive to me why those judicial processes have not stopped being. We have such a genuine Supreme Court, 3 or 4 major players selected by Donald John Trump himself, and don't forget the depository of is there a suppository left by Bush Warren, in the person of Clarence Thomas and others who sit and listen, and they don't talk, they don't speak, they don't act, and we wonder why are they Supreme Court justices at all. He's made the point very clear. You cannot sue yourself in anybody's court of law and bring this much weight to the table in a lawsuit such as you have to prevent from paying taxes or paying your bills or paying as being caught liable of a lawsuit, paying your bills to do your own personal housekeeping is not the purpose of the Supreme Court, the local courts, your Solicitor General, or any other valuable person around this judicial system. As I land my plane on the facts, as we all know them, just by saying my, it looks so terrible for the story to tell the captain today. My.
The United States blew up a school with 187 girls with a Tomahawk missile. Didn't affect the common person in America. Doesn't matter. Just give him the 1.7 billion. And the crazy thing about the settlement is that it wouldn't go to him. In a strange way, I would feel better if it did go to him as opposed to what they're trying to set up. I mean, I would feel best if it went to court and the courts solved this issue. Now, the court will probably have to sign off on a settlement, so they'll probably be involved. I don't think this is going to go through, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to go through. But, hey, if it does go through and it didn't affect the everyday person, it doesn't matter. You know, who cares? There was a recall on food. Most people don't eat that food. It doesn't matter. Let the people get salmonella and die. It doesn't affect the everyday person. So it doesn't matter. And, let's talk about something, according to Kenny, that affects the everyday person. So we should change the subject. Kenny, would you like to offer the topic of the room a topic that affects the everyday person, since this one doesn't matter?
Yeah, I think we should definitely get off of this topic because.
All right, what you got?
I think that. How do you guys feel about feminism?
That doesn't affect the everyday person. How I feel about feminism, it doesn't matter.
Really? How does it affect the everyday person?
I felt about it. How I feel about it doesn't affect the everyday person. So it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm asking you, like, can you prove that?
How so a country of 300 million people feels about that. How I feel about it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we're moving away from that, though. I thought we were moving away from that.
You just asked me how I felt about feminism. I said it doesn't matter how I feel about it.
It doesn't matter how you feel about it?
Correct.
Who doesn't it matter to?
The everyday person.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about it.
No, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if I'm asking you specifically?
Because it doesn't affect the everyday person. That's the standard you set up for the room. So we're letting you guide the room.
I didn't set up any standard for the room.
You did. You told us when you first brought it.
That's my favorite.
Strike the mask.
Not only are you entitled to it, we're using it as a guiding principle for the conversation. Are you listening?
Yeah,
Obviously, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm following your lead. You're a strong black man. You believe in the black family and the black woman should submit. So we're going to follow your lead. Some men need to submit to other black men. So we're following your lead. What topic you got?
I actually don't believe that. I don't know.
Okay.
I know you don't know me, and I know that's what you've been doing pretty much since I've been in the room.
I got you.
Hold on. Follow my lead.
You just said you don't believe in that, so we're not going to follow you.
No, I said women. I do believe you should follow my lead, though. So follow my lead like you said you want to do.
Okay.
Or you don't contradict yourself. Okay, thank you. Go back to me. Actually don't. Okay, yeah, I know you're not. Cause now, okay, so like I said, I actually don't believe that. I don't teach that. I actually teach the complete opposite. Now, you probably believe that yourself, and that's why you're projecting that on me. But I don't teach that men should leave the home. And I don't even believe the Bible teaches that, by the way.
Okay.
You got something else you want to try to project on me?
No, I think you're an idiot, Kenny. I'm going to be honest.
I know you do. Well, you should have said that from the beginning.
I didn't think you were an idiot.
You were pretending. No, you were pretending.
No.
You were pretending. Yes, you were.
I didn't think you were. May I respond, sir? May I respond?
No. I want you to go back on mute because you said you were going to follow my lead. So go back on mute. You, from the moment I came on this stage, you pretended as if you wanted to have some sort of intellectual conversation, when really what you wanted to do was project something on me. And you just did that by alluding that I believe, or that I posit, that women should submit to men, when that's not even what I teach. And all of my opponents on this app know that, and I argue with them every single day. Now you can speak.
Thank you, Kenny, sir, leader, submission lord, smart man. So I did not bring you up to have an intellectual conversation. We don't really do intellectual conversations on Clubhouse. There are no intellectuals on here. Maybe there's a hidden one. Maybe Steve Crew. The room was dull. Reform was literally reading stuff that was popping up on her. If you don't want to have a conversation, you don't have to have a conversation. I don't know how we got to fucking feminism, but if you want to talk about feminism, we'll follow your lead, sir. So go ahead and ask your questions about feminism. We actually won't follow your lead, sir. What would you like to discuss on that? Is somebody speaking?
No.
Okay, leader Kenny, my leader Kenny wants to know what you all think about feminism, because there's a everyone's allowed, so we can't talk that. Talk about, possible presidential corruption, $1 billion We can't talk about. Go ahead, Mike. Who wants to say something about feminism? Kenny, would you like to define what feminism is, sir? Since it's your topic, why don't you define what feminism is so we have a shared language? If you don't,
I actually don't have a definition for it. I'm curious what your definition is for it.
well, I didn't bring up the topic, so I don't have a definition. I'm just going to follow your
Well,
lead.
there
So how do
is.
you understand?
Well,
May I answer your question? May I answer the question? And may I answer the question or not? So since people have thank you, sir. Since people have competing definitions, maybe we should use a master definition so we're all on the same page. That's one way to have a good conversation. And since you brought it up, I'll let you provide a conversation. Oh my.
I guess you could define feminism as women being treated unfairly because they're women. And feminism responds to that and says that that's a wrong, that women should not be treated unfairly. They should be treated like a human being. That's how I define it.
Any response? He wants to know how we feel about that definition. This is a scintillating conversation. The conversation that Reform brought up doesn't affect the regular person. We should shut the fuck up. So this is a scintillating and tantalizing topic, and he gave a definition of feminism that even Wollstonecraft herself would be proud of. Thank you, Kenny. Would anybody like to discuss this wonderful and important topic that Kenny, the teacher, brought up? Because remember, he teaches.
You're doing a great job moderating, too. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Really, what Ben was talking about, very important thing affecting our daily life. I'm sorry, Kenny. No one cares about Kim Kardashian between your ass every day. We need to hear something. That the fucking gas is $6 here. What the hell are we talking about? He was really talking about a very important thing, and you're as curious about feminism. I don't give a fuck. There's a ton of gay people. They are fucking each other in the ass. I'm sorry to be very clear. They don't give a fuck about feminism.
Not sure why AWS got in there, or how it got in there, rather. Whatever. Just gonna go by that. So yeah, you suggested something, it didn't work. So just gonna move on. Yeah.
Wait, first lady is.
Yeah, I'm here. And can y'all hear me? Am I breaking up?
Lady?
I'm here. Am I breaking up?
I'm sorry.
No, you are not. Just that.
Can you hear me, First Lady?
I can now.
Okay. So, First Lady, you're saying that the man that told us our conversation was shit because it didn't affect their average person, the teacher, the man who teaches about households, even through the Bible. You mean tell me he offered a topic and no one's interested in it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it
Okay.
appears to be that way.
Okay. Oh, as you would say, okay. Okay. Can we now go back to presidential corruption and the fucking reason why we have the United States in part because of corruption of the sovereign or the executive? Or does Kenny want to talk about feminism with arguably the worst single definition of feminism I've ever heard in my life.
I think everybody wants you to finish what you were talking about and keep Katie and Kim Kardashian alone.
He said he can't conversation alone. Yeah, perhaps maybe we could swing back and, to that conversation later, but we're gonna move forward, okay? The corruption. So I don't understand why people don't see it. Yes, he was done incorrectly. The real question is, why couldn't he wait another year and a half?
Or sue before. He could have sued. He had a year and a half to sue before he got back in office. He specifically waited until he was in office. That's the issue. But I don't want to belabor the point because presidential corruption and the corruption of our government doesn't affect the average person. I'm looking on pay for the $1.7 billion.
I don't think it makes sense. Why would he wait to actually, like, if he can actually ensure that he's going to get the outcome that he wants, why would he wait? Like, if he actually wants to win the suit and he can be in control of the negotiation process because he's heading the executive branch, then why would he wait if his goal is to actually win?
Right. So if he can do something, so as the head of our country, if he could do something illegal, unethical, immoral, and we don't know if it's illegal or not, why wait? That's right. Why not be corrupt? Why not steal taxpayers' money? If you have the final say on it and you're the boss of the people who are going to give you the money, that's a great point. Why wait? We should have local officials do the same thing. Right? They should be stealing money from the municipal workers. They should do all. Why wait? When you're in office and you're in charge, go ahead and steal. Just go ahead and take, because you're in charge and you get the outcome you want. That's right. Get in power so you can take taxpayer dollars. This is the intellectual conversation I wanted. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, this is what white men have done for ages. Is this new information to you? Why not do it?
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Well,
And it's we should just roll over and take it. We shouldn't talk about it. Marcel, what do you think of feminism?
Don't laugh. I'm just, Omar, why are you giving him a 100? That's what I want to know, because I don't, to be in office, to have the control over that office, you're the boss, and I don't see how y'all don't see where there's a conflict. I don't understand.
I think Omar was saying that he's corrupt. I think Omar was actually.
I saw that he put that in there, but he did 100 on the boy when he was saying something else. When Kenny was saying something, I'm like, why are you saying that? What are you doing?
Well,
I need to understand.
Black male Trump supporters have to do everything to find ways to justify. Oh, everybody's done it. They should do it they have to normalize. Yeah, they have to normalize Trump. So they have to do it. Total Poll is the only one with integrity so far that's really come through. I at least give him credit for it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm still with it.
He breaking up, buddy. Is he breaking up for you?
It doesn't matter either way.
It does. Because Kenny, we can't hear you, Ken. Kenny, we couldn't hear what you said. I want to hear what you have to say. But is it possible, because when I'm sitting here and I've been listening, I haven't said anything, haven't interrupted, I haven't did any reactions, nothing, zero, doing different things. But I continuously hear you use the word opponent. Do you think this is a game? I want you to really think about that tonight when you lay your head down. Is this a game for you?
Hold on. This is for blacks. You're not welcome here, Malcolm. You called me a nigger 4 times the other day. You will call all these niggers. You're not welcome here, bro. So you need to leave on your own, or they'll boot you. So you can do what you want to do. You call us all niggers. You didn't want to talk it. We were talking about. So you can either leave on your own, or we'll just boot you. We'll give you a few seconds to decide. Sorry, First Lady. This is the man that called all of us niggers the other day because he came in a conversation that his mods were having, and in the midst of that conversation, he didn't like it. He said these niggers are taking over the space. He used niggers several times. So we'll see. Okay, he's still here. Bye. Block for life.
You said.
Bye. I'm sorry, First Lady.
No worries. No. So
That's an N-word execution right there.
Yeah,
That was a good one. He set it up good.
I mean, so what does that mean? Why are you continuously speaking as if
Hello?
this is a game, like you're fighting on the side of my opponent? Like
I'm actually not. I'm not following.
you don't follow it. I'm asking you a question about your use of the word opponent.
Oh, but my use of the word opponent was directed at Ban because
Okay.
for some reason Ban sees me as an opponent.
I don't.
He used that word?
I didn't use that word. I said I wanted to know how.
Well, functionally, that's
No, wait a minute. Hold on. No. It was quiet in here. Reform was reading the back of a brownie's mixed box. You need 2 eggs. She was done. I said, I see Kenny down there. Not always a legal conversation to hear what people think about Roy's stuff. I mean, be careful to Amari. A lot of times people start to report on windmills, but Amari's giving good reasons about this stuff. So I wasn't running as an opponent. You said you were election 2 weeks ago. So I was wondering how he was illegal. That's what I was working. I don't like his mind. We're not at a union. We're not James Baldwin and William Buckley. It's not a debate society. I'm talking to y'all in the same sense. I'm not doing leg press.
So the reason why I asked you, let's go ahead and just go ahead.
I don't want. Okay. Yeah, I'm on stage, but because they invited me, and I'm respectful. Every time I invite me on stage, I felt that this man was not allowing my speech to have response. And when I pointed that out, he got offended and basically started saying, "Well, I'm not gonna have time."
Okay. Wait a minute, one second.
At that point, he was in the post.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He could say, well, I don't speak on my phone. Well, hopefully, that's what you know. So, regardless, there was always a problem.
Hello, guys. This is why blocking spam call.
I can't even understand it. Is that me?
No, it's not true.
But what I don't necessarily tolerate is, am I breaking up or something?
Yeah, the whole time.
Yeah.
We've been trying to tell you that, but you're yapping.
Kenny, okay, so let me, I was trying to stop you, but then I just went on and let you go because I didn't want you to think that I was trying to.
Well, irregardless, let him go. I've never heard someone correct themselves after saying regardless with irregardless. I've never heard that. I love this app. I hear things I never hear in real life. He said regardless and then corrected himself by saying irregardless. I never heard that. That was interesting.
All right. So Kenny, I was saying or asking about the opponent piece because I was relating that to the fact about how you're not taking a moment to look at the case and understand your argument. You're arguing saying, well, why wouldn't he do this while he's actually there? Well, because it's supposed to be America first. So, you wait and have it litigated by people that you're not the boss of, that doesn't mean he's not going to win. He's definitely probably going to win. I mean, if he was wrong, he was wrong. So, you know.
So I guess let me try to tell you why I said that, right?
Okay.
If I posit that Trump is a fascist, right? And I know I'm not saying you're doing that, but that's typically the narrative. Maybe you agree he is a fascist, but he's a narcissistic fascist. Right?
I don't put titles on
I know, but
anyone.
I know, but the majority of individuals, that's what
So
they
now
say.
you're projecting on us. I thought you didn't like when people project.
I'm actually not.
Now you're projecting.
Hold on for a second, man.
You just said the majority of people do that. The majority of people don't do that.
Yeah, so let me clarify. You're right. Let me clarify what I mean by that. So the majority of his opponents argue that he is in fact a dictator, narcissist, fascist, all of those things, right? So what I'm doing is that I'm taking that to its logical conclusion. In fact, that's what he is, right? Why would he wait? If he is a corrupt fascist, why would he wait when he could just wait until he actually gets power and then sue when he actually has control over the negotiation process? So I'm asking you guys, what's wrong with that?
You already
if that's in line
lost.
with who he is, what's wrong with it? That's all I'm asking.
Well, just because a person is a thing doesn't mean that it's okay to go ahead and be that thing.
When will he fight?
You always hope that people make changes or try to do the right thing.
You are pathetic.
But in the way that you're thinking, you're
pathetic.
saying accept him for what you already know that he
$1
is and allow him to do the thing that we all know is wrong. That is upside down thinking.
Oh, man beats his wife, First Lady. We know he beats his wife. Why talk about it? Let him beat his wife. He's a wife beater. Doesn't affect the everyday person.
Pathetic. When
So
will
it's
you
fine.
fight to win?
If a man beats his wife, we know he's a wife beater. Well, of course he should beat his wife. This is the wife beater. And
Exactly.
if it doesn't affect the everyday person, just beating one woman. Who gives a fuck? Let's move on to talk about feminism.
Yeah,
What do you think about feminism?
and that's why earlier I initially was trying to lay out if we're gonna have.
Hey, Kenny, do you drive F-150?
1 second, let him finish up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why I initially laid out is that if I'm gonna have a particular grievance with this, which I don't necessarily like. I mean, I think it's problematic, but I don't take grievance with it, meaning that I'm gonna go vote towards it. My point was that if it's something that we feel like should not happen, then Congress can easily just create guardrails preventing this to happen. But that's not a part of the conversations
Yes.
that I've heard. I haven't necessarily heard individuals when they're discussing this. It's only a way to just say Trump is evil, Trump is bad, he's corrupt. Which, okay, I agree with all of those things. If that is the case, though, we can easily create drills to prevent things like this from happening. And that was my solution to the plan.
We
And
can
somehow
easily.
because Ben deems me as an opponent,
Yes.
he wants to continue to reduce the nuance of my position
It's
down
not nuanced.
and try to make it as if I'm derailing the room when he brought me on stage.
Kenny, I'm trying not to have any false outs.
Hold on. Listen to Kenny's logic. Congress could easily pass a law curbing Trump. I want people to hear that. Congress could easily. That's what he just said. That's
not what I just said. That's not what I said.
You did say that. You said Congress could easily.
Keep doing it. You don't even realize you're doing it. It's so
You
sad.
literally just. First Lady, did he not just say that? Hold on, Kenny.
Clarification.
Hold on, Kenny. First Lady, did he just say Congress could easily pass a law doing X, Y, and Z?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he did.
That's not what I said.
Yes,
I
you did.
said Congress.
Okay, well maybe he meant something else. Let's just
But
hear
that
it.
is what he said.
Okay,
Is that what he said or
yes.
not?
That is what he said.
Thank you.
It sounds like he wants to say something. That's not the interpretation he was trying to get. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, so that's actually not what I said, guys. I didn't mention anything about Congress passing a law to curb Trump. Congress can't do anything at this point to curb Trump. They really can't. What I was saying is that there's an issue in regards to the argument is Congress could introduce guardrails to prevent these types of things from happening. Conservatives argue, but this is the actual argument from conservatives. If Congress were to do something like this, all it would do is create a fourth branch of government. That's what I said earlier.
you go. There you go. Slow down.
Yeah.
Let's just get you to. You just said it again.
No, it's okay. You guys are missing it.
Okay, all right.
Not
One more
about
time.
Trump.
One more time for me, because I'm slow. Go ahead.
Trump is already suing the IRS.
Yes.
He's already president. So what I am referring to is in the future, not right now, because Trump's already doing it. Okay, he's already in control of the executive right now. I'm saying to prevent things like this from happening, not to curb Trump, to prevent things like this from happening in the future. Congress could introduce guardrails. That's what I said. Nothing about Trump, because Ben again.
Okay, Kenny, stop doing the meta.
I'm sorry. I want him to crash out. That's why I keep.
I know, but why? Like,
because this is fun. I'm having fun.
Okay.
Hold on. What does that mean? Congress would introduce guardrails, and if it's not a law. And then the second question is, what would the fourth branch of government that conservatives say that will be created from said guardrails? I don't even know what that means. Break that down. That makes absolutely no sense.
Sure, I can explain this to you, man. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
do them one at a time. I can't understand it. Is that just me?
No, you're breaking up, Kenny.
Preventing. Can y'all hear me now? I'm on
Explain the guardrails that Congress could create. How do they create it?
Sure. One, you could require an independent special counsel or some sort of federal judge to approve settlements involving a sitting president, right? That could be one potential guardrail. A second guardrail, you could straight up ban presidents from financially benefiting from settlements that are being negotiated while they are in control of the executive. Irregardless of any of those things, the argument from conservatives is that is a fourth branch. It's going to have a fourth branch problem because all of these individuals would be unelected bureaucrats, essentially. And my point is, if I were to take the position that, hey, this is wrong and we should prevent not just Trump, but every president from ever being able to do something like this, regardless if they have a grievance or not, they should be able to do something like this, then I believe that you have to be on the side of, hey, Congress should introduce what I just laid out.
Okay. How is a federal judge a fourth branch? So of the people he named, federal judges were one of them. How would that be a fourth branch? And why would conservatives be upset with federal judges doing things when federal judges are quite literally Article 3 of the Constitution? That doesn't even make any sense. Secondly, on the independent counsel, there's already laws on the books regarding independent counsel. Thirdly, depending on the settlement, there's already laws that judges have to approve of them. Irregardless, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's all Greek to me, as Casca says. Julius Caesar. I don't know, man. People swear they know what they're talking about, and it's hard to have conversations with people who suggest that federal judges would be a fourth branch of government. They're quite literally in the Constitution in Article 3. I don't even understand. Irregardless, that makes no sense. I don't know, First Lady. I'm not going to crash. I got 10 seconds left before my next set. I'm going to use every 10 seconds. I got 5 seconds left. I'm going to just say irregardless until I'm done. Irregardless.
Hush. You just trying to trigger that boy. Now you know that ain't right. Kenny, did you want to respond?
No, because he didn't. I mean, I don't disagree with anything he said. He wasn't arguing against my point. I said conservatives. I said conservatives argue that it's fourth branch. I agree that it's not a fourth branch. But that's what conservatives argue. Like that's what a lot of them would argue. Like I said, so I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying. Again, what the problem is that ultimately you have to take a side. Like you can, okay, so you don't have to take a side. Let me rephrase that. You could just say, hey, what Trump is doing is wrong, and you can complain about it, right? In my opinion, I think that's fine. I think complaining about it, stating your grievance, it's wrong, he's corrupt, et cetera, et cetera. I think that there's another side of the group of individuals who are saying, hey, we should prevent anyone from ever being able to do these things. Because if, in fact, he's doing it right now, he's doing it. We all agree that. That's the conversation. So my point is that if you're going to have, if we're going to have there's another conversation that we can have that can be centered around, okay, is it imperative for Congress to prevent things like this from happening in the future? And I think that it is, because if they're going to argue and debate about it, I don't think it should just be centered around Trump is corrupt. I think it should be centered around, hey, this shouldn't be something that's possible.
Well, let me just let you in on something. I need to rewind the tape real quick because, people go about different ways to have conversations. When we were in the middle of having a conversation, you butted in and said, I don't think we need to be talking about this. You don't remember that? So, yeah, we can have the conversation. We can get to that. If that is the idea. But part of the problem, and nobody's necessarily focusing on the corruption more than understanding that we're breaking laws and norms that we all have been used to. And once those things are broken, it's hard to go back to them. So you're saying, and what you're suggesting is, well, just go ahead and let them do it. Go ahead and let them do it. And then we'll fix it on the back end. Right? That's what you're saying. That's your suggestion.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying, yeah, I'm speaking from a realistic, not saying you guys aren't. I'm saying that he is doing it right now. He's going to continue to do it. So he is in fact suing.
Okay, so you said don't fight this battle.
I'm not saying, okay, hold on for a second. Okay, again, I don't know how much more clear I can make this. I'm not giving like some sort of prescription for what everyone else should do. I am saying that what Trump is doing right now is that he is suing the IRS. I personally think that is a conflict of interest, and I believe that it should not be something that's able to happen. Now, am I willing to think that there should be guardrails that Congress imposes? I don't know. That's where I'm on the fence about it, because I don't know what that would necessarily look like. I know what the arguments have been for that I've heard when I've had conversations with Democrats, what they've said should what these guardrails should look like, but I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. I think that ultimately, if we're going to have a grievance about it, I think it should be principled, and it shouldn't be Trump just centered at Trump. I think it should be a principled position. Hey, this is wrong. Presidents should not be allowed.
Let's go back to feminism.
What's a conflict of interest?
They shouldn't be able to take money from taxpayers, essentially.
I don't even know what could you describe what the conflict of interest is with, just as a principle, a party suing another party.
What's the other party?
So you saying Trump is suing the IRS? Where's the conflict of interest?
Okay, so is Trump in control of the executive? Is he not the one that's gonna? Is he not in control of the individuals that's gonna be negotiating these things?
You talking about like him having an attorney within the IRS?
No. Okay. So is the IRS under Trump's period?
It's not a conflict of interest. He can sue personally. That has nothing to do with him sitting in office as an executive, and 9 times out of 10 he has an attorney. He's not pro se suing the IRS.
What are you guys saying? I don't understand what y'all.
No, that's actually not. Maybe we can put the. Go ahead.
I guess what I'm confused about is like,
when, just as a general matter, like how does it become a conflict of interest? For example, if you are an employer, you sue your employee. If you're a superior, you sue an inferior. Just as a general matter, I'm just curious about what the conflict of interest would be, and how could a judge not resolve that conflict of interest?
I'm gonna explain how.
Wait, we're putting Black Freedom. Maybe you can get caught up with what's going on. So a judge has already ruled. Ben, can you explain it again?
I haven't been following this particular matter, so.
Well, I'm confused.
Adverse possession, not
Wait, you're
adverse.
saying you're saying the sitting you don't see it. Wait, I'm not confused. Do you know the IRS, Trump versus the IRS?
I haven't been following that litigation. I'm just curious about like the actual term of art, conflict of interest. Like, what's the particular conflict?
The conflict of interest is that, okay, so Trump is the plaintiff, right? So he is the person suing. The IRS is a part of the executive branch.
So we're talking about suing your own agency, essentially, within let's say the executive authority, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so the individuals that Trump is suing, right, are part of the executive branch, which Trump has control over, which means that the president he appoints all of the executive leadership. So that means the DOJ that's defending the government, like they're defending the government against the plaintiff, which is the person that put them in leadership. Do you not see the conflict of interest?
No, I was.
So you're saying that the government can't sue the government?
Wait, let me read this part, and then I'll put something for Black Freedom. So Trump is suing the IRS. He's trying to make a settlement. So the settlement is expected to stave off a concern raised by the judge overseeing his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, who has ordered Trump and the DOJ to justify by next week why the case should be able to proceed. In a ruling last month, U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams questioned whether Trump and the defendants, the Treasury Department, and the IRS are sufficiently adverse for the case to proceed. This is her words. These are her words. Moreover, although President Trump avers that he is bringing this lawsuit in his personal capacity, he is the sitting president, and his named adversaries are entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. Indeed, President Trump's own remarks about this matter acknowledge the unique dynamic of this litigation. Trump's words were in October. It's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And you know that decision would have to go across my desk. It's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. So this is not theoretical. This is literally what's happening. But I'll put the article in the chat.
Okay, that's different. There's no adversarial party. I was thinking like as an actual technical legal term, conflict of interest. Like normally, so for example, if I have a conflict of interest, it's because, for example, like let's say I would have to, if there was an employee of mine or an attorney of mine who was representing an adverse party, I would have to wall that person off.
So that's literally what's happening, because the DOJ lawyers are defending the government essentially, but he appoints them.
Yeah, I put the article in the chat on Black Freedom. If you're not familiar with it, it's actually a pretty big thing. Trump is actually suing, I think he has 3 cases. I think one was for, one is for the IRS for the leak of his returns. The other one is when they went to Mar-a-Lago for the documents. I think he's suing that for $320 million. Does anybody remember the third one? I can pull it back up in the article. Ben, do you remember? There's a third case that he's suing. I can't remember, but it's 3 cases. But the IRS settlement is the one that's at issue. I'm still reading about this, y'all, but yeah, Black Freedom, you may want to read up on it. It's significant. Yeah.
There's a couple where he is pursuing the payment of a civil suit that was won against him, and he's suing to stop the payment on that lawsuit. Everyone that has really studied Trump knows that he is self-determined not to pay one thin dime nor a plug nickel, not even a red cent in taxes. If he does happen to be entrapped and has to pay taxes, he will go after them to get the goddamn money back.
I think they already
That's-
ruled
that's-
that he doesn't have
yes,
to
ma'am.
pay E. Jean Carroll. Sorry for interrupting. Is that what you're talking about?
I know exactly, you know exactly. Let's
I think
proceed.
that they
Again,
already
the point is
ruled
greater than who.
that.
Yeah, the point of the question that, now the pertinent cross-examination question again is contained in the statement. The judge who asks, why in the hell should I allow this matter to go forward? That is the pertinent cross-examination question. You
I
can't
don't think
sue
that's
yourself.
what.
You can't reward yourself. You can't be in between you and the law that has been put in place to bring justice. You cannot do justice by yourself. You will naturally, by human nature, rule in the favor of yourself, regardless of the witnesses, regardless of the evidence, and regardless of the testimony, that you will rule in favor of yourself every time. Who goes down and say, well, I plead guilty and I'll sentence myself to 7 years in the penitentiary, which is there about what could be, if there is a Justice Department at all, there's at least 7 years contained if it is discovered a scandal or an impediment to justice or unidentifiable means that he is the one being sued or he's the one that would suffer the loss. So when they say identifiable meaning he is the accused and he turns around and becomes the accuser.
Yes, sir. I think we're
Yes,
just
it's an
interrupting.
not only is it an obstruction to justice,
Okay,
it's
just
an
one second.
impossibility to arrive at justice.
Right. I think we're
And I land my
just,
plane just saying my.
okay. I think we're just explaining it for Black Freedom. But anywho, yeah, I'm gonna look up the third reason. And I just want to point out what Amari said. I know leave the chat in the chat. But Amari, just because Black Freedom is not familiar with it, that does not mean that it's not a big deal, sir, respectfully. Just FYI. This is a very big deal. And this slush fund would be even more of a big deal, or whatever it is that he's trying to do. Big, illegal, unethical deal. But Black Freedom said he was reading about the specifics. What are you talking about? It came up on the New York Times Google search. The creation of the settlement came up, sir. Yes, because I pay attention to this. We've heard about this. Like, are you serious right now? All of our information comes from the news. I don't think any of us are correspondents. And as much as you stay in Donald Trump's ass, you rarely bring any actual news to the table, except when it has to do with the subjugation of black men, because you forget that you a nigga.
What's
So
going on?
you want he's talking shit in the chat. I'm tired of him. Like, always got something to say. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about this because it is news. Like, what is going on? I don't understand. It's news. You should be happy that Donald Trump is getting a settlement. Your big daddy is actually going to settle with the IRS. Your fellow brethren, the J6ers, you're not going to praise the fact that 1,600 white people are going to get $1 million from Daddy Trump? You should be excited about it.
Okay.
Not only to the established
No,
base of
Uncle, one
justice,
second.
it's a
One
miscarriage of
second.
justice.
Uncle, please, one second. So, Amari, you said, so if I got this right, he was saying, well, if Black Freedom doesn't know about it, then it's not that important. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the lawsuit, but what I will say is that again. Go ahead, my bad. I didn't know.
He said it's a big deal, and he said a big deal on Clubhouse. And he said outside of Clubhouse. I said yes, it's big in the federal courts, and for those that care about the constitutional order in the United States. And he said a Clubhouse real lawyer didn't even follow this case. So yeah, he was saying because that he didn't follow the case, then it could be a big deal. Of course, it is a big deal because it has everything to do with adversarial interest, adversarial parties in court around the president, something that hadn't been worked out before. It literally goes to the relationship between the branches. It goes to the core of the Constitution and order. But it's a January 6th thing. And you have to remember, his homegirl got shot down. And so he's always on Trump's side of January 6th, but they shot his homegirl down. Remember, that was Omari's friend, the girl that got killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the good news again, that it is in the hands of we the people, and if we the people decide to stop that goddamn case, it will be stopped. It's just you don't have enough self-determination.
Ambassador, please.
Well, I'm just saying to you the truth. If you don't want me to say the truth, it's fine.
Well, don't say the truth.
Stop talking.
Don't say the
Okay,
truth.
fine. But again, the case can't be stopped.
Well, it may not be a top story, but there wasn't a story that we wanted to talk about because we had already covered it. What are we doing? Chill back, chill out. Yeah, because right now, if we leave from this, there's nothing else to talk about, for real. So, I mean,
I'm okay, First Lady. I forgot that I haven't eaten, so I'm gonna go eat. But Omari, I follow news about the IRS, sir. I suggest that you do as well. But anywho, thank y'all for having the discussion. I did not realize that. So he's maybe Dan, you look like you read a little bit more. So he's suggesting the settlement. Yeah, I saw that, Your Mama. He's suggesting the settlement, but the case itself is still being litigated. Interesting.
Well, the good news is this is not the evil of Kamala Harris. You know, she had an abortion policy. When people can have personal responsibility and not have abortions, or you have a better economy, which leads to fewer abortions. But even though we know this guy's evil and corrupt, he was still the lesser of two evils. So that's a good thing to know, because we're in a war. 187 girls killed. Those girls don't matter because they're Iranian. War all over the world. Prices through the roof, got worse. Gas through the roof. But guess what? This is not as evil as Kamala Harris would have been, because she would have had an abortion policy that I don't know what the policy would have been, because presidents don't really seem to set abortion policy because they're now done at the state level. But hey, does it matter that Trump's abortions have gone up since he overturned Roe? It's her policy that was evil. And that's the worst evil, right? Cutting food stamps and meals for Meals on Wheels, or cutting Medicaid to take care of the poor, which actually comes directly from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, for those of you who know the Beatitudes. That, of course, was more evil. So to show her policies, it's more life-giving, but she was the evil one. It's because she's a black woman, and because she's a woman. We all know it. Everything she was going to do was more evil than this guy. Can't crash now. Got some more squats to get to. I'm done.
The way that MAGA substantiates any and everything that Donald Trump does literally has to be studied. So Omari's supposition is now that it is a quote-unquote filler story. We literally have individuals come in here and talk about random counties all across the country that none of us live in, have been to, know a single person, and we talk about,
Well, let's talk about this part of it, because the downplaying. I think it's very dangerous for them to continuously downplay stuff like that, because it normalizes it. So I agree with you in regards to the downplaying. If in fact the thing is wrong, you gotta work on the thing that's wrong. You can't downplay it and say, oh well, it's just this. No, because then people think that you're accepting it, and then they do more, and then they do more and more and more. It just gets greater. So the more you ignore, the more you actually welcome it in this situation. So, yeah, you gotta stop downplaying it. It's not cool.
Let's talk about feminism. What do you think about feminism first? Let's go to the topic that's really gonna affect people's day-to-day lives. What do you think about feminism?
I don't know, child. I don't know. You know, I'm grateful that I didn't live in a time when feminism did not exist. I know they say they have several different waves of it, but I don't know.
How do you think Kamala Harris's policies are more evil than Trump's? Because remember, they were two evils. So, which one of her policies? Give us a few policies of hers that are evil. I got 7 seconds for the next set. Opponent.
Yeah, I thought it was irregardless. Irregardless.
Switch with each one. Opponent.
This guy's crazy. I don't focus on those. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. That's my answer. I just know that it doesn't make sense for somebody to have a conversation about abortion and then not care about what's happening to the numbers in the present time.
It's insane, isn't it?
That's pretty weird.
That's pretty weird. I get one that gets blamed for flattening nuance. So I'm talking about the material effects on the ground, which, if you're interested in abortion as an issue for you, it's not a normative concern. It's an applied one, right? But I'm the one that's not into the nuance. It's insane.
So since we're back to my view now, I'll go ahead and chime in here. So again, there's a difference between the number of something that happens and the legality behind it. So one side advocates for federal protections for abortion. The other side advocates that it goes back to the state. Both of those views to me are evil. Like Trump's view is evil. Kamala Harris's view is evil. Both of them are. Because in my opinion, the non-evil view is federal abortion ban. So, but because I deem both of them are evil, I have to see which one of those are the lesser of two evils. A person that says federal legal protection for abortion, and the other one that says, hey, it should go back to the states. That was my position. What you did was that, well, under Trump, it's still more abortions happening. When that's, again, my principle of why I voted was on the basis of not how many. It's not like I voted for Trump, like, oh, abortion is going to go away now. The idea was, well, at least it's moving away from at least it being a legal right.
Okay.
So that's why you removed the nuance. Hold on for a second. You did remove the nuance, and you actually just did it again.
You never mentioned state and federal ban.
The reason you're doing it is because you're my
You never mentioned federal and state bans before. No, moderator privilege. Hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on. Just to be fair to me, and I'll let you finish. Hold on, Kenny. We're going to move you down. You never mentioned federal and state bans before. You never said that federal and state bans.
Yes, I did. Come on.
No, you didn't.
Come on, man.
He doesn't tell the truth. There's no need to have a conversation.
Kenny, what's going on, bro? You never mentioned federal and state bans.
You're being ridiculous now.
Wait a minute. Hold on. First lady, did he
speak? What am I talking?
No, you never said anything about.
Hold on. First of all, if you were speaking to policy, okay, but let me answer. If you were speaking to legalities,
I can't help
let me answer. Let me tell you. If you're speaking to legalities, oh, shut the fuck up, yo. Shut up. If you're speaking to legalities, you would actually be speaking about dolls. You didn't mention dolls. You didn't mention a federal ban. You didn't mention federal protections or state protections. Okay. That happened in 2022. The election was in 2024. Okay. Opponent. Regardless. He's another dummy. I gotta be honest with y'all. Why do Trump supporters lie? We just heard this man lie like 4 times in 20 minutes.
At least.
Did anybody hear him mention federal ban?
No.
Federal protection? He did not.
No.
Did you all hear him say he did not say that Congress could easily pass?
And then came right back and
said he didn't say that? Come on, man. I think replays are silly because people, do weird stuff with them. They chop and screw and stuff. But I'm starting to reevaluate replays. He literally said Congress could easily pass X, Y, and Z. I didn't say that. Oh, I mentioned federal bans. You never mentioned federal bans, federal protections, or anything. He's an idiot. It's hard to have conversations with these people. They all lie. All of them lie. Yeah. The only one that doesn't lie, you talk to the MAGA, is maybe Jamal. He might be the only one that doesn't regularly lie. They all lie. It's strange. It's really strange.
Well, I think the reason why he don't tell too many stories is because he's too busy bullcrapping around. So.
Well, he said he's a teacher.
Oh,
what? Kenny. Oh, I'm sorry. He says he teaches. He didn't say he was a teacher. Didn't you hear him? So I don't teach that. Didn't you hear that?
No.
That's
I heard you calling him a teacher, but I wasn't paying attention when he said.
Oh, when I said the thing about submission, he was like, "Oh, I don't teach that." They didn't say that. People wanted to know what he taught. Yeah. If you scroll, you have to go back up because I don't lie. You can see it. That level of lying is insane. I never said Congress could easily pass something. And then he said there's a bunch of conservatives who would call it a fourth branch of government. He ain't named one. I talked to Democrats, and Democrats have these guardrails, and I don't know about it. He ain't one guardrail, one Democrat. Kenny is a prime A1 bullshitter. That's all he is. He's a liar and a bullshitter. He lies and bullshits.
I thought he was a good guy. He had a nice.
I thought he was too.
Did he have a little suit on, a little shirt and tie?
Kenny was kind of cool, but then with a lot of this stuff online, I know y'all don't like when Brooke does. A lot of this stuff, I'm telling you, Donald Trump would not have won if it wasn't this online gender stuff. It is this gender stuff. I'm telling you. And now he has to double and triple down. You heard him say, "Well, why wouldn't he do it when he's now?" Huh? Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, but then he was sitting there fighting to tell Black freedom, why it's wrong and all that. I'm like, wait a minute. I said, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna let him go.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no. Look who's on the court. My self-esteem is not low today. But if I play these guys, I'm going to come out of here feeling like Anthony Edwards.
You need help.
We're playing full court on this one. I'm about to go over there.
Not man the YN. That's a
They playing full court. You gonna play with them? Is it the East Asian?
Yeah. I cannot confirm or deny, but I will say, if I brought my laptop in to be fixed, they could fix it.
That's nasty. You play too much.
You can't even have a honest convo with the that was an insane. That man said he mentioned federal protection. That man never mentioned federal protection. I don't understand it. Jamal is the only one. I was wrong. I don't understand. You know why? You know why it is, though. Personally, you know why it is? I tell you what the problem is. They feel like it's racial betrayal. I think a lot of Black Trump supporters who said, let's try something different. I like Democrats. And they see the bad effects on them and their communities and Black people generally. I I really think they feel like race traders, and this is how they deal with it. That's what I really believe. I really believe they'll know that Donald Trump is terrible and terrible for their communities, whatever that is, and they just can't bring themselves to admit it. Whatever that stage of grief is, and I don't know if that's the first stage, but they know it's bad, and so they get around people like me and you and others, and they're like, come on, man, and you want to actually, they just can't admit it. They feel like they're race traders. I never heard a bunch of black men going around talking about loving Donald Trump. This is the weirdest thing. What? And this dude is here's blonde wig, and you defended him like he's your daddy. What? You 50-year-old man in love with a president like that? That's crazy.
Well, okay, so I hear you. Maybe that could be the case for some. I also think that a lot of them grew up telling stories.
You
Some of
think you
these,
got a lying habit?
yes,
Oh,
yes, yeah. I'm being super 100% honest on how I feel.
Yeah, you say this a lot.
Every time I speak with them, it's always, I gotta pull the truth out. I gotta go here. I gotta go there. The only way I got to get him on track was by asking him about the opponent. I'm asking him, is it a game? And then it was like it started softening him up. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, well. He's like, well, you know, I didn't say it was, I'm not saying it is right. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you know, why don't we focus and do this? Now he coming up with all these creative ideas. Why weren't you there a few minutes ago? So I think it's just the ability to come up with these stories and be able to tell them. Because all of them have the same talking points. And, you know, some are very creative with the talking points. Some can't sell it as well. But I think, yeah, they didn't get corrected as a child in telling stories. Or if they did get corrected, they just learned how to lie more. So that's my theory.
I don't think people supported Obama this much. That's what's crazy to me. And I've noticed that, like, they will double down on defense. Like, where is Notorious? Like, they will just, it's like they are in love with Donald Trump. And I don't understand it. Like, they can't articulate or regurgitate any of his policies, any legislation. You're right, First Lady. It's like they all get the same YouTube channels or Fox News or X.
It's a secret download.
Right. It's like, but to hear them mimicking white MAGA, because they're in this spaces because they're not welcome in white MAGA spaces. That's the crazy part.
No, that's not true.
I mean, if somebody's calling them the N-word, a lot of them have come in these spaces because we've argued with these people for years on this app. And I'm like, why aren't you with your brethren?
I don't want to be in a place where people are calling, that. But, you know, here's the truth coming out. Because I do believe that they created this, let's come together and fight, you know, these Democrats because they are just bad. They're trying to change the world and we don't want that. So they came together, they united under those premises, forgetting that a lot of these people are still racist. So then you like, okay, well, I can't sit with them because, you know, I still have some kind of dignity. Not all of them. I literally heard some of them sit there and kiki with it and be okay and find ways to continuously fit in. So I think there's something about how, the acceptance of that side means a lot to them. And they also are addicted to the badass about Trump. Trump is badass. I ain't gonna lie to you. I will. Y'all can hate me if you want, but he, the way he talk, all that, they love that. That they enjoy it, and that's what the Democrats hate. The Democrats don't like it, So, but these people, they eat it up. They laugh at it. They find it funny. So they like that macho kind of thing. I think that's the feeling that that they vibe off. So, and because they like that feeling, they'll do and they'll say anything that continues to keep it. That's my rant. I have nothing else.
I don't think that Trump is a badass. He is a privileged, wealthy, billionaire white man. There's a dime a dozen. They can like Peter Thiel. They can like the CEO of Apple. They can like. I mean, there's hundreds to choose from. He's a foul mouth, orange, diaper wearing. Like they literally look. I was looking.
What about Musk?
Musk is a racist. Have y'all seen him online railing against James Cameron because Lupita is in the now if y'all want to see that, if y'all want to.
Christopher Nolan?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Christopher Nolan. Have y'all seen that shit? Him literally losing his mind because Lupita is in the damn Odyssey movie. Elon Musk is a racist. I do agree. Trump just said it's anti-boule. It's anti-establishment. It's like it's trendy to be pro-Trump first lady, which I don't understand. But I don't think that Trump is a badass. I don't. He falls asleep in meetings. I look at the man in his suits. Did y'all there is something back there. And I'm not hating on the elderly, right? Because, Jesus be offense with incontinence. It could happen to any one of us. We don't know how we're going to be in those elder years. But my God in heaven, that man, the back of his suit, it hunches up like that. You can literally see it. That man is wearing a diaper. That is a big ass Depends.
Okay.
And nobody can tell me otherwise. I'm just saying.
Okay. I mean, I'm not here to debate you.
Well, that's not a badass if he's wearing a big ass diaper. That was my point.
Okay. And
But I have some good news.
Your point is well taken, and I'm gonna pass it right to you.
People on the chat were just
The badass part, if you don't think it, then that's fine.
No,
For
I
me,
said no
what I
words.
think is what I think. I think that he's badass. The fact that I can fall asleep and still have a fucking job on TV, yeah, I'm bad. Hello?
Reagan
Yeah,
had
what you
dementia.
gonna do? Who gonna check?
No, Zeus got
Yeah, I'm bad. I can walk around with a diaper and shit myself and still have people respect me. So, again, bad is defined by
why Sandy? Because I played so much. I'm
I think they see power in him. I think there's some other people that want to introduce some additional stuff. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I know you can't take it out on the people. Let me, I got something. Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helena Troy. Helena Troy is the daughter of Zeus.
we're just like, we got enough.
I'm actually
On
confused.
and on. People in the chat were just like, we got enough.
I'm confused. I'm actually now confused.
This is my real Bible, and I am throwing it away because it's not real. I have it in my TV.
USA safe
He
platform.
is, it's really silly. It reminds me of the hate about the Little Mermaid. It reminds me of, I'm not a fan of the Hunger Games, but do y'all remember when the little young girl, I can't remember her name, when they found out that she was as a black character, and they were really, really racist. I can't remember her name. If anybody's a fan of the movie, Ruth, thank you, April. Lost their ever-loving mind. So I don't know. I don't even think they read the Odyssey. I don't think they read the Iliad. I don't think they know who Odysseus is, man. Like that Kevin Sorbo, who y'all remember him, right? Who played Hercules. They were like, your ass ain't Greek, so you played Hercules. He is tweeting shit. They're tweeting shit about like the coastline, saying look how it's being portrayed in this movie. And he put like a resort picture, and people were like, you stupid ass, it's couched in this, so that they couldn't find it. Like they are melting. Have y'all seen this on X? Talking about Peaches not attractive, all kinds of crazy shit, man.
No, let me tell you why I'm confused. This is why I'm confused. So, I'm confused because
This is your
I
moment
saw he had tweeted out or retweeted somebody that had like a bunch of fake booty posters, and it said like Obama and Ryan Gosling was playing Obama or Muhammad Ali. And I'm confused because I didn't know that was in response to the Odysseus movie. I mean, to the Odyssey. So Muhammad Ali is an actual person who many of us have seen in person versus Barack Obama.
This next one might get.
I remember those interesting, but I didn't know they were responding to people playing.
It's okay, I'm saving you. Okay.
Because you can't use real people.
Oh my God.
I didn't know. Because I saw something like, what Muhammad Ali was played by Ryan Gosling. And that'd be kind of weird because Muhammad Ali decides who he is.
Emily, drop it. Drop it.
Wait till they find out the actual author of Odyssey.
Am I in a stressful situation? There was a home.
No. It wasn't a home.
There was a Homer, but the Homeric home were created by
flat out said this didn't exist.
So my wife just had her wisdom teeth removed, and she's not allowed to eat hard foods for the next week. So to improvise, we got some Alaskan king crab, and since the meat is so soft here, she's able to eat it. So we found a good middle ground for her.
I didn't like it.
To be able to still eat good, but not hurt her wisdom teeth. So enjoy your little crapsicle.
Get after me.
But you know when
Time to say goodbye to the giant pile of foam in my backyard. The pile got there when I shoved it all out the door after having ripped it off my walls. It was in my workshop. I made a custom foam room that I'm moving out, so all my hard work has got to go. What's crazy is that when I recycle this, it will get turned into carpet pattern, so my art installation is going to get reinstalled under someone's carpet. We're putting all this foam into the recycling truck, except it's full of all the other stuff I'm recycling. Yeah, these guys have.
Do you want to receive a free Bible? And yeah, it was what Ben was saying. If Ryan Gosling played Barack Obama, if Anthony Hopkins played Nelson Mandela, if Viggo Mortensen played 12 Years a Slave, losing their goddamn minds. Alec Baldwin defended to go because Elon Musk had the opportunity to actually attack her looks. He tweeted 6 minutes ago, I agree that she is beautiful, but casting a black woman to play a white woman in a foundational work of European literature is no more right than casting a white man to play Shaka Zulu. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all go on there and talk. You say a white foundational? White foundational? I'm sorry, y'all. That is funny as shit. The Odyssey is a foundational work of white. Oh my God. Elon Musk is tweeting about Shaka Zulu. That shit is funny as hell.
The Mannheim attack, and Afghan attacks and anti-Islam rally. And
Guys, 10 million is absolutely insane. My personal opinion is, for what it's worth, is that she's done.
Just one. I got several.
She had her chance and had her shot, and she missed it. I don't think she'll be the Democratic nominee. I would love to.
Yeah, that's just insane. I think it was not real. Wait. Let me rephrase. The person who wrote Iliad and Odyssey was not Homer.
Okay, yes, we've known since before I was born that it was a collection.
That was my literal statement, man.
No, wasn't it?
We were literally talking about the fucking Odyssey.
There you go, folks. You see it?
Was a collection of Greek bards. However, there was someone called Homer that scholars have found. That's what I said. Your literal statement was Homer didn't. It's fine. We agree. We ultimately agree. That's cool. There was not one single person who wrote the Iliad. That's true. But there was a poet, although an obscure one, who was called Homer, who literally existed.
Yeah, Homer.
Cite papers from under.
But by the way, we can't hear you, man. You keep going in and out. I've read several different papers on this. Is in a lot of scholarship. And by the way, I know it is. Hold on, just to be clear, there's several Greek historians. They've been doing a ton of interviews since the Odyssey's been coming out. I don't know if you watched any of them. They all come out and say, "Well, yeah, Homer really didn't exist."
I don't have to watch them. I go to them. The classics department's in my building. I know them. I don't have to go on YouTube like you. I studied Homer in graduate school. Did you?
Okay, then you should know exactly what I'm talking about.
What I said was correct. What you said was incorrect, which is fine. We now agree.
Wait. What are you saying? I'm saying it's incorrect.
You said that Homer literally did not exist.
No.
And
Ban.
That was your first statement. It's
No. Ban.
Oh my God, bro.
The person who they believe wrote the Odyssey, this person did not exist.
No one believes that.
Don't say no one. People do believe that.
No, I'm talking about scholars.
We had this girl from Sudan
said
earlier, and
that
she said that their women are
the
getting
Odyssey
raped
and the Iliad
as well.
is a collection of ancient bards.
I mean, how long has Castro been in power? Nearly 80 years.
However,
he's been starving those people for years. And, they made, not the Cuban people, but Castro, when he took over, they made their choice. They cozied up to the Soviets. Obviously, that didn't work out for them, right? I mean, but it got to a point to where they were allowing the Russians to, they didn't successfully do it, but they were going to allow the Russian or the Soviets to station nuclear ballistic missiles in Cuba. I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. But, that was all turned around through some agreements and secret agreements in exchange for Cuba not hosting Russian missiles. We would secretly take our missiles out of Turkey, I believe it was at the time. But it wasn't really well known. But anyway, they cozied up to the Soviets. That didn't work out for them. And then they cozied up to the Venezuelans, who were supplying their only source of oil. Obviously, that's not going so well. Maduro's out of the picture. So they're like, it's kind of sad. Man. It's not our fault, but there's a bunch of children and women and elderly who can't get hospital care because they don't have electricity. There's blackouts everywhere. It's a real shame. What's that, Pepe? Looks like Cuba's about to fall here soon, bro. But they're saying, now this is Facebook. I gotta really be careful with what Facebook says, but I've seen a couple of news outlets that are saying that Cuba is apparently building up 300 drones to attack the Guantanamo base. So I don't know if that's true. But it could be one of those things where, you know, we were saying that Maduro was sending in drug boats from Venezuela to Trinidad, eventually making its way to America. We could, you know, it'll be the same thing. We're charging them with something like that, posturing up, and, you know, they're about to collapse. They just need something to really kick it off.
I don't think it's gonna be as hard as a battle or operation like in against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think it's gonna be quite. I think it's gonna be a faster operation. Maybe not like in Venezuela, but a bit different, I would imagine. But I don't think it will take so long.
Here's the thing is, like, I've read quite a bit just because I like the movie A Few Good Men. The relationship between, like, the soldiers in Guantanamo Bay and the Cubans that, you know, have to basically, you know, be there mere or centuries outside of the base. So they have a pretty good relationship. It's all pretty professional. They haven't had anything.
Hey, go to Wall Street. Go to Wall Street with the millionaires at. Boy, them boys do that cocaine.
Y'all ever met somebody that gives off a pill?
No.
Yes, so cocaine has a certain sound and look and effect. It's not hard to tell when you coke.
No.
Oh,
They not here just like that.
I don't think the Cubans are willing. Most of them are willing to fight the Americans. They know that ain't gonna fucking last long. But maybe I'm wrong. Peter, what are you listening to? Good job.
What's Peter?
Sounds like fucking North Korean propaganda or something.
I swear to God, that was what I was listening to.
Yeah.
Because last time when we had a discussion, as soon as he found out that I was a monarchist, he attacked me and the other monarchists. Such a democratic person he is. And then
Glow, why are you a monarchist? Why do you think it's a better form of government?
a moderator, now you will see what's gonna happen.
Hey, you know what's crazy about Cuba? I think
Now it is not possible to be taken. The medal, I just have it on the stage.
what's sad about Cuba, though, man, is that
What you're saying.
It is
Vegas.
not possible to be bought by money like premium account. It is something by meritorious factors.
I cannot understand what the fuck you're even saying, Laura.
I can
You
never
don't
quite
need
catch
to
the beer,
understand.
Sam.
You don't need to speak after that. Everybody else understand. People understand.
Hey, Glow, yeah, I got a question for you about your monarchy. Glow, why do you think monarchy is the best form of government?
Well, first of all, you have to look at the region you're in, and you have to look at what types of monarchies there are. When you have a republic, you have a parliament, you have parliamentarians. You can have parliamentarians in your republic. You can have parliamentarians in your monarchy. You can have a constitutional monarchy, or either a full-on monarchy. If you look back at before '79, Iran had a monarchy, and a constitutional monarchy. So, yeah, you have to look at the region.
Hello.
Yeah, have you thought about just having a parliament but not having a king and a queen and a royal family? Doesn't that make more sense than to have a royal family? Hello? So you're saying that you need a... You're saying you need a strong monarchy to kill other men or women. دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده. Peter!
Now that is a voice I like to hear. Did you hear that? Speak again, please. What was that again?
דלם ברק חלטן שודה, Peter.
Excellent. Yes, thank you, man.
Well, I don't know. Who's gonna come in place? I don't know who might be is there already an opposition that are like for the Cuban government?
Like someone I don't know. I think like some sort of organized opposition. No, not really. The Cuban government is really good about making people go to jail or disappear if you talk out to them. Like this guy named Big Show, he was there. He was the guy who exposed some like daycare scams and the Cuban Minnesota. He just went to Cuba and he went there. He got a press pass. He went there and his shit was immediately seized by the Cuban government, by the Cuban authorities. And then they had spies watching him the whole time. And he got interrogated by like a 2-star general. And yeah, it was fucked up, man. And like he was interviewing these people and he had to blur their faces. And they were all saying, like, if you release these videos, I'm going to fucking jail. Like, I'll disappear if people see these videos. And there was a woman spy watching him, and there was a Cuban. It was fucked up, man. Cuba's, it'll make these people disappear. And but some people are willing to talk, other people won't. But you gotta watch that video. It just released. I mean, like a week ago, and it's eye-opening. Like, these people can't speak out against the government or you will fucking disappear. And like during the Cuban boat crisis, like when he released a bunch of people out of insane asylums and jails and just political opposition, he sent them on boats to go to America in the 1980s and shit. And a lot of them we granted amnesty, but if they were like convicted murderers, we sent them back to Cuba and he killed them. Like he murdered all of those people that had to go. That eventually they got sent back. And so yeah, I mean Castro is a murderer, bro. I mean he'll make you disappear. He'll send you to a prison with no fucking air conditioning and stuff, and in the heat of Cuba, and he'll kill you. He's a crook, bro. So it's really fucked up. But the literacy rate is about 98%, which who the fuck cares when you don't have any money or food? You know, it's fucked up.
Oh yeah, and it's been like this, I think, for quite a long
About
time.
80 years. And what's sad is that they have a lot. It was a very prosperous country before and had a lot of sugar cane and stuff, and they were known of making rum and obviously Cuban cigars and stuff, and it was a destination where people wanted to go. In fact, the mafia, that was what Vegas was supposed to be. They didn't want to set Vegas up in a fucking desert with no water. It was supposed to be Cuba, and it was going to be cool. Like, my grandparents are conservative, religious people. They say that Vegas was a lot better when the mafia ran it in the 60s and 70s. It was cheaper, it was safer, it was cleaner, more affordable. That was what Cuba was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a vacation destination, and those people were going to be doing well. Only 90 miles away from Florida, in a great place. It shouldn't have happened this way. You know what I'm saying? But that's what communism gets you, dude. And then they just steal from these people. That communism is a fucking lie, and they'll even say it on there. Communism is a lie on that Nick Chile video, because everybody starves except for the people that are in charge.
Exactly.
It's a fucking shame, man.
The regular people are just equally broke.
Yep.
So it's when you tell them that, they're like, no, but it hasn't been done right yet.
Right. Well, I just want to add to what Marilyn's saying. Communism is for the peoples, but in those communist countries, the leaders are living capitalist lives.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the truth, man.
See, they have... Pure capitalism is really what America was founded. The separation of church and state, and the separation of government or state and economics. Now that is where we can really all thrive, because the government 9 out of 10 times makes bad decisions on behalf of we the people. And so if we wanted more freedom, more abundance, more liberty, more prosperity, we wouldn't have an economic state government in the way that we do now that has plunged us into a financial catastrophe. Imagine if instead of $40 trillion down the hole for Medicare, Medicaid, and the military-industrial complex, we were all to just issue ourselves checks for $400,000 20 years ago. I'm 100% sure that everybody here would rather have a check for $400,000 20 years ago than right now. Am I right? Am I wrong? Hello?
No, you just gotta let him go on.
What am I even talking about? What do you think I even just said? Hello? Oh, you don't speak English.
Alright, so John, the richest country in the history of civilization, the richest country even currently, is the United States of America. It has the highest GDP. And second place is China, and the difference between the two are trillions, not billions, 10 plus trillions. So it's a testament to how successful the capital, even with its flaws.
40 trillion in debt? 40 trillion in debt?
But it still has the highest GDP.
The country's bankrupt.
Sam.
And it's the second GDP and the third GDP.
You need to
Sam.
Go ahead. You want to be
The point that he's trying to make is, while we have the highest GDP, the allocation of resources in individuals that contribute to that GDP are otherwise allocated in a way that is disanalogous to the point of meritocracy. I feel like this is a lot of what John is saying that people just want to ignore. So when he asks the follow-up question, I recognize that what he is saying sounds like trolling, but if you actually understood the person behind this troll and his certain level of business acumen, you could understand that this is not most definitely a troll.
This is, I am an R word though.
Economic and financial question.
All right. Could you kindly tell us what his question is?
It's not a question. It's just a statement of information, meaning that separation of state and economics, that's true laissez-faire capitalism. That's what we need. That's the solution. Not more government spending. Not more government intervention. Not big government. Small government is the solution, ladies and gentlemen. Smaller government, smaller problems. Bigger government, bigger problems. Hello?
Now, when you look at the GDP per
person, the U.S. real GDP per capita, if you take all the money in the USA and divide it by its citizens, the GDP per capita in the United States in 2017 is $70,000 per person. That is a very high standard of GDP per capita compared to other countries.
Where, when you adjust that to actually the cost of living in major cities in America, you know, if you look at a city like Los Angeles, for example, a household income of two, you would actually, based on that sole income of $70,000, fall below the poverty line in that state. So I mean, what are you talking about? The man actually is making a very solid point.
There are 50 states.
Hold on.
There are 50 states. 70,000. You go to West Virginia. 70,000. You're living like a prince.
Okay, so when you look at the major, when you look at where the majority of our population is anchored, is the majority of our population anchored in West Virginia, or is it anchored in places?
If you can't maintain the cost of living for your standard.
Okay, so we just hand back the majority of the land in the United States back to Spain and Mexico? Like, I mean, what are you talking about?
Okay, now here's the
there has to be a scaling effort towards economic affordability.
Oh, so you want to live at the best places of the country and not pay for it?
Who said that?
Well, you're living in L.A., Los Angeles.
Who said that?
Then what are you complaining about? Deliver, make the money.
Again, I'm not complaining about the cost of living. Again, I'm not complaining about the cost of living.
You just did.
His point is, again, people's perception in how we are engaging in capitalism, not taking into consideration the regulation that hinders, right, the fruits and the gains of what capitalism was intended for at the inception of this country is no longer possible due to overregulation. That is what he is saying. John, am I wrong? Is that not what you're saying? Like, I mean, it's crazy.
You feel like you lost everybody. You went gobbledygook.
It's crazy to, well, maybe you just simply don't understand.
No, you make your money.
Maybe you just don't understand basic economics.
Dude, I don't live in LA. I live in Jersey. I'm a multimillionaire. I can live in LA. But I choose not to because of the high cost of living. So you need to figure out.
So you're a multimillionaire that lives in New Jersey as a multimillionaire, which again, if you look at the actual economics behind the numbers in the cost of living between New Jersey and Los Angeles, if you're not able to afford to live in Los Angeles, you're struggling in New Jersey. So I don't care what you want to say.
I'm using my money wisely.
Listen,
you want to live that sweet LA life. You got your gay community. You want the sun. You want the restaurants. You want the nightlife. Pay for it, dude.
Isn't that the American dream?
Pay for it.
Isn't that the American dream?
Put your money on the table and pay for it.
Isn't that the American dream? So what you're asking for is feudalism.
If you can't afford it.
So what you're asking for is feudalism. And this is why you need to listen to what Kitover is actually saying. What you actually need to listen to. Okay.
But you want me to pay for it.
So what you actually need to listen to is what Kitover is saying, because what you were asking for is a feudalistic society. And the economic aims behind what Kitover is fighting against is moving us away from a feudalistic society into a capitalistic society. So
let me just.
You simply do not understand economics. You simply do not understand economics.
I go to Montana.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone understands economics because everyone knows how to buy low and sell high. It's not a complicated question, but let me just read to you what Ayn Rand wrote in her book, Virtues of Selfishness. She wrote, "When I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control have been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past. It is the system of the future, if mankind in America is to have a future."
Ayn Rand, she's the ultimate capitalist, dude. She wouldn't tolerate any of this nonsense that Doctor's saying. She's the ultimate fiercest capitalist. She doesn't even believe in altruism. might lose them.
I wholeheartedly agree with Iron said.
See, to say that she doesn't even believe in altruism, what she actually does when she says...
No, she doesn't. She doesn't believe in altruism. She says...
I get it. But Sam, the question is really, what's the best economic model for maximum productivity, maximum abundance, and maximum equity? So when I ask a girl on Hinge to go out on a date with me, and she says, before I go out on a date with me, you have to tell me your politics. If my response is economics and equity, she says, you have to explain more. And then I say, bitch, what more is there than economics and equity? You know, so, Sam, what's your problem? Are you not having a good day?
I'm not having a good day. Dude, I posted in the chat, here are the ranks of the top GDPs in the world. United States at 30 trillion. Number 2, China at 19 trillion. Germany, 5 trillion. Japan, 4 trillion. United States is number 1 at 30 trillion. By 10, 11 trillion more than China. The proof is right there in the numbers. United States, baby, all the way.
I thought the proof was in the pudding.
No, that's different. Uh-oh, now we got the counselor on board. Okay.
I'm on a train. Okay, I can't talk loud, but why the hell would someone choose Jersey if you have money? Just asking.
It's temporary, Abby. I'm just selling my properties because I'm moving down to South America.
Oh, you're going to get kidnapped down there. Could you imagine unloading everything in America, becoming a passport bro in Colombia, then you end up dead in a closet because you're looking for a wife on Hinge or Bumble? Good luck, Sam!
I'm going to spend the next 10 years traveling South America because there's a lot of investment opportunity there. And the culture.
Your perception of GDP and the inherent nature of this conversation as it relates to the economic conditions that we're in America and how that translates into individual quality of life. You simply do not understand economics. When you look at the GDP, it's when you look at the GDP, it's an aggregated number. It is an aggregated number. You have people walking around in North America worth $700 billion.
Dude, when you get to the top 0.05%, come talk to me.
When you get there, then let me know. Because you are in New Jersey.
Sam!
You're in New Jersey. You're in New Jersey.
Sam, it's never a flex to come on Clubhouse.
I'm rich too.
Yeah, it's never a flex to come on Clubhouse and say I'm rich and you're not. Ha ha. Like that can't possibly make you feel better inside, right?
What do you do? No, I'm not trying to check you. How did you make your money? I did check you.
How did I make my money?
Yeah, how did you make your money?
There are ways you can make your money. If you put in your time, you become a doctor, a lawyer, you can make 6 figures. But if you put in your extra time, you can learn investment.
If you're making just 6 figures, you're not in the top 0.5% percentile of the country.
Let me finish, then you can.
So this is what I'm talking about. You don't understand economics, and you definitely don't understand, simple, basic numbers. And I'm questioning, do you even have...
Wait, Dr. Adams. Gentlemen, let's just ask. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, let's just ask Sam a quick diagnostic question. Sam, what is 600 times 300?
18 and add the 6 zeros.
That's not an answer. You failed the test. Second question. Explain inflation, if you will.
You're ridiculous, man.
Can't do it? Okay, 0 for 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this millionaire's credibility in Jersey has gone to 0%.
Is there any way that we can verify the amount of money that you actually have?
Yeah.
Can I look you up or something?
Yeah, you can look me up. They know me on Clubhouse.
What did you do? What do you do for work?
I used to be a physician, but I retired in my 40s.
That's amazing.
Voluntarily?
Yeah.
Voluntarily. You didn't have your medical license pulled?
Yeah. I don't have my medical license. you can go to any medical board. There's nothing on me, no malpractice. What I realized is I did some simple math. I was like, dude, man, I'm seeing these hospital CEOs making $1 million or $2 million. And I'm like, you know what? I can do this. And so I made a decision. I'll make 10 years of my physician salary in 1 year. And that's what I started doing.
Where did you go to medical school?
I was an international medical grad.
He's Egyptian.
How do you see the link I posted up top of Yale discriminating against the white and Asian applicants?
There is discrimination in medicine. What are you talking about? Like any other field?
Yeah, so how do you feel about that?
I'm experiencing it myself.
It's Hanson's old school.
Are you a white passing?
No, he's Arabic.
I've told my story many times on Clubhouse.
So, Sam, I mean, if you go down to South America and you make all the right investments, are you looking to get married and start a family with a beautiful Chiquita banana?
No.
Because, you know...
When are you going to have kids? Fuck you. Never mind.
I'll tell you about something. You go on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll help you all. I'm a nomad capitalist. Go on YouTube. There's this guy, Nomad Capitalist. Look him up. And he'll open your eyes to opportunities that I keep talking about in Clubhouse where people are restricting themselves to the United States of America. Once you understand how big this world is, how many you could just look for, there's so many
Well,
opportunities.
Sam, everything's on the internet nowadays. You know, there won't even be any roads in the future. Okay, nomad capitalist. I'm just saying that even if you take your millions that you scammed out of Medicare and you invested in South America for tax evasion, the point is, if you get married and then divorced, you could lose it. You could lose half of it and get set up on alimony and child support and a final consent decree to the divorce settlement. Talk to Abby here. She's a lawyer. Abby, how many men do you know that's lives been turned upside down because of divorce? Hello?
You call Counselor Abby, you pay her money, and she ready up a good prenup.
How much do those actually work, though? I don't think I've ever heard of anybody
They work.
not having it. Is it the money they make while they're married?
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Happy they work.
No, it's after the money they make after.
But when you get
Leave Pepe alone. Leave Pepe alone.
when you're married, though, isn't it?
Leave Pepe alone.
Thank you. And so, isn't all the money though that's made like around half of that's made during the marriage?
Pepe, are you a virgin?
Yes.
It's community. You live in a community property state, Pepe. New Jersey really uses equitable distribution. It's a little different of a format, but it's what's earned during the community of the actual marriage. However, prenups do work, and when they don't work and when they're not upheld, it's usually when there hasn't been proper disclosure. If there's proper disclosure and both sides have independent counsel, they usually are held up.
But anyone can make the claim.
When you get older, when you get money, you get yourself a good doctor, a lawyer, and an accountant. That's what they say.
So doctor, lawyer, and a DAL. Doctor, attorney, lawyer, a DAL.
Yeah, you gotta have those three.
I got it. So.
And then another thing I've been saying this over and over again, guys.
What?
You gotta think out of the box. You gotta
really?
Get out of the States. You gotta go out there. There's so much opportunity, financial opportunity out there.
Yeah, even here on Clubhouse, I think. You know.
And there's nobody like capitalism in the United States. Because when I go to other parts of the country, they're not as capitalistic entrepreneurship as we are.
No way, you're right.
So you can, you know.
Sam, do you know what the word entrepreneur means in French?
No.
Risk taker.
Oh, okay.
Risk taker.
Can you say it in French for us?
Entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur. That sounds like we to me. Go out there, guys. I'm out there. I'm seeing other Americans, and we're talking with each other when we're out there.
Other Americans. You're Egyptian.
No, I'm American. I was born in Jersey.
Sam, what do you think about Bukele's El Salvador?
Have you seen your property taxes? You're such a West Coast liberal.
Have you seen your property taxes?
He is supporting Karen Bass in Los Angeles. I mean, oy vey. Dr. Adams, come on.
Amazing job.
We have to get you on the Spencer Pratt train. What's it going to take?
I'd rather
advertisements are incredible.
Yes.
I'd rather pull my toenails off one by
Oh no! What if he gave you a check? What would be your number to get you on the Spencer Pratt train, Dr. Adams, and ditch Karen Bass?
There wouldn't be a number.
There has to be a number. Tell us your number. Woo! We got an ideologue here. He's supporting a communist female traitor. Karen Bass is the epitome of evil. And Dr. Adams thinks that her job record is really her credentials and bona fides. She's a fucking communist agitator and organizer. How can you support this woman? She's a hardcore Soviet communist type. She's evil. The woman is evil.
Politics. Let me ask you this: if you're an expert on California politics, which it's definitely a smaller market than Illinois, why haven't you won a seat yet?
I'm fighting right now to be the mayor of Chicago. I'm trying to liberate my hometown, and I used to live in Los Angeles. I used to live in Century City and Beverly Hills, and I'll be back. I will come back to LA and clean up Karen fat ass Bass's mess.
Lecture me on my political decisions in a place that you don't even live in.
You used to live there, and I'm coming back. I'm going to clean up the communist Los Angeles mess that Karen Bass has had. The homeless crisis alone, that scam.
Yeah, but you don't live in Los Angeles.
Have you been on Skid Row? Every American is ashamed of Skid Row. We need to clean it up. Get them all out of there. Put them in a prison.
Since I was a little fucking. Thank you, Pepe. Like Skid Row's nothing new. Yes, has it gotten bigger? Absolutely. Have they put a couple of tents and an open bar out there? 100%. But all of these problems have existed.
You admit that Karen Bass has opened a bar for Skid Row? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm trying to understand. Just because Spencer Pratt is saying things that you like, is there a pathway towards productivity that he's going to deliver?
100% he can deliver. This is the thing that so baffles the mind is liberals on this app, intellectual, liberal, elite Democrats. They say Trump didn't do what he promised to do the first time. It's the same type of nonsense.
This lacks critical thinking.
Really?
I can vote for Donald Trump in what makes sense for me on a national stage
Oh.
and more locally.
You're thinking local. You're like Marshall Rankin. I see.
Locals in my own backyard.
What happened there? You got too close to the mic.
Make a critical thinking decision as to who is the best.
Yeah, critically thinking. Creatively thinking.
Right? So somebody complaining about the woes of Democrats and my house burned down, that is not going to give me confidence that this person is going to advocate for my best interests.
So Spencer Pratt isn't going to advocate for gay, bisexual,
okay, so you're easily taken. That's what I'm hearing.
Biracial, queer, liberal, elite, intellectual Democrats. Somebody's giving you the left eyes.
Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Adams, a man supporting Karen Bass over Spencer Pratt. How could he do this to us? Such a betrayal of who we thought you were.
Who's us?
Shameful.
Who is us?
He wants the handouts.
Shameful.
Who is us?
It's true. He probably wants to get something.
Who is us?
Yeah, I understand. You want the money. I get it. But that's what I'm saying. That's why we wanted to know how much would it cost for Spencer Pratt to cut you a check. The consensus. The we the people.
How she's gonna bring your rent down and your wages up.
The rent's already going down.
Okay.
So I mean that's definitely my wheelhouse. I don't know anybody else that's spent over a decade through many different REITs, publicly traded REITs, in looking at the numbers and auditing files. So I mean at the end of the day the rent's already going down and the election is still going on. So I mean what are we talking
Come
about?
on, the rent isn't going down. What are you talking
When was the
about?
last time that you guys actually
Rents
shopped
don't
around
go
for
down,
rents?
they only go up, sir.
In Los Angeles. So Sam, you live in who's complaining? Who's complaining? I just got pre-approved for $1.2 million. What am I complaining about?
All right, there you go.
Okay, so what am I complaining about? What am I complaining about? I can go to Santa Clarita and get 3,000 square feet tomorrow. So what are we complaining about?
Everybody, and you want more.
What are we complaining about?
You want the
You don't live here. Sam, you don't live here. And again, you're struggling. You're right, because again, you don't want to live anywhere that you would struggle. You live in New Jersey, you're struggling. That's why you're going to Central America. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I am going to.
What are you talking about? So again, I want to hear the opinions of somebody who has stamina to be able to compete and be able to keep up in a U.S. market without fleeing to a third world country just because they can't make it here. No, you don't get it. That's why you're fleeing.
No, I got.
That's why you're fleeing.
I don't understand.
That's why you're fleeing. You're a physician.
I'm not fleeing.
You could go set up a private paid facility tomorrow and be able to compete with the rising cost of living. Again, no, I don't understand weakness. That's what I don't understand.
No, you don't.
I don't understand weakness. You're right. I don't understand
where you're at. You stay.
Right. I will stay where I'm at. Thank you.
Right there with Karen Bass at the bar.
Taxes, Dr. Adams.
Who cares? Karen Bass has got a bar on Skid Row.
But I also make more money than other people in my same profession in other parts of the country. That's just what it is.
Well, why are they fleeing over the border into Nevada like every month?
Yeah, they're coming into Arizona. We're really sick of the Californians coming here.
Same thing. Pepe has the same thing. And we have no tax.
They're just Americans fleeing despotism,
I can't
seeking liberty, seeking freedom, seeking joy,
in that place. I can't speak for them. Well, no, but it is.
seeking property tax relief.
Well, but there's plenty. I don't know, Abby. I feel like there's plenty of places where, people that otherwise.
On mansion tax.
What do you mean a mansion tax? That's in the city limits of Los Angeles. I'm not buying a home in the city limits of Los Angeles.
I said, so if you live in the city limits of Los Angeles, you have to pay a tax on the value of your house, additionally to your property taxes.
Have you seen the traffic in the city of Los Angeles? Who's living in those homes? A lot of those homes are
Seattle,
rented.
The same thing, correct? Seattle, the same thing.
Same thing about what? What
mansion
tax are you
tax.
speaking to?
Mansion tax.
Okay. So, do people that hold the most wealth in Seattle, do they live in Seattle or do they live elsewhere?
Well, they're moving to Nevada, a lot of them, and probably to Arizona too. They're getting out because of the tax. That's what's happening with the Californians.
So Mercer Island and Medina, Washington, those were not always enclaves for people that held the most wealth in those areas to otherwise move to get out of the city?
I'm just telling you that we've gotten bombarded with people trying to buy homes out of that state now. Same with California. I'm not making it up. You can look at
And I hear where you're coming from. And there's plenty of real estate agents in Chatsworth and, in Castaic and in Valencia that will say that they've been inundated from people from Texas and from people from Arizona and people from Nevada. I mean, it's one of those things that goes both ways.
We're not domiciled. I'm the gambling thing, they are having
Can't hear you, Abby. You're in the Matrix. I just want to let everybody know that.
Okay, so that wasn't me. I thought it was the wind.
Spencer Pratt just said, I just want to feel safe again. Is it so wrong for Americans just to want to feel safe again, not to feel the victim of an ankle monitor and a no cash bail system and sucker punches in the streets 50 times, get released, back on the street again, committing another crime?
Spencer Pratt's reality. Go look at the crime rates in the Palisades.
I don't have a problem with the bail reform, because all bail is meant to do is to make sure that you come back to court and you're not allowed to commit crimes while you're out on pre-release. The problem is, though, is that the bail reform ended up being all about allowing people to just go in and out, in and out, in and out. And so then you have repeat offenders. That's the part that I think is absolute bullshit.
Yep. And they go out and they kill again. The guy that lit the girl on the train on fire here in Chicago, burned her to death, almost to death, severely burned the rest of her life, destroyed her body, back out on the street. Guy killed a cop in the hospital, back out on the street. Guy knifed a woman on the train, back out on the street.
Los Angeles?
Chicago!
Oh, okay, so let's talk about Nancy Guthrie. How's Nancy Guthrie doing? Pepe, you want to talk about Nancy Guthrie?
That's not a random act of violence. That's
we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. And again, the mayor of the city where Nancy Guthrie
don't know. If you're gonna hold somebody for ransom, obviously you're gonna pick the target.
For ransom, we don't know that she's being held for ransom. We know that a bunch of internet trolls heard the media story and the attention that it's getting, and they made some comments, just like you made comments on the internet. I mean,
I would say Arizona's kind of different. Like, to be a victim of a crime generally, it's generally criminals that are committing crimes against each other. I mean, yes, some people have their homes broken into or their cars stolen. There's that kind of shit will happen anywhere. We're a state that's always kind of had to deal with the car theft problem because you have the drug cartels and everything in Mexico.
But where do you have old ladies?
Hold on, dude.
In Los Angeles.
Hold on. You have the drug cartels, particularly trucks, 4-wheel trucks, and so yes, they constantly steal them from here in this state. It's not necessarily a homegrown problem, though. And you say, well, why don't they do it in California? I don't know why they would or wouldn't do it. But we have a pretty long border with Mexico, and it's a lot easier to get into Mexico than to come in.
We have a whole entire coast. Like, what are you talking about? We have a whole entire coast, Pepe. Laguna Beach, there's people in rafts that literally wash up on shore behind people's homes. Like, what are we talking about?
You don't put a truck on a raft.
I mean, you could, depending on the capabilities of the raft. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, these coyotes, you can only speak to this because you are Mexican. I mean, we know how much Mexico spends on sending people and product over the border. So we don't know what type of capabilities they have there.
Mexico does what?
Well, I don't know. I can't speak to that. You're Mexican, so I'm not.
I'm not Mexican. I'll just troll people and say I'm Mexican. Because everybody called me Mexican for years on here, but no, we.
Who the fuck is this?
It's Peter.
You don't know who Peter is? Hey, who the fuck is this?
Can we get a mod badge for Peter? Can we get a mod badge for Peter, please? Can you mod Peter, please?
I have English proficiency. Do you? Do you know, young man?
You don't have my dad. I have my dad.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind everyone here right now that Dr. Adams here, a supposed conservative Republican, is supporting Karen Bass.
He's talking about the medal. He just got the Carpenter medal on his profile. He said, "You don't have medal. I have medal."
What I'm trying to tell you guys is that Dr. Adams is supporting Karen Bass, and we all have to take a step back and breathe and try to think rationally and creatively and know that Karen Bass is the problem.
If running for mayor of Chicago, I would vote for her.
You got it. She doesn't separate state and economics. She is a communist. She's going to borrow and spend. LA is set up great. Every taxpayer only owes $1,500 in LA. In Chicago, we owe $50,000 to our local government. $50,000. Our city is totally debt ridden. It's completely bankrupt. Los Angeles is in a great financial position. Do not let Karen Bass destroy your city. You have to fight Karen Bass with all of your will, all of your power, all of your strength. Karen Bass must be destroyed.
I hope she's reelected to the Black National Anthem.
Dude, it sounds like you're looking out for yourself. You want that cost of living improved. You want a racial identity too. I mean, what's wrong with you? That's not. This is selfish.
You're going to South America.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go make a shitload of money down there.
Right, and you're not going to be paying the
There's a lot of homes down there too. I mean,
You're not going to be paying American taxes, are you?
I'm not going to be paying state. I'll be paying
You know
federal.
how much cheaper
Well, there you go.
Do you know how many more women there are and how cheap they are to date in Latin America?
So, Pepe, let me ask you a question. You're in a place where, you know, and I'm not even being a hater, and I'm not also trying to sound weird. You're a very attractive person. So, why is it, and you know what? I'm going to give a 2-for-1. So are you, Beaver. So are you. Okay? So, I'm trying to understand, if you're not having any luck in the United States, what makes you think that you're going to go to a plighted country and experience some type of luck there?
Oh, I didn't say
Because Iran has its own.
I'm just saying though, if you want it, that is, let's not kid ourselves. That's why the whole passport bros thing is real, is because there's a lot of women that, let's just face it, they look at American men as meal tickets, and the cost of living is cheaper, and so.
But that's not true anymore.
That is the goal.
Yeah, but Pepe, listen.
It's going to be easier.
But listen to the men like Sam, okay? And Sam is a physician. So if Sam is struggling, okay, as a physician, then retire. Okay, so if Sam is struggling as a quitter and a physician, why then do you think that you're going to attain a better level of success going to another country?
Have you heard of a foreign exclusion tax of $150,000? Do you know that if you go overseas and you make $150,000, you can get that excluded as taxes?
You can live in Puerto Rico and pay no income tax in Puerto Rico.
That's true. If you're a trader. That's right. You don't have to pay any capital gains.
Do you know that you can get the date rape drug over the counter in Mexico?
Oh boy, here we go.
Here we go.
Dr. Adams, you know.
John, you see what you did?
Oh, El Normo's here.
Pepe said that. Pepe said that. Pepe, nice try, Pepe.
For me? I know you're Mexican. Rohypnol's actually a really cheap drug, too.
Rohypnol is not Quaaludes? No, that's Roofies.
So as we can tell, Pepe is gifted with love language, and love bombing and love poetry. Pepe, what's your...
My love language is Rohypnol, chlorophyll, that kind of stuff.
Pepe, what's your go-to pickup line in the bar if you were to approach a woman at the bar?
It's have a sip. Is that your drink?
Pepe Cosby. Pepe, have you thought of taking your fame on social media and maybe turning that into a Jello endorsement?
A what endorsement?
A Jello endorsement.
Well, Dr. Adams, are you going to take your fame and support Karen Bass publicly? Are you publicly supporting Karen Bass?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me look at your Instagram to confirm. Please hold.
I don't think you can see my Instagram. You're blocked.
Oh, you can block 100 accounts?
You're blocked.
Well, you're not a traitor if you move to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is the United States.
No, I'm sorry. When you move to Puerto Rico and you register as IRS as a professional trader, meaning stocks and trading.
Oh, a trader.
Yeah, that. Not a traitor. A trader.
Yeah. You can be a doctor.
You know that.
You get tax exemptions. You don't even have to pay on some of the capital gains.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh no,
I went there because my friends just moved there.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that's right. There are people doing that.
My New Yorker friends who are in real estate.
Yeah, those are nomad capitalists. They're seeking opportunities around where they can get the best ROI on their money, on themselves, on what they're doing.
Well, first of all, he left L.A. There's two brothers. One of them left L.A. that had a beautiful place above Bel Air, whatever you call that hill above Bel Air, Dr. Adams, above the Bel Air Hotel, right up that street, whatever that is, I forget the name of it. Beautiful mansion, they sold it. And his brother bought it like a chateau in the Cotswolds in England during the pandemic. But then when the Labour government came in England, they just spiked up the taxes. They wanted to charge him more taxes than he was making in income.
Well, the Labour Party is a Democrat party in the United States. That's a party doctors promote.
To the left even of that. Although our Democratic Party is lurching to the left on its own.
Lurching? They're already far hard left. They want to spend trillions of dollars on Green New Deals, which is just spending scams. They're not letting that go. AOC and the Green Movement and these climatologists.
Bring back the green scam.
100% they do. AOC is positioning herself to run for president. She was just at University of Chicago. She's in the media nonstop, creating propaganda pieces of her giggling and smiling like she's going to be our new mother and savior of America. She is one of the most dangerous people alive today.
I'm one of the greatest.
Well, that's part of the danger.
But she kind of looks like a camel. She kind of looks like a camel.
She's hot. Come on. She's a hot, beautiful Latina. Come on.
Well, she's a hardcore fraud. She's a hardcore liar. She doesn't tell the truth. She doesn't talk about the truth. She just creates lies and propaganda. She is literally one of the most dangerous, sexy femme fatales that this country's ever created.
She knows how to market herself really well, isn't she?
It's a bunch of baloney out of her mouth.
There's no question about that. But she knows how to. Politics is a popularity contest. It's how well you market yourself.
What are you guys talking about? AOC, Alexandria, Ocasio.
We're talking about you, Pepe.
You're mentioning
She's
sister,
cute.
Pepe.
She's cute. The thing is, she's not. I mean, she's conventionally attractive, but it's the fact that she's a congresswoman, which is kind of, there's not many that are good looking. So.
Right. It's not like Hollywood, right? When they say Washington is Hollywood for ugly people.
Yeah, in Hollywood, she would not stand out.
Right. But she's a very pretty human being. And
she's cute, but it's just her. I don't know what it is. It's like her nostrils. It's something about them. I just.
Now you're just
hard to get over.
You're picking
her nostrils.
She has like, is she part black or something? I'm not seeing it.
I don't know. Speaking of the blackness of the black, where's A-Check?
What?
A-Check. Where is?
He said he was in treatment, I guess, for his leg.
There you go. Tell him to come back. We forgive him.
You got Joe. You got Joe Hero down there. And Joe Hero was saying that we have so much land in this country.
That topic is probably outside of his domain.
What topic?
Black American.
Well, he wanted to speak so very candidly on that. It's kind of like George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree. That.
Oh no.
So, the other day you guys had this reparations room, and I'm reading this, Ayn Rand book about the virtue of selfishness. Beaver and Pepe and Cool and Joe and.
That's the part of altruism, correct?
So.
She's against it.
I know.
I'm different from a lot of that's where I'm different from a lot of conservatives. I'm not like completely against like social safety nets and all of that shit, which like they are, but.
Okay, but the point is the separation of state and economics.
Medicare, Social Security.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He's talking about EBT, Social Security, Medicare.
I want to hear his specific.
Yeah, like in other words, like I don't like seeing people go without health care or like not have food and that kind of shit.
Okay, so the problem with
that's just me personally.
See, the No Kings protesters put graffiti up that says Medicare, Medicaid is a human right. Now, profit making at insurance corporations and big pharmaceutical corporations is not a human right. These corporations could not make the quarterly revenue growth and profits that they do without taxpayer dollars through Medicare and Medicaid. And it's a budget. So how are we giving corporations quarterly budgets to make profits? That's not pay as you go on demand. That's not efficiency. That's bureaucracy and just quarterly spend. That has to change. We can't keep operating this way. Country's 40 trillion in debt. We spend 7 trillion, we take in 5 trillion. Instead of buying low, selling high, we're buying high, selling low. We're fucking ourselves.
Well, look at states like California. They tax so much, but where the fuck does that money go? It's just rampant fraud and abuse.
To the pockets of the corrupt politicians. That's where it goes.
Well, I mean, seriously, that has to be. I don't know how easily how easily it can be gotten rid of, but it is way over the top. Like and far as all of the people skimming, all of the fraudsters out there in different communities, like, I don't know. I mean, you almost have to just start throwing a lot of people in prison. I mean, it's just, at the end of the day, people are never going to be able to have, to get the help with health care or anything like that if we have to constantly, if the funds are constantly siphoned off by a bunch of scam artists.
Dude, you know how much it costs per prisoner? $40,000 to $50,000 per taxpayer per prisoner. Guards, food. It's expensive too. It's not cheap. It's not a third world prison where you fit 20 people in a room and feed them like soup, a bowl of soup and a piece of bread.
Those prisons are either the best or the worst to be in, depending on how much money you have.
Well, we need capital punishment, and we got to clear the books. That means anybody on death row in this country should face immediate firing squad to cut down on the spend. That's ruthless capitalism. That's laissez-faire capitalism. Because if we don't believe in paying down the debt, and we only believe in expanding the debt, we are a society of low virtue, low value criminals. And all I can say is Hillary Clinton should be in prison. Bill Clinton should be in prison.
Things need to be opened back up and there will be
There's a lot of other criminals that should be in prison, like Mayor Brandon Johnson, Lori Lightfoot, even Rahm Emanuel, all criminals, all traitors. They sold us out. They sold our streets. You can't park in the city of Chicago without $20.
The Republicans fucking sold us out too. You don't think that
sold you out? Who do you think fought the Democrats in the Civil War and died by the hundreds of thousands? Republicans. The Republicans destroyed the Democrats in the Civil War, fought them to the death. That was the real divide and separation in this country, the Republicans and the Democrats in the Civil War.
They were for a while. The Republicans were like the party of big business and free markets, and they really, the Democrats were far more protectionist when it comes to the I guess you'd say the average American worker. That has changed quite a bit. Now they're kind of, now the Democrats for the last.
Who owned the slaves? The Democrats.
Shut the fuck up.
Who founded the KKK? The Democrats. Who enforced Jim Crow segregation laws? The Democrats. The Indian Removal Act? Democrats. Trail of Tears? Democrats. Japanese internment? Democrats.
Okay, gotta going back down to the loony bin. I mean, the Democrats had turned into they were the more or less the party of the American work, kind of looking out for the everyday guy or worker, and then they switched to being basically they served urban elitists and minorities, and they basically said fuck the average American worker, and that's been their messaging.
They will never be able to deliver. And when they make these false promises, and they will, and they're gonna be, feel good party, I feel your pain, they're gonna do that, and they're gonna get in, and they're just gonna mess things up. You need to give things out. You gotta get it from somewhere. You can't give something of value without taking a value from somewhere else.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, I'm gonna let him back up from the money bin. See if he's medicated.
Mullah is down.
Okay, I just had an apple, so I'm feeling hydrated and fully medicated. I just wanted to say the Democrats are responsible for slavery, defending slavery, funding and founding the KKK, perpetrating lynchings, enforcing segregation, creating Jim Crow laws, filibustering civil rights legislation, opposing the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the Indian Removal Act, the Trail of Tears, and Japanese internment, all brought to you by the Democrat, racist, Nazi Democrat, abortion-murdering party from hell, known as Clown World Democrats with their purple wigs. Every time a Democrat always annoys you, they always look like the clown emoji. Every single time. How is that possible? That every single time you see a Democrat like Maxine Waters, say, shut that man up! Shut that man up! Shut her up! Well, they always look like a clown. Every single time. Hello?
I have no idea what you said.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that we've got a big problem in this country because every $1 trillion that we borrow and spend is one more trillion towards complete and total Marxism. And that means the unification of the banking industrial complex with the government.
Of the Democrats you think are actually Marxists?
100%. They can't even explain to you what inflation is. They can't explain to you what inflation. It's affordability. We got an affordability crisis here. It's because of the inflation. It's because of the borrowing. It's because of the spending. Hello?
I mean, you don't think that if California was different, if somebody like Gavin Newsom would be singing a completely different tune?
There you go. The ultimate another one of those opportunists.
He's perhaps one of the savvier ones, and he's a handsome, charming guy. He's not afraid to debate and talk to people. Like he actually walked into the Republican National Committee's convention, and while Sean Hannity was on air, just walked up to him, and that dude. How many people would do that from either side?
Yeah, he's gonna sell that feel good. He's handsome. He just knows how to talk like a car salesman type of thing. Referred to as.
Yeah, and it's not a reason to vote for him. In fact, it kind of shows that he's a snake. But
he's a snake. Yeah. And what's amazing is that they all seem to act a similar way when you look at Gavin and Kamala and Hillary and Bill. And you think they went to the same training molding program. They're cut from the same cloth.
Well, they're expert at communication, and they take all the right photos, say all the right words, they position themselves and reframe Donald Trump in every single sentence. Our politicians in Chicago create puff pieces, 15 to 30-second reels, every single day, essentially talking about Donald Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome to the max, and they know it works. Because by talking about nothing, which is just talking about Donald Trump all the time, and never about your property taxes, never about your state income tax or your federal income tax, no real issue that impacts you, and just talking about Donald Trump, that alone is an effective communication strategy, and they've proven it statistically that it works. So that's the challenge of the Republicans, to try to overcome that hurdle. The best way to do that is by buying advertisements on Google and on YouTube, attacking the liberal intellectual elites for hypocrisy and fraud and stupidity and R-word and lack of intelligence. It's the best way to fight them, but they're not really doing that. And a lot of the billionaires have just left and gone to Florida, and they're never coming back. So the Democrat blue states are just going to become hardcore, indebted, insolvent, unserviceable, communist-run Democrat shitholes. Hello?
Hello?
J-Lo, what are you up to in your neck of the woods?
You don't really care, so don't ask.
What, why are you being rude?
Because you're rude.
I asked you how you were doing today, and then you.
No, that's not what you said.
I said, what are you up to in your neck of the woods? That's like, what are you doing today? How are you doing?
Yeah, no.
Did you
know when you know, Pepper.
Very hostile,
You know.
very hot. You're a very hostile man.
Thank you very much. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, that's it.
Love is in the air.
See, you know what's interesting is.
So on take off his neck.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't need no suit again. Scratch.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, what?
Who is this?
That came out. Slat, where did you come from?
He comes from Slatistan.
That was some real ghetto gutter talk right there. That was interesting. Couldn't quite identify the race based on the intonations, but what's interesting is that, you know, a lot of times when Pepe hosts a room, it's really, I call it Pepe's emotional processing zone. Meaning that for hours, Pepe will sit there and fight with his emotions. And, you know, eventually you realize it's just a Pepe show, but really it's the same thing that's going on in the politically correct room, which is Ban, aka Goat. Pepe and Goat are technically like the same people. They do the same show. And I just want to salute all the Pepes and all the bands in the world, because without them, it would be really boring. You know, we need these people who can't shut up and just want to talk all the time and really bring no real value and just complain at the layaway section and, you know, waste all their time. Well, John Kitover...
Steve and his show.
Same thing. Steve is a screamer. You guys are the Al Pacinos of Clubhouse. Not today, Mr. Judge, because I'm gonna get there. You know, it's just the screaming show. And it creates an emotional response in the central nervous system of the listeners. It's purely neurolinguistic. And the problem is the Democrats will sit on their couch and on their recliner, and then they'll say, hello? Hello? You know, it's just, see, the problem really is censorship. If we had a way to allow people at real time to say yes, 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 let that person speak, we would eventually, you wouldn't hear about Pepe anymore. You wouldn't even hear from Ben. They'd be so low in the totem pole, no one would vote for them. Because there is a force, which is like a part of the equation, which is the unseen component of what people want to listen to, which is truly the truth or intelligence. People that can accurately describe the crisis and the lack of intelligence. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, dude, you see, the difference between you and I is that people let me speak, and then, of course, I would make rooms that people would actually go to. You have rooms that nobody goes to, because nobody will allow you on stage long enough to speak. So, given the opportunity, I don't know. I'd say you're a little chatty Cathy yourself. Hey, Soren, what's up, bud? Do you have anything to say about the genocidal apartheid state of Israel today and their war on the brown children in Palestine? Where'd he go? God damn it! I wanted to hear what he had to say.
I'm sure you do.
He'll spurg out. I mean, he's funny. No, you listen. I can't do his voice even. I'm not gonna try. I don't know. I saw on the internet today. I don't know how true it is that apparently they're gonna resume some military operation in Iran. I don't know what that's gonna entail, but it's gonna start this week.
Okay, folks. Any more speakers? Anybody? Somebody? Please?
Well, I invited Soren up here, and then he left. I tried to make it entertaining. you call it? So, okay, since everybody's talking, what do you call slut? What do you call it? Do you know what a slut is?
Yes, a slut.
What is a slut in Farsi?
A slut is a slave, right? For example, with you or with O. A slut with you or O.
Was that you?
Oh. Means whore?
Yeah.
Jinde.
Jinde?
Yes, Jinde.
So if I call a person called Jinde, she'll say what?
Exactly. What?
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I have that. I'll make mental note.
Thank you.
I do know a coworker told me that like on or and is shit. It's like the only other fucking word. And
shit. Like scheiße. In German.
Pepe, what happened to you and Lon?
I have been, I used to make rooms and I was like, you had like like back when they had like a lot of those bigger creators on the app, they would always want me on their stages and shit. So like I was always like in black circles, I guess you could say, on Clubhouse, but like most of them left, and I just kind of don't really talk about the same shit as a lot of that side of Clubhouse. So she kind of hangs out more over there, and so we're never like really in the same rooms as each other. So
in short, she went back to fucking black men.
Oh no, she's
exactly where we knew she would end up.
No, she
went back to the boneyard. That train is never late.
No, she texted me last night. We're so buddies.
Besties?
I mean, what is it? I don't know what Whack does in his rooms, because I never really go in there. But then you have the other ones, like, what the fuck is, look, Bella, I mean, she makes bigger rooms now, which is interesting, but what do they do besides talk about gossip, or like, they gossip about each other's, like, personal lives, and somebody spills the tea on somebody that basically they ended up linking up in real life, or they hooked up or had a relationship, and then
Are you talking about politically correct?
They hear all of each other's dirty laundry. It's like kind of like the same shit.
No, it's one-upping. They have straight black men who are conservative Christians come in that dunk on Ban and basically cause him to have crash outs. That's the whole show. The whole show is Ban. Without show, First Lady and Patty, there would be no show. It would be so boring.
We're talking about the dark side of the app, not politically correct. I don't even consider the dark side. I mean, it may have mostly black people.
The trenches is just.
The dark side is more similar to the trenches.
Yes. Listen, you could, if you were creative and you were, I sold a website called blackpeoplepodcast.com because recording trench conversations on Clownhouse is shocking. And it's actually like Cray, that Cray, his bang rooms. To me, those are some of the most like insane content I've ever heard, just audio, in terms of like audio. There's no video.
For sure.
Well, anyways, it's such a waste of time and pathetic, but this is in a way how you actually make value and make money by providing alternative content that is so shocking that it's basically like jerky. It's like Jerky Boys, or prank calls. But anyways, there's nothing quite like it. And it's really because it's a conference call and because you have all these nodes inputting into a network. And so the output is, rather remarkable. But if you suffer from brain rot, like Dr. Peepee here and Dr. Adams and other people on this app people are sending me money. See, look, capitalism in action. This is the separation of state and economics, which is true laissez-faire capitalism. And I'm being rewarded for my values. Oh my God, more money! My value is increasing because of my value! Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. Rabono Shalom. Oh my God, even more money! Woo! 40 cents in the bag. I could maybe tip at the bar. You ever tip too much and then you didn't really get the thank you that you thought you were going to get, and you're like, I kind of gave you extra there. Yeah. You're losing your mind. Thanks, Jane, for all the money. Love the money, honey.
I mean, he says that when people like me speak, it's low IQ, but I mean, this is cute, actually, like, really fascinating. It's really.
But he's more productive than you are.
Oh, how so?
Oh yeah, explain that one.
Well, right now you're live on my podcast. I've got 20 phones pointing at my face. That's value creation. You guys are just on the plantation. I'm in the house with my cell phone pointed out the windows, recording you all on your plantation. See you at the country club. Call the caddy and tell him to bring my golf bag around back.
How are you going to increase your karma score, John?
Rabono Shalom, I'm reading Ayn Rand live here on Clown House. The virtue of selfishness. I'm also playing a harmonica.
Did you do a talent show when you were in school, John?
Yes, actually, I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Annie in the 8th grade play. I was FDR in the 8th grade. Tomorrow, I love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away.
Did your flip come?
Tomorrow, I love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away.
Do you have any?
Very nice.
When did you become crazy though? Like, was it high school, college?
It was embryonic stage.
Well, you would have been admitted to the military, I guess. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was an officer, so he would have gone in. I don't know how people troll about him being mentally ill, which I mean, it's definitely, I question that, but if he was an officer, he would have gone in around, like, what, 22 or 23, and then at that, various mental illnesses have already set in, so.
An officer where, in the Boy Scouts?
No, in the Army.
No way.
Yes. No.
No way. No way he reaps officer.
Decorated.
Yeah, he went to the Citadel.
Are you kidding me? He reached officer rank?
John, what's your pedigree? Everyone doesn't know. I tried. I don't think he went to a war.
I'm sorry, I was refreshing my beverage. Was there a question?
There was an inquiry about your military service history.
Oh, I understand. Well, I'm a graduate of one of the most prestigious Southern military schools ever created and conceived in America, the Citadel, where they originally kept the slaves at bay and made them work. And the military at my college enforced the laws of the slaves. And so, after I graduated from Army and ROTC, I was commissioned as an intelligence officer. But then, upon going into the military, I quickly discovered there was no intelligence. So, I decided to form my own counterintelligence army unit, a top-secret CIA program known as Clown House. And here I am, ladies and gentlemen, unveiling myself to you, a CIA spy, here on Clown House!
was like a CIA asset or some stupid shit, like I'd be wasting my fucking time.
We still think that you are.
Oh,
what the fuck are we talking about? Like, we all still think that you are.
What would I be? What useful information would I be collecting on this fucking app as working for the CIA? It's asinine.
I don't know. You guys did a lot just to deplatform Roger. You know? So it's like what?
Everybody that's coming out here for entertainment, why would they be doing that much?
He deplatformed himself. He deplatformed himself. All I did was put his picture in my PTR. I didn't say
That was the greatest thing I've ever seen, Pepe, when you did that. It's perfect.
That asshole came on here with his real name, real picture.
Defeater. Yeah, we all knew his name. It's true. Sorry to interrupt you, Pepe. Go ahead.
No, it's all right.
Was that Jane?
I have not done any.
Hello, Jane.
Well,
How are you?
I like the drama, and I have to compliment him.
The Karen Bass protest.
Oh, no.
To support Karen Bass.
I stay in New York. I try not to.
I just want to say that Roger Mayhem was the best campaign fundraiser Congressman Kitover ever had. Roger Mayhem raised us $600, Rabono Shalom, and we enjoyed every penny of it.
Oh, wow, where did you go?
I didn't do it.
Oh, he's out of the
I didn't do it. Oh, he's down there.
We don't want to lose our agent, you know.
Didn't Roger just quit? What was it really?
Yeah, he quit. I didn't. No, he didn't lose his account. He ended up out.
There's more to it though.
It was bullied. He was bullied off of this app.
Pepe just did a PTR and then the dude.
No, he was definitely bullied.
How so?
Because they called him fat guy. So what? I get called fat all the time. It's not really a reason to quit.
Well, I mean, what was really funny is he was body shaming so many fucking people, including women. I mean,
So do you.
Amazing. So I don't go out of my way.
So let's skip
I
past
don't
that.
go out of my way. No,
Yes, you
I don't
do.
go out of my
Pepe.
No, I don't.
Pepe. Listen, Pepe.
When? Where?
You do too.
Pepe, no,
You do it more than me. I lived it.
But I own
What the
it.
fuck are you talking about?
I own it. I'm building a brand.
I rarely talk about
I'm building a brand. I'm getting big back water bottles.
Okay,
I'm
Adam.
getting my big back t-shirts made. You guys don't understand how much
Water bottles.
okay, is actually going to take over.
Big
Like,
bag. Big
I
bag.
spent my
Big
time
bag,
on
big
this
bag,
app.
big
Oh
bag.
my God.
All right.
Adam's mad. You're just mad, Sam.
Adams, go on mute. You interrupted me when I was speaking. Jesus Christ. No, but he was purposely like being pretty harsh on a bunch of women, fat shaming him, all of this stuff. Just commenting on people's looks, period. And I was like, wait a minute. I remember that fucking podcast he did with Lunatic Libertarian. Oh, shit. So I went and it was a few years ago I saw it. And I took a screenshot and I didn't even say a word. I just went on a stage with this fucking photo, and then he left. And he's like, I need to focus on other things and like brand, protect my brand or whatever the fuck that is. And it's just like, okay, dude. I mean, whatever. I mean, and he was a fucking asshole. He acted like he never had anything intelligent to say, but would act like. But he was really quick to call other people stupid or to say that or point out how they could I don't know. I don't know how to put it. It's almost like he used this as an opportunity not to actually talk, but it's like he just liked being the fucking moderator or having the people come into his room. It was weird.
He was mean. That dude was mean. Like him and Kelly, everyone always praised them. I was always just so confused by that because they were such assholes. They were just so mean and vile with people.
I mean, to be fair, I think Kelly had like health stuff going on and. She was. I would just put her as irritable. She didn't seem like, she never really heard her say mean things. She would just, because you never heard her really insult people, at least that I remember, but it was always like, excuse me, if you don't know how to shut the fuck up, I'm going to put you in the audience, okay? I'm sick of this shit. And it's like, it was like that kind of mean, which is like.
Shut up.
Yeah.
So, Pepe, My tagline is Big Back Athleisure. Drop the weight and own the brand.
Do you have shower caps?
Don't in the black community.
I'm discussing a bonnet line. Yeah.
But don't they like back women generally? Like they would call women long backed. I mean.
Okay, that's enough retardation for one day.
Identity behind being fit. So this is actually meant to directly compete with Lululemon.
What about a smoke detector shaped like a shower cap?
I watched the whole thing. I've been brought the whole
But you know, with the temple prostitutes and things like that, he says he's not gonna punish their daughters when they commit like when they cheat on them and they commit boredom and stuff like that. He's not gonna consider it like they did anything. He's not gonna punish them.
The fuck is that?
So it is true that like over history, like the Democrats have benefited more, right, and gerrymandered more, right? But that's including a historical fact that includes.
I don't see how that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The PR seems pretty bad on that one. I don't really see women liking it. But.
Well, and men as well. So there's actually a larger representation of men that actually, especially the novelty items, the branded T-shirts and whatnot. We're not just talking about the athletic attire, the tumblers, and the yoga mats and whatnot. Like there's a product representation for the men as well.
Our country's getting fat. My niece, a couple of weeks ago, Adams, she went to the store, I think it was at a beach or somewhere, and she was like, I couldn't find anything my size, so she's very slim. They're all bigger than me. This is crazy, man. We gotta lose some weight.
Is this in the South?
Yeah, this is like in Florida, Panama, in the South, yeah. It's crazy.
I feel like there's like parts of the country that are where people are on. Yeah, I could be totally wrong, but I feel like in the South and maybe the Midwest, it's more common to see like larger people.
Oh yeah,
for great point. When you're closer to the beach, there's slimmer people, I noticed. But the further you go away from the beach, the bigger the shit gets. Because people don't fucking care. They're like, well, that's what I noticed.
A shocking statistic to me is that the average black woman weighs more than the average black man. And 20 pounds more than the average.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Can you believe that?
Can you post that data, please?
I'm shocked how fat people are.
To be fair though, aren't like black people overly concentrated in what the fuck is this? Aren't they overly concentrated?
It's like 40 something because again, you have to include twice married, 3-time marriages. That's what brings the rate up. If you're looking at just first time marriages, it's way lower. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of the shit you're talking about is just with everybody. You're just talking about this, like what you gave, like what marriages, like that isn't true. What you're saying isn't.
Let me check real quick. So newer marriages, you're saying that the rate of divorce is more than 50.
It's lower.
It's lower than you want.
When you look up divorce stats, it only goes over 50 when you're talking about second and third marriage. It's never first marriage.
Why y'all only focus on the percentage that's divorced when we talk about marriage? We only focus on the divorce rate, but when we start talking about
vegetables, your diet is very important. Maintaining a good body mass index within normal range is very important. You gotta take your weight and your height. Do your BMI calculator online. You all should be doing that.
normal BMI is 25 and below. But we got a lot of Americans in the overly obese, 30 plus. Because of the diet. We got a corn-based diet, carb-based diet.
Shit out of our foods. That shit make a lot of sense. We just need to, and sadly, they're going to be in the right? We need to start to elect other politicians that's going to take it to another level, because it doesn't matter who you are, black, white, no matter. We're here in New York City with the shit that could have been avoided, but it's your mom, brother, sister, whatever. That shit is devastating. And it could definitely
Shalom, everyone.
take hold of
For those who are tuning in.
in this country.
Right, but quality food. Here's the catch. It's the catch-22. The quality food costs more money. In the Midwest and the South.
My name is Michael Corio. Se llama Miguel Orleo on it. People will pay a lot of money for that information.
But that low-cost food is harmful.
My name is Michael Corio. Se llama Miguel Orleo on it. I make.
It's a lot of fresh fruit in these farms. Everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, you can pretty much throw it in anything, and shit's gonna grow. But when you go to the stores, it's very.
Car accident.
I don't know how to happen.
No, it's on you. Monsanto's out there. It's on you. But it costs money. It does cost more. Organic food costs more. Well, you got other countries, with lower cost of living, you get healthy food for better value. But if you're going to be in the U.S., you gotta be selective with your food. You really have to put effort into finding quality food now. Else, you gotta put effort.
My friends. I mean, he is getting Christian friends. He's always having to
This is why they call us Goyim. I used to think Lower.
I know, I've known him for years.
This is why they call us Goyim. I used to think low IQ anti-Semitism is just something that they said.
But I was defending Jesus, and all I said was that, they were trying to allocate properties of Muhammad, Jesus, and trying to justify that.
Dan is brain dead, low IQ.
And all I said was, well, Jesus would never marry a 9-year-old.
This is why
all I said was Jesus would never marry a 9-year-old. And then I got removed from the state.
On this civilization, what I'd like to do is help solve some important problems, but in a small way, help build the internet, and then with respect to the global warming problem, the transition from away from oil and other hydrocarbons to something which is clean and sustainable. I hope to have an impact there. And then with respect to space, I hope to have an impact again, helping make humanity a multi-planet species. That's really
It's President Trump house, always.
Got it.
Where is Matt?
He's on a date with my sister.
Pepe, come on, man.
What is your hope?
Gross. Here's this really great. I don't know that if it's true, that's wonderful. Happy for Matt. But she shouldn't say things like that. It's not true.
That's a ghetto white back bitch. What do they call him, Pepe Tortas?
That's what,
Yep.
What's his name?
Couldn't come up with one fast enough. I see you, Pepe.
I don't have any sisters.
It's right. Pepe?
An aspiring entrepreneur decided to.
I'm here at my parents' house.
The man in the Dropbox went out to Silicon Valley and came to my attention. When
Sounds like a very sexual dog, Pepe.
Sounds like Pepe's becoming a family man. And I think
Is your father the head of the household, Pepe? What's going on? That dog sounds a little light in his bark.
It's a Chihuahua.
Her bark. Her bark. Her bark.
Oh,
my bad. My bad. Where's Bima?
Word God, Pepe says on a date with his sister, I'm gonna punch him.
Pepe's on a date with his sister?
Yep.
Oh, crap.
I thought he was gonna say Bima was. But that's even more weird.
You're a good boy, huh? You're a good weirdo. There's an old dog, and he has like really. So, my stepmom's cousin passed away a couple years ago, and she inherited their dogs. One of them passed away. So they're old dogs, but this one's pretty fragile, and he has like really bad separation anxiety. So like, you have to go out. And I said I'd watch it this afternoon.
So you got a frigid ass dog.
He's naughty, aren't you?
So you got a frigid ass dog?
Fragile.
No, I said frigid.
He said fragile.
She's the just divorced wife whose ex-husband won $273 million in the lottery. Mike Mursky never had a steady job in their 15-year marriage. And when they divorced 5 months ago, she was ordered to pay him alimony. Now, at age 53, this regular Joe is mega rich. She doesn't want a penny of his winnings.
Your ex-husband won over $270 million. You were the breadwinner when you were married. You think you're entitled to any of that?
The only thing that I would like to see is obviously termination of spousal support.
Eileen says the lottery jackpot doesn't change the way she feels about Mike. The marriage did not end on a happy note.
Now that you have money, it doesn't mean that I would want to come back.
Mike reacted this
Right,
way.
Pepe.
$270 million
Well, I mean,
does
if
not
I
make
could
me a
go
feeling guy.
hitchhike and
That's what she said in the
you
video.
know, and you were like,
I don't
fresh
care.
meat, and then, you know, they would take turns raping me.
I don't care.
Fortunately,
Check
that's
this
not how
out.
the world works.
She's the just divorced wife whose ex-husband won $270.
It's not the same Pepe.
I don't put on a show anymore. I don't. Yeah, but you. If you
This
have
is Pepe and his golden years. I'm gonna call this the golden.
if you have to spend day in day out, and like you're like putting on a fucking show, it's like yeah, you're always like in. I don't know how to put it. It is kind of a perishable skill. You learn to.
Jennifer
She's the
Lopez.
just divorced wife whose ex-husband won $2.
I don't care about that. Fuck that old bitch.
She has the energy to, you know, controlling her audience.
What audience?
Exactly. That's what
She
we're
was
saying.
talentless. She was nothing. She was just a good-looking person when she was younger. She was a mediocre singer and a shitty actress.
The masses come onto this app for entertainment, not giving the people what.
Or your religion was lying to you all this time, and you have a set of empty commandments that don't actually allow you to serve God in any way.
You have to admit that Jesus literally changed the world. He's right. Either Jesus is the Messiah, or Judaism is just a lie. It's just completely a lie. It's
I'll
false.
read you what the Radak says on Yirmiyahu 31:31. Behold, days are coming, ... new covenant. Its newness is that it will be kept and not broken, like the covenant that Bnei Israel cut with God at Mount Sinai.
Yeah, correct.
Regarding this, and it says, for the prophet Yirmiyahu prophesies about a new Torah, which will in the future come to be. This isn't like a new Torah which was given at Mount Sinai, since it says, not according to the covenant.
that it won't be a newness of the covenant, but rather its fulfillment keeping. Kiuma, fulfillment. And behold, it says, Malachi sealed the prophets with the seal of his words. Remember the Torah of Moshe, my servant, which I commanded him in Horeb for all those statutes and judgments. That whole section will be in the future, just like it seals. Behold, I will send you Eliah the prophet. Behold, you see that there will never be a new Torah, but for the one which was given at Mount Sinai, like it says, which I commanded him in Horeb.
And how can this be? For he is the good Tzachar.
And John was Eli, and Jesus came to.
I'll just let you know, the person I'm reading from, the Radak, existed after Jesus. He knew of Jesus' story. He wrote this after the Christians were already alive and killed.
Yeah, but he's quoting scripture. He's quoting Old Testament scripture.
Yeah,
that's fine.
The love boat.
That there's no new covenant. The newness of the covenant is that the Jews will no longer violate it because it's now inscribed on their hearts.
But you agreed with me, right, that the establishment of a lot of the covenant, the Old Testament, the covenant between God and Israel, is to establish a nation, right? These are rules for a nation.
See, I knew this was going to happen because when Migzet agreed with you on that point, he gave a lot of qualifications, and I knew at the time that people are going to forget all the qualifications and just stick to their original point.
Which I told him, don't minimize what the Torah is down to like a constitution. That's wrong.
Yeah, the Christians conveniently became lawless in a way.
They are not lawless.
That the law was somehow
you're breaking the covenant. There's no way around it. It's like
Hold on. Let me explain.
He's fine with this part.
No, let me explain. There's a reason the covenant was given to Moses at that time to establish Israel. He didn't give it to anybody else, right? It wasn't he didn't give it to Jacob, Isaac. He could have. It's not like he didn't know about it. Like, he just thought of it just right then and there. He gave it to them at that specific time because they're establishing a country in which they're able to fulfill these laws. It's more possible in that nation. Now, what would happen if you're not in a country like that anymore? You need to establish something new.
How do I follow the laws?
Something more achievable. Hold on. Yeah, something more achievable that the believer can believe it, can follow, and that is what happened with Jesus Christ. And he gave it out to the Gentiles too, so the world can have God in their lives. They can have him hanging with them. That's what. And that's why you guys don't like this idea, and you guys try to fight this, and you try to run around it, and you resist it. You resist the Holy Spirit, just like your ancestors.
We're not fighting you when we tell you the correct interpretation of our text.
The Bible interprets. It says that you are a stiff-necked people, right? Even in Samuel, it states that when they wanted a king. We wanted a king.
This is ridiculous. We're gonna move on. Let's move on.
Why is calling them out? And you guys are also being called out by me.
You guys feed them. You guys feed them. You let them keep going. You gotta cut them. You gotta really tell them the truth.
Hey, but can I ask a question?
You haven't proved anything according to logic.
No, they. What do you mean?
No, I was listening.
What do you mean? They didn't
What
like the concept
you
of
guys are doing is you're doubling down on the core of your theology of your justifications for disregarding the law. You're not actually interested whether or not the prophets want you to follow the law. You're only curious whether Jesus gave you permission to violate it. Like, think that through for a second.
Can I ask you, real quick, right? Can I ask you a question, Xavier? Have you read through the New Testament?
Not the whole thing, no.
Okay, so if you actually did read through the New Testament, if you read in Romans chapter 3, verse 31, where Paul was talking about the relationship between Christian ethics and the law, he says, let me even read it so I don't misquote it. He says, let me start from verse 30. Since God is one, who will justify the circumcised by faith and the uncircumcised with grace? Do we then overthrow the law by this faith? By no means. On the contrary, we uphold the law. So Paul is saying that the ability to be in the new covenant even allows you to do what Mosaic law requires in the first place. This is why, again, the whole abrogation idea that people accuse Christians of is not really something that's justified by our theology, because we don't believe that we're operating contrary to Mosaic law, but we're actually fulfilling Mosaic law. Mainly prioritizing two commandments: love God and love your neighbor as yourself. The Jews,
How are you fulfilling Mosaic law when how are you fulfilling Mosaic law when you're not taking the first whatever 3/4 of the law or half the law? Half the law is in doing the law. The other half is in keeping the spirit. You kept the spirit, gave up the law. They kept the law, gave up the spirit. So
You can give up the spirit, screw you.
Well, I mean, the way Jesus was teaching, right? Like,
Yeah, you guys are just accusing them of that. It's a libel.
No, yeah, I agree.
The prophets did too.
Lil Mo,
No. One second. Why is it? I apologize for that. What Jesus was doing is, look, they're Gentiles, they're downtrodden, they too must be included. You did not like that. They were like, oh, no. They didn't like the laws too much. So something had to happen. A middle ground had to be set. For that, Muhammad was sent. Neither of you did agree with that. This is you don't like it. This is why you both are fighting. He doesn't like yours, you don't like his. But then something had to be done in the middle, and this is what I think. Historically, this would have to happen in the balance.
Yeah.
But then again.
Yeah, can I say
I would argue that keeping the law means that you are keeping the spirit.
No, I would say this, right?
Yeah, I'm with the Jew on that. You're right. I agree with that.
But that's so the two most important commands of the law, right? Is number one, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. The second most important command is love your neighbor as yourself. The reason for why the Jews did not follow the spirit of the law is because they ignored these two commandments, especially the second one. They thought they were loving God by being an ethno-nationalist cult and hating their neighbors and literally cursing their enemies, such as the Birkat HaMinim. They were therefore abandoning the commandment of the law, which is to love their neighbors.
Yeah.
Do you know what a min is?
You guys didn't keep one good.
Minim means
yeah. You know what minim are?
1 second, one quote. You violated one
Incorrect.
main Jewish principle, the one God. Okay.
You're right that it's a type of a heretic, but it's a very specific type. Specifically, a type. It is an objection against sectarianism. Min literally means type. It's cursing those who deviate from Judaism. That's what the curse, the blessing of the minim is. May God stop those trying to cover up the Torah, the sects.
No, that's not all you pray for. You also pray for them to be
and we were talking about Christians.
Yeah, and you pray for them to be blotted out of the book of life. That is not love whatsoever.
That's not what the blessing says.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I can read you what the blessing says.
Why always with the Christian
go
with love? Why?
Yeah, in fact, he knows the blessing better than you do.
Yeah, I say it 3 times a day. What do you mean?
He knows it very well.
So if you look at
Where are you supposed to go with hate, Muhammad?
If you look at the
argument, it's emotion.
Bruh. Okay. If you look at the Birkat HaMinim, the original text, it did say that may the Nostrim be blotted out of the book of life. But this was edited under later Jewish texts so that they would avoid direct suspicion out of the majority Christian society to avoid persecution. Let me post a link in this.
I mean, are you talking about the Psalms where David says they made
No, this is their own. Like this is like Jewish liturgy.
Yeah, but saying love doesn't add to your argument anything. Like you saying I love you, I love you. So what?
No.
You
weren't listening. You weren't listening.
Very good point.
I'm saying that's the main command.
Love is what removes exclusivity. Love is what unites the goyim and you. Love is what.
It's also already in the 5 books of Moses.
This was not
that. Even that is conditional. God doesn't love the disbelievers. Like that's conditional.
That's not
God loves
That's
believers.
not based on race, right?
Oh no.
This was not based on classification.
It's not that God to the Bible.
According to the Bible, it's not that God doesn't love them, but he can't save
them. Condemn them forever.
He has to because he can't do anything for them.
So he loved them. So he condemned them forever. He loved them so much. understanding of love is crazy.
No, if you look at Ezekiel 33 verse 11, it says, "I take no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but rather that the wicked may turn from their way and live." That's literally what Scripture says. There's no like a lot of what you're going to argue is ex post facto nonsense that the Bible doesn't actually.
So the two commandments that Jesus cites are both found in the Torah, and he starts it by saying from the Shema, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord."
Correct.
That's
What does one mean in the Hebrew when they use it?
Who gave you the permission to use the three distinct?
Hold on, guys.
Give the three distinct persons.
It doesn't help you though. This argument doesn't help you because one, the word that's used for one is akkad, and akkad can mean together as one.
Bro, we gotta get more Messianic Jews here, bro.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. It does. It does.
Yes,
if Euro is a Jew, he would know.
If
Euro is a Jew, he would know. He knows the Hebrew, he would know.
Yeah,
Yes, it's true.
So would you say that you understand the religion of Jew better than them?
It literally says,
I didn't say
Adonai Eloheinu.
So how they can,
that is basically what he's claiming. Yeah.
I'm asking him, is that not true? He would have to lie and say no.
let's say
I'm not saying I know
true.
better. I'm just saying somebody can.
Then how did I understand it then?
You're understanding it from the basis of your.
They understand.
Yeah, you're understanding.
No.
Yeah, you're understanding it from your own. You're understanding it.
Forget Islam. I'm saying how they understand it. What their understanding of it.
I mean, the Bible says they don't really understand it. I mean, they know it by the letter, but they don't really understand it themselves.
No, even the prophets, especially Jeremiah, which is known notoriously for being the weeping prophet, making correct judgments that the Jews do not know God. This is literally what Jeremiah says. Hence why he prophesies that they will know God in the future after that exile.
They did not know God because they did not accept Jesus. That would be the reason. Not Jesus is God, but Jesus who taught them what it is to love thy neighbor as thyself.
The point is that
This was a basic principle that was violated by the Jew.
I agree, and that's why I made the conclusion. Based on that, they do not follow the spirit of the law because the spirit of the law requires them to do that. That was the only argument I'm making. I'm not making like a whole I'm not making a emotional sermon like we should all look each other.
But you can't.
It's Muhammad, the violation of the oneness, the nafs wahid was what was happening. For this, Jesus was a necessity. So that there would be unity, so that the Gentile would not be oppressed, so that there would not be this exclusivity based on race, color, whatever. And Jesus came to clean that up.
And what are
You didn't like it?
what are the main requirements?
That's not true. I can make the argument for Noah. Like Noah came for all the people also.
But there's no people for him to minister to.
But
everybody else died.
People. He basically built a boat, hit out on it, and let all the people die.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, as Chorus point, he came from people.
Exactly.
Like there was no people for Moses to take besides his family.
But that's the argument. You're making. You say not Jesus came for all the people.
When a prophet is sent, it's sent to correct things. This would be like a logical way to look at it.
And also,
there's some imbalance in that godly system. For example, if there is
but if I accept that premise, and I have no problem with that premise, you have to provide evidence of the correction. Would you accept or not?
And also, I want to correct it.
Yes.
Then if you believe something that they don't believe, you have to have an evidence for it.
Real quick, right?
They didn't believe anything.
I want to correct
They're making distinction. It was a cultural, social problem that they're facing because of the entrenchment in laws, because of drowning in the laws and just keeping it without the spirit. They forgot their fellow Gentiles. They forgot the Goyim.
Yeah, can I say that real quick?
So what? You didn't answer my question. I said I accept the premise that they come to correct. Like I have no problem with that. But for you to make that claim, you have to provide evidence of the correction.
Of the divine law.
Of the correction.
The correction is the one which he read. The Gentiles and the what did you read? Love thy neighbor as thyself.
Okay, then if that's the correction, what law is previously was wrong?
There was no law that was wrong. I agree with you. That was the crime of the Christian. The Christian didn't keep the law, right? The law was not the thing. One sec. I can iron out that wrinkle. That
okay,
was not the
then I
thing.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I understand your point. Then Megzed have the right to everything he said, because his claim is the law doesn't change. Yeah.
That's why
then
I agree with on that. I agree.
Yeah. Then what we're arguing? We're arguing the law wasn't kept. That's it.
Yeah. Well, for who?
For everybody, even the Gentiles.
The Gentiles didn't have
a law.
They were separated. They were made. The Gentiles were not supposed to follow the law. They were separated.
But
this was their crime.
But you said the correction came with Jesus. He said, "I came to fulfill the law," and you said in the same time Jesus was for the Gentile also.
It's a permissive.
But Jesus didn't came out the law. He's back to them.
It's a permissive correction. It's not it's a permissive and instructive correction. It's not like a correction because of what they weren't doing. It's saying, hey, you guys haven't followed the law so far because you've been excluded from it, but I'm giving you permission to do so.
Yeah, now do it. Like, follow the law. They didn't want to follow it. This is the crime.
Real quick, okay, I'm not going to respond to that, but real quick, I'm going to respond to something the exact same right. So, you said that the only commandment of the prophet was to make Jews obey the Torah, and that is absolutely not true. If you consider how in rabbinic tradition, I think even going up to the Tanaim, Balaam is considered a prophet. But Balaam was a Gentile prophet who cursed the Israel, or who wanted to curse the Israelites until it was told by God not to. And he actually was accused of leading the Israelites away from God. So how is he a prophet if he was disobeying the major requirements for a prophet according to Megzed?
Yeah, he answered it in the first place. Like when I asked him about abrogation, he said that depends on things that they do at their time. That's it. He didn't say he disobeyed the law. He said, I think you heard him, or I have to repeat his answer.
Please go ahead, and then we'll have a call.
Yeah, I don't know the specific that you mentioned, but he mentioned many other examples, like David, like Ibrahim, like even the children of Adam when they marry from each other. You would say the law didn't come for them. So what they say, like they acknowledge what they did as wrong. For example, if they break the law, but the law didn't exist in their time. The final and the message that the law come complete was at Musa. This is its argument.
That's not exactly what he said.
Yeah.
What he said was that there is no abrogation, that the law it applies all the time, and it's not that the law didn't exist at the time they did these things. He said they didn't know the law. So there were people that broke the law because of, doing ignorance. Which is a very different thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I said didn't exist. I said I should be clarifying. It didn't exist on their knowledge, so the law always exists. You're right. They
but they could have included them, taught them, in one of them. They didn't do it. This was their crime.
Hey, but
that's his argument.
How do we break the law?
That's his argument. Yeah, I just explained.
Yes. So how do Christians break the law? I'm curious.
They didn't break the law. They didn't keep it.
Such as
they kept the spirit. They didn't keep the law.
I need the particular.
The particulars, yeah.
I can give you an example, like the law of
pork, right?
Not pork. The law of the one who leave the religion. What is called?
Apostasy.
Yeah, apostasy.
Is that what you're talking about?
Apostasy law. Apostasy.
That's the best you come up with, Mohammed. like a.
I just remember it. That was in the top of my head.
Yeah, short is a good example, right? Like dietary laws were huge during the.
Wait, so you're saying that Christians are heretics for not killing people leaving the faith?
Yeah, fuck that.
No,
Jesus
no, I didn't say that. You asked me where they don't keep the law. I give you a law that they don't do.
Yeah, but Jesus came to like.
What is apostasy?
But what laws do you think Christians have to keep? I think that's the question.
What law? According to their Bible, the law of what God told them to do.
But what does God tell them to do?
One of the things.
The Torah is very clear. It's addressed to the Jewish people. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
So if it's addressed to Jewish people, then what is the law, Wanko, that Christians or Gentiles, according to your understanding, must keep based on the New Testament?
Yeah, the law of the Jewish people. To love the God.
That's the Christian answer.
To love the Lord your God with all your heart. The law of the Jewish people. They have to keep the law. They have to keep the law. They have to keep the law of the Jewish people.
No, he's saying no. He's saying
why?
Love the Lord your God and love your fellow man, right?
Bro, bullshit. This is their crap. They didn't keep the law of the Jews.
No, I'm asking, but I'm not asking what you think. I'm asking what Wanko.
Right?
Can you repeat what you said, please, Jesus, because so many talk, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no, Wanko. Repeat again.
Hey, Nissan, earlier.
Repeat what you said, because I think I answered you multiple times. The laws we have to keep are to love the Lord our God with all our heart, all our soul, all our mind, to love our neighbors yourself. Okay, if I accept that, let's say, like you repeating it multiple times, give me the verse that's the only law that you have to keep. It's not the only law we have to keep. Then okay. Wait, just real quick. That's the summary of the law we have to do. Like, if you do those, and you do those. Then give me a verse that says this is the summary.
No, how? This is a simple question. How do you do those things? Those two laws.
I think you can use it by predication, right? What does it mean to love? If you understand that, you understand what it means to love God and your neighbor.
No, that's not how we do it, though.
Hold on.
The point is that Jesus says that this is the summary of the law, and he's talking about the Jewish law.
Hold on. The Torah talks about Shabbat. How do you do that in a way that expresses love for God? How do you do that?
They don't.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean to keep the Sabbath?
We don't keep the Sabbath.
Right.
They do Shabbat.
So again, does the law?
No, we don't do Shabbat here.
There's a fragment of a Jewish-Christian dialogue called the Dialogue of Jason and Pipiscus, which was written probably by Aristo Pella from Jordan. But this is like a Jewish-Christian dialogue written by a Jew that explains like the Christian perspective on Sabbath, like this early 2nd century. It sums up our position like perfectly. I can say that.
Meanwhile, what I'm asking you is,
that's fine. But my question, the reason I asked about how.
You should answer this question. Why don't we keep Shabbat as Christians? Meanwhile, why not?
Because Jesus is our Sabbath.
Man, but wait, no. The Sabbath is another question. I'm asking you, we keep Shabbat as a Christian.
Because Jesus is our Sabbath. Jesus is the Sabbath.
So where does it say, can you tell Muhammad where it says that we have to keep Shabbat? Because we don't. We don't have to keep Shabbat. Mom, do you keep Shabbat? Because this is going to trickle on you. Maybe you have to tell us that we have to. This is your opportunity. To Muhammad say we have to keep Shabbat.
But I'm asking a more basic question.
Oh man.
The commandments to love God and to love people, right? That's the issue. Now the question is, how do you accomplish that? And if you don't have the laws, as they were talking about before, then it's essentially up to every individual to decide what that means.
Yeah, and when Jesus mentions these two laws, he specifically references the entire law. He's not saying that these two commandments replace the law. He's saying that this is a summary of them. He says these are the greatest commandments. these two, which are both from the Torah. So he's not, in that instance, he's not rejecting the law or the Torah. And he even starts that sermon by citing the Shema. That's how he introduces these two commandments.
So, V'ahavta l'orecha kamocha ends with Ani Hashem. So, they're connected.
But look, in the Jesus, even in the Sermon on the Mount,
Don't let this slip away. Don't let this slip away. So did Jesus go and tell the Gentiles, like how Muhammad is saying, now the Gentiles, since he came, have to keep Shabbat as non-Jews? Did Jesus ever say that? Because I don't remember him ever saying that.
No, of course not. The law is for Jewish people. It is not for Gentiles. And it never was. So I don't know why people get confused.
But not just the Jewish people.
That's why Muhammad is so confused, because I'm saying, like, women should.
Yeah.
Where's the grasping that?
Because it was clarified by St. Peter in Colossians chapter 2, verse 16. Therefore, do not let anyone judge you by what you eat or drink, or with regards to religious festivals, a new moon celebration, or a Sabbath day. These are a shadow of the things that were to come. The reality, however, is found in Christ. That's why.
Yeah. And just to clear things up, because somebody made a reference to the daily blessing. If you read this blessing, it is not anti-Christian. It's very specifically cites people that are in error of the law. So it's a reference to Jewish people that have committed some type of apostasy.
So who are the most dealing with this ignorance today? Who are
the Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, bro. Do you not understand?
The Benin is
no. The Notre. Let me put it in the chat if you can't see what I'm saying.
Yeah. So Nissan, if I can just get this out, right? You were saying it wasn't just to the Jewish people per se, but to the nation of Israel. That's who the law was given to, the nation of Israel. And that nation that was founded under God does not exist in that way anymore today. Where those laws are implemented. So it wasn't just laws implemented for a religion. It was implemented for a nation, because those laws aren't being implemented in Israel today.
No, the point I was making. I'm not disagreeing with you. My point was, this law does not apply to Gentiles. So this argument that people are making
doesn't apply to Jews today either.
Well, that's a different argument, but I'm just sticking to the point about whether it applies to Gentiles. It doesn't apply to Gentiles, and it never applied to Gentiles.
I don't understand what the
There's nothing wrong with that.
The Jews have been applying the laws
Do
consistently.
they? The Bible says they never kept the laws.
There's 600.
That's why they got kicked out of there. That's why they got kicked out of their nation.
No, there's very specific ones that's about. That's true, but that's not relevant to whether you use the law or not. Just because you are a law-abiding citizen and once in a while you don't report taxes, it doesn't mean the people as a whole.
God understands that. That's why that's why there's forgiveness of sins. They were not keeping the laws at all. That's why they got kicked out. It wasn't.
Listen. As a practicing Jew, we are keeping the laws. There's no question. Is everybody individually doing it? No, of course not. But that's true of all legal systems.
So,
I'm a practicing Christian, and I'm not following those laws because it's been fulfilled through Christ Jesus.
If God is true, then you're lying right now. They never kept the laws. That's what the Bible. Not one single person kept those laws.
We're just reminding ourselves here.
Not one single person could. Right? This whole thing doesn't make sense to me. Not one single person could. It doesn't make sense. There's 613 categories of laws. Never mind laws. Categories of laws. So some apply to Kohanim. Some apply to women. Some apply to men. Some apply to owners of slaves. Some apply to people who lend. People who have business. Some apply to people that travel on the see. Some apply to. Nobody could keep all of them. That's clear. Even those that apply to me, let's say, I am not 100% following them because it's difficult, because I'm tired, because of God knows what. Okay.
Because you're not in a nation of Israel.
And as a society, apply these laws for a nation of real people, not a nation of angels. A nation of real people.
I understand that, right? But within the nation, it's more possible, I guess, within the nation. Now just apply it to yourself. Because I'm sure they even follow the law better than any Jew could today. Simply, just logically thinking about it, because they had a nation that those laws were implemented on them. Now you live in a Gentile nation, or even if you live in Israel today, they are not abiding by those laws. They have a totally different set of laws.
No, he doesn't have the sense. He doesn't have charisma. He always had a hard time. Charisma. You need to not be Donald Trump.
It's true that outside Israel, there were limitations on what could be applied. But the whole purpose of return of the people to the land of Israel, according to the Bible itself, is to now apply it on a national scale, as it's meant to be.
But
if you're just gonna keep repeating over and over, they don't follow the law, they don't follow the law, they don't follow the law, listen.
That's not all I'm saying, dude. That's not all I'm saying.
You said it gonna say it again.
I'm saying it, but that's not all I'm saying.
Say it again, and it's an answer.
I'm rebuttaling what you said.
And he gets bored.
I'm rebuttaling him. I mean, you guys are boring.
You don't even keep.
What are you talking about? You're boring, dude. What do you mean?
Keeping the law?
That's not what I'm trying to say. If you pay attention, that's not what I'm trying to say.
You go over there and start telling them to keep the law there. I don't know.
I'm not saying that, dude. Pay attention.
Megatron, I think that believers are called saints. So I would rather be called a saint if they don't want to call me a Christian instead of just a Gentile. Okay?
So real quick, man, if you go to Isaiah chapter 59, right, and this is like very prominent words of the prophet, right? The prophets often mention very polemical claims about the majority of Jewish people saying that they do not follow God. This is very clear in Isaiah chapter 59, verse 7 to verse 8. It says, their feet run to evil, and their swoops to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity, desolation, destruction of their ways. The way of peace they do not know. There's no justice in the past. They have made the roads crooked. No one who treads on them knows peace. Therefore, justice is far from us, and righteousness does not overtake us. We hope for light and behold darkness. So, right? So this whole notion.
So it's 3,000. Hold on, it's 3,800 years of history. So there, if you open the Bible, all of it, you will see there are periods where the Jews are keeping the rule, and et cetera, and there are periods when they're horrendous and terrible and not keeping the laws, and they're being nasty people. So what? That's not relevant.
With the everyday citizen. You do those 5 things, bro. It don't even matter if you don't have oil in your country. America will go there and fuck you, bro. They will fuck you, bro. Oh my God, friend. No,
France is the worst, bro. I think France is worse than the US.
Nah, bro. Listen, I'm gonna post here for you, but
They still control the CF.
As an imperial force, France is, I think, historically worse.
Yeah, they still. Well, yeah. Well.
France has a right to defend itself.
They had an empire for longer than America, so obviously, and then also like America's charged with like, accused of this sort of neo-colonial.
We do it clandestine.
Campaign. But yeah, as in America.
There's nothing we can do.
America supported a lot of the independence of a lot of these African states because obviously they had kind of more sort of sinister neo-colonialist designs on Africa, like military bases and whatever else, rather than actually having colonies. But it's not. Some of the resources are really frivolous, like not necessarily frivolous, like bauxite, sugar. Just recently, those like pistachio lobbyists that were basically, hawkish on Iran, basically trying to lobby the president to go into Iran because Iran's like one of their. So it's like it's really, bro.
Like what? The pistachio.
Really frivolous commodity.
PTR concrete and everything. I think this is a French design or a Polish design. It's a real weapon.
Hey, what'd you say, Eric?
What the hell?
No, I said no. That was Big Nut, the lobbyist, bro.
This nigga. Eric, don't try to ingratiate yourself with the crew by, funny jokes, because nigga, you are with you are feminist. You're on the You don't like the crew. You want the crew to
I'm a
fucking
big
fail.
time feminist, bro. I don't deny it, bro.
What the fuck?
That's my baby daddy.
Right there, they are.
Right, but they didn't fulfill it. Why? They couldn't
Put it in the
unify.
fatty part
They
of your
couldn't
stomach,
unify.
Megatron.
This was the problem. They couldn't unify.
You just do it year after all.
So what they're chosen for is to be a light to the nations.
Right, and by following the law, which the Christians didn't follow, by the way. Completely
The
given up.
the Christians fulfill that prophecy because it's through the Jews who are Christian, not most Jews, but the Jews who are Christian, that the knowledge of God spread throughout the world. The Jews at this time period were very exclusive and did not want to associate with Gentiles.
You also gave away with the laws. I mean, the Jew was very
That's
well.
not the point I'm making right now.
No.
One of our greatest rabbis and philosophers, Rambam, Maimonides, agrees with you, Michael, that Christianity served that purpose. He also considers it idolatry. That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, and it completely people destroy the very concept of philosophy with making Jesus.
Yeah, so
this is what the Jew would say, right?
Boy, this Nissan is really good.
Bro, we just have metaphysical. We just did our homework on.
They think I'm idolatrous, but
My mom used to also believe that black people are naturally inferior, bro. That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. I know that's a genetic fallacy, so I'm not using it as an argument. I'm just saying.
What Maimonides did was posit the one God, the same that the Jew came with, which you forgot.
But we didn't forget that. We did our homework in understanding God's mind and His spirit. That's all.
You made God a man. This is what the Jew is going to tell you.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is, man.
Anyways, man.
You got to be I can use that book and show you.
Anyway, yeah. So if you go to Isaiah. If you go to Isaiah
6, begin the chapter there.
All right.
Tribes, God, sitting on the throne, filling up His throne.
Can you follow the Muslims after this? Have you done with the Jews? It's my turn to follow the Muslims. I haven't with the Muslims yet, so I'm going to follow them out.
But Megatron.
He filled it.
Yo, Nissan, read the chat, bro. This is what Isaiah said about
Yeah, in Megatron.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. I'm not.
Yeah.
I explained to you that is a period of time.
We're not even. So
It's the whole thing. Like you didn't
exactly.
take it in consideration. Like
I know.
Ooh, but
If you look at but that's okay. I still love Mixon. But listen, in Acts. But he is. In Acts 15, it says, certain people came down from Judea, Antioch, and were teaching the believers, unless you are circumcised according to the customs taught by Moses, you cannot be saved. This was brought to Paul and Barnabas into sharp dispute and debate with them. So Paul and Barnabas were appointed along with some other believers to go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles and about this question. The church sent them on their way as they traveled to Phoenicia and Samaria.
because
They told how Gentiles had been converted. The news made all believers very glad. When they came to Jerusalem, they were welcomed by the church and the apostles and elders, to whom they reported everything God had done through them. Then some of the believers who belonged to the party of the Pharisees stood up and said, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. The apostles and the elders then considered this question. After much discussion, Peter got up and addressed them. Brothers, you know that some time ago God made a choice among you that the Gentiles must hear from my lips the message of the gospel and believe. God, who knows the heart, showed that He accepted them by giving them the Holy Spirit to them, just as He did to us. And He did not discriminate between us and them, for He purified their hearts by faith. Now then, why don't you try to test God by putting up
the next to the Gentile, the yoke that neither we nor our ancestors have been able to bear. No, we believe it is through the grace of our Lord Jesus that we are saved, just as they are.
Hey guys.
Sister,
I'm done.
Kitty, could I quit?
That was
No, because I'm done.
Yeah.
This will take
No, no,
like 5
sister,
seconds. Stop. Okay, I'm about to drop off the face of the earth for a few days, so I just want to say bye. I'll be back probably later in the week.
Okay. I love you,
Lord.
I love you, world. I love you, world.
Have a great time.
Sister, I have never heard the full context, the full text. That's great, thank you. I now am fully convinced that that story is apocryphal and never took place.
Wait, Nissan, could you just?
In the
I kind of missed. Wait a second.
Look at that.
Oh, please, I just have a clarifying question. Can you just summarize the story because I missed it with the claims?
You doing the Shahada, Nissan?
What am I?
You don't be a Muslim. They
No, no.
just
You're right.
They just needed to stop with the exclusivity and the Christians need to keep some of it.
Well, can he finish?
And not make Jesus a
Let him finish his point. The only reason why I asked is I lost the train and I'm not sure which story he's referring to. So.
Well, it's not, it would be unfair of me to try and summarize what the Mr. Kitty here.
No, but can you just make a reference to the story itself at least?
Can you give the source maybe, Kitty?
It's in chapter 15, the book of Acts. I will. I'll put it in the chat. It's in chapter 15 in the book of Acts. He's talking to Peter and Barnabas. So they went to Jerusalem and they said, hey, all these Gentiles are saying that they're getting saved. How in the world can they be saved? They haven't followed the laws of Moses, man. If they're not following all the laws of Moses, getting circumcised, and they have to follow all dietary supplication, if they're not doing that, then they can't be saved. And what Peter and Barnabas came up with is they said, hey, listen, all of us sinners should not deserve grace, the salvation of Christ, but only by Jesus will they be saved. So that is why Christians do not follow these Mosaic laws. We have Jesus.
Okay, that's fine. I'll let so when Nissan finishes, I have something to say about that.
Right. So, I had never heard the full text. That was great. However, because you gave me the full text, I am now fully convinced that that story never took place and is apocryphal or is a much later invention. And the reason is because we don't have a concept of that, of being saved from anything. That is completely a Christian concept. It's not in Judaism, it's not in the Torah, it's not in Tanakh, it's nowhere. This idea that you are condemned and you must be saved, it doesn't exist.
And there's another problem with this story. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you by talking first. There's another problem that is related to what Nissan's saying. It is not the Jewish position, and has never been the Jewish position that to merit the world to come, that you have to be Jewish or that you have to follow the Jewish law. So this is simply not a Jewish concept at all. Of course, other people can merit the world to come that are outside of Judaism, and those people do not have to follow the law. And not only that, they're called non-Jews, and non-Jews specifically not only are not required to follow the law, it's actually discouraged. So it's just simply not true that there was some sort of discussion amongst Jews that, oh my God, what are we going to do with all these Gentiles not following the law? That would have been normal.
No, what I'm saying is that there was Jews becoming Christians.
Real quick, right? Yes, you're onto something, right? But if these were just Jews talking about following the law, you'd be right. But these are Jews who, for some reason, believe in Jesus Christ as their Lord. So they're part of this proselyte movement. And at the same time, they wanted other people to follow the law. So this actually did happen. And we have reference of this based on the letters of Apostle Paul himself, and also the early apostolic fathers who were living alongside Jews, which is why they dedicate against people to avoid Jewish customs. So this did happen.
No, I understand it, and I'm familiar.
You're right. They didn't reflect the Jewish belief that you had to follow. Like they didn't believe that you had to follow the laws to be saved, to be redeemed by Jesus. Correct. But it's a group of Jews who were Christians. So you are complaining.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I'm just making this distinction between this idea that Gentiles have to follow the law. That's not a Jewish concept. Now, if you're talking about Jews, the normal conception is yes, they do have to follow the
If
law.
I understand, hold on, wait, I'm learning something here. So, Michael, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that a certain group of early Christians thought they had to convert to Judaism first in order to be Christian.
Yes.
Right?
You couldn't be a Christian unless you followed Mosaic law, is what they were saying. And so what happened, Paul was writing these 13 letters, one of which being to Colossians, to the Colossians, to the Colossian church. He said, listen, man, you are Christians. It doesn't matter that you're Jewish. You can be a Christian, but you can only be a Christian not because you follow these Mosaic laws. That's not going to bring grace of salvation, only through the blood of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so you're doing exactly what the Jew is doing. You're not seeking it. He's saying
No.
only and only if you follow these laws, you become a Jew. You're saying only if you follow Jesus as God, you become you're saved. You're doing what he's doing.
There's no contention there, Argus. There is no contention there whatsoever. I am 100% doubling down in saying that I don't follow. Euro's right. I'm not following Mosaic law, just like Megatron explained. I am not following all of the Mosaic. It doesn't mean that I don't follow the 10 Commandments.
But there's no reason. It doesn't apply to you.
There's no contention. There's no.
I know that, but I just want to be clear to people. It's like me saying, I don't follow the laws of India. Well, of course not. I don't live in India. It doesn't apply to me. So, yeah, there's no reason why people need to follow laws that don't apply to them. The Jewish laws apply to Jews.
It would be better, more of an analogous thing to say, wait, hold on. More analogous to say as an atheist, if I were an atheist and I said, hey, listen, I don't murder, I don't steal, I honor my mother and father. I mean, I'm an atheist. That's wonderful. As an atheist, you can do those things. But unless you accept the blood of Jesus Christ being the only way to salvation through grace and grace alone, you're not saved and you're not going to heaven. And that's what Christians believe. Not what Jewish people believe, not what atheists believe, not what Muslims believe, but Christians believe that.
Yeah, the most biggest exclusivist, even more than Jews. Even more than Jews.
The Jews are not exclusivists.
Jews are not uniting with you.
Can we
The Jews are the opposite of exclusivists.
They are.
Can we figure out what laws actually apply to Goyim? Can we figure that out first? What laws actually apply to the Goyim?
No kind laws. The laws to stop, the laws to avoid idolatry, the laws to not consume blood, the laws to avoid sexual immorality, and the laws to not consume what is strangled. Which is funny enough, the same laws that James actually prescribed for the Gentiles who were becoming a Christian.
Acts 15, right?
Yes.
Then that would correlate with 1 Corinthians 5, right, where Paul gives someone to the destruction of the flesh because they sucked their food.
The father's wife.
Right.
But I wonder,
that's sexual immorality, right? That's
yes.
Leviticus what? Esau. What Leviticus is sexual morality? Is it 18?
I'm not sure.
No, Paul even doubles down by saying that that not even the Gentiles do, meaning that it was something commonly known amongst them not to do, which means that it was a severe abomination even in Gentile common law itself.
Yeah, but there's like the sexual immorality laws are explicit in multiple ways, not just sleeping with your father's wife. It's like don't sleep with animals. It's like don't sleep with your sisters, your brother. There's a lot, right? There's not just like one law.
Correct.
So Act 15 expands.
Their dogs or brothers or cats or anything like that either.
No,
it's not sexual immorality.
It's more than that because we see Lot messing it up. We see Abraham messing it up. The law comes after them.
right? And the law says you shall not even be with your first cousin. So let's just look at it that way. The law is transformative. It is becoming stricter. It's becoming more understanding. Like if you went to a Muslim country like Pakistan, they're still sleeping with their first cousins. It's not healthy. It is not producing good fruit from the womb. It is not beautiful in the essence of productivity for the purpose of fruit from the womb of a woman.
Yeah, not everyone marries their cousin. Stop this.
How do you have sex with
Just be honest.
I'm just saying
No, stop it.
Pakistan.
This is who cares? That's culture. They've been doing it for like years and years. This is not what Islam preaches, right?
Okay.
It's not saying you have to marry your cousin. I'm gonna tell you
I didn't say that. I just said Filipinos and Filipinas, Nargis, I'll go that way. They have a huge incest issue, and they're mostly probably Catholic or some kind of Protestant. Okay? Does that make you feel healthy?
It's not good. I'm not saying that. Who's propagating freaking cousin marriages? I'm saying it is not mandatory to do it within Islam. Let's see, it's been a very good day today, being extremely honest, transparent, unbiased, and Euro and me, okay? To see through, and Cora, who left, to see through it from the outside, call out what is missing to an unbiased law, to a biased law. And this should be like, we should accept the truth. The only time we accept the truth, we align with reality. And in that, there is success.
So how many of your cousins? How many of your cousins did you? Can we not continue that conversation, please?
Yeah, we'll go to that after this.
How many cousins did you have sex with?
I have an agreement here.
Anyways.
So I'm just calling you on.
Yeah, so you've had sex with all your cousins. Anyways.
I don't know to any of your freaking organized power structures, bro. I'm talking about, did you see what I'm doing?
Gross. Yeah, so the whole point about Acts chapter 15, right, is that these were not, like, this is, like, if you, these are not just regular Jews who are, like, Gentiles must follow the law. Like, that would be insane because there would be no proselytizing reason for the average Jew to even associate with a Gentile.
Background. And you never heard the mom.
Oh, he was a stay-at-home dad, though.
Yes.
You know that?
Well, I mean, I ended up figuring it out because, of course, he used to come on here with his real name, and then I would see like, oh, your wife's family has some money, and the wife works, and you're the stay-at-home dad. Amazing, but here you are trying to act like you are this guy who worked yourself up in corporate America, and you work for a pharmaceutical company, and you're a scientist, and no, he's just full of shit.
But I think after that.
Yeah, he's a trust fund baby.
No, he's not. You married a woman who's a trust fund baby.
No, he's from a single mother in Boston.
Yeah, no, he did. I ended up talking to him. He did seem to have like a grudge against, not a grudge against white people, but he was very sensitive. But he ended up telling me he went to like, he's not a dumb guy, but he told me that like he went to this school for like, I guess the more gifted kids
on the lottery, right?
And he was
No. Listen.
There's the Metco program, which voluntarily bused black students from the inner city into the suburban schools so that they could get a better education.
We know, that's what we're saying, Alan.
I was wrong because I thought he would went to one of the magnet schools.
He did.
Yeah.
But he wasn't from the area. He's
He's from
the hood.
Yeah, he's from the hood. That's right. But here's the thing. Not all the parents, whatever city he went to, not all the parents liked it. So he felt unjustly targeted or whatever.
But he admitted that to me. The crux of it was I asked him if they were if the white kids were racist to him, and he said yes.
Everyone in Boston is racist. Like, cut it out.
It's a really racist
He
place.
won a lottery to go to the nice school.
Yeah, and that's good for him. But he just wasn't what he was all cracked up to be.
Because we had, my school also participated in that program, and we had no issue with any of the kids. I remember
You're lying,
when
Alan. You're from like the 50s.
yeah,
I'm
no, I'm not.
I'm joking.
Yeah, the 80s. Get it right.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, but the thing is
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. The only begotten child of Osiris,
thy father. A certain amount of but yeah, I mean, he's just a self-hating individual. Whether it's because he's black or white or whatever it is, he just doesn't like himself very much. And so it's probably a good thing he's off the app.
Maybe he went back to work. Because he really just disappeared.
He owed some people money.
But he was obsessed with wealth and money and class. That's all he talked about. My daughter's tuition is this. You guys can't afford it.
I have no doubt in my. Usually people, when they project, but I had a guy the other day was talking about how you're broke. I'm like, what? Like, you know my financial situation? He's like, yeah, you're broke. I'm like, bro, like, usually when people say that shit, they're projecting like that. They're actually broke, you know?
Yeah, it's not what you make, it's what you keep.
No, I don't think that he was lying about. I think that he like is financially like wealthy, but I think that he's missing. But he's missing out in like his personal life. You know what I mean? Where like he tries to compensate by saying he has a lot of money because that's to avoid the personal stuff.
Well, the thing is though, is like I grew up around people with money. Like I just find it so. It's just.
What's that other person that they said used to Black Debo, what's his name? Death Row type person. Suge Knight.
And I called that man's son the wrong name. It's Elliot. I called that man Julie.
Like he's the white Suge Knight or something, but okay, well, shout out to them. This is also random since we're talking about rappers. I did not realize that Lil Wayne espoused white people so much.
Chicago Mail.
I know this is sounding incredibly tone deaf for me. I have European blood, don't come for me. At least 5 generations back, so I can talk about white people. Why is he always praising white people? I'm like, I get it, Wayne. A white person helped you out when you were young and you couldn't eat or something, but damn, he's just annoying. Okay, that's it.
Didn't he get like shot? And the guy saved him? The police officer?
He's always praising somebody. I don't know if it was the police officer or somebody. It's like, and then he married Toya, and then he just like lost his mind. It's like he became less New Orleans, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. Every time I hear a story about him, he's just really disappointing. Because I love Wayne Down, right? He's a New Orleans rapper, 504, you know. But I'm just like, bro, I don't know. Something is. He's just gotten. The older that he gets, I don't know if it's that lean or whatever he been smoking or drinking. I'm like, Wayne, everybody's against him.
And like, how many of you were born upper class? Nobody raises their hand. And like, how many of you were born middle class? Everybody raises their hand. And you do get the people that are at the top that don't want to look like privileged brats to their peers, so they do like kind of hide the fact that they have money. And just like you have people who are embarrassed about growing up poor, and they hide it. And it's why I just think it's when I hear people talk like that, first first of all, the type of person that generally makes it, in whether it's in corporate America or a doctor, generally the first thing that comes out of their mouth is not going to be how much money they make, and then asking you how much money you make. That's just not. I never witnessed that.
No, that's true.
No, that's not what they did.
Jazzy,
it's considered low class. Like,
Most of them are low class.
no, most doctors are by and large, but no, by
You didn't say
no,
doctor, you said corporate.
by nature, most doctors are absolutely not low class. It takes a person who's pretty studious and intelligent to become a medical doctor.
yeah,
They're literally not going to do that. That's going to mean that they're not low class.
share the stage a little bit.
Class means you're like fucking dumb, lazy, dysfunctional, that kind of shit.
Holy fuck, bro.
One second. So
Share the stage a little bit.
most of these people, being smart and all that stuff, unfortunately, it doesn't give you a class. Like you're just smart, you can do the job. But they are assholes, they're dickheads, they're jocks, they're bullies, right? And then they make it, and then they bully other people. Why? This is not new. This is not uncommon.
That's not. Maybe if they're like a cheesy salesman or some shit like that, but
Holy fuck.
but to have a professional job, generally not.
Yeah,
no.
bro. Can we have a conversation?
Dude, shut the fuck up, Mountain! I've been quiet for the last couple of fucking hours. I started speaking like 15 minutes ago.
Really, that's crazy to me. Really, you've been quiet the whole time. Fuck.
Literally.
Bullshit. But really though, man, like I had a buddy who just got new wealth, and man, he wanted to like rub it in all of our fucking faces, man. I mean,
Because he's white trash.
Well, I mean,
But you're
whatever.
acting like white trash doesn't make it to the top, and that's what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell.
there's a difference between you can be somebody who opens up a
Jesus
business
Christ, bro,
and you can be rather successful. You can be a salesman, make a lot of money. But that is not. But what I'm talking about is he's somebody who tried to make it sound like I have this master's degree. I work in big pharma and the executive level. Like in other words, somebody that would not be low class, somebody who would have status. And so this is where it's entirely different.
Because you're a podcaster, right? So I think at the end
I'm not a podcaster. I don't have a podcast.
Okay, well I don't know what
Well,
you
fuck
do.
you, shit,
You
bro.
don't go to work.
Yeah, you don't
But long
work.
story short, I think that
I don't talk during the day on the weekdays most of the time.
oh, you work from your home. Okay. But listen, I'm just trying to make
Not really as much anymore. It's why I don't talk it anymore during the day, really.
Pepe, you don't do what he does or what any of these other people like Goat does. Goat has access to the National Archives, and I'm not trying
Goat's
to
the
take up
professor.
I'm not trying to pick up for them. What I'm trying to tell you is once they get around people that don't have these credentials, they feel better than you. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just telling you what happens. You got people
I don't think Goat.
I'm not done. We're in a clubhouse, right? A lot of us came out here talking, and a lot of these people work in these fields, so they look down on us, right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's nothing new to it. Just like Dr. Copeland, right? We weren't allowed to say anything about COVID around him because he was going to correct us. So I'm just saying, like, this is as a... But to call them low class, sure, that's fine. But it doesn't negate the fact that they have money and they made it, right? So you can say that, but they have money.
Well, I would say I read Goats a lot differently. Perhaps maybe he does like to be the smarter one in the room. It could be, I don't know, but I have felt his pain. And look, Goat is compared to, and I'm just going to speak specifically to the black people, he is probably the smartest black person that remains on this app by a long shot.
You are.
No, I'm dead
I'm
serious
not gonna
though.
lie.
And you do get a lot of stupid people that are overly confident that think they're arguing a decent point, but they do not realize like how fucking low IQ and just dumb they are. And they often act very critical. And then like what is you talk about me dropping the hard R. What does he do? What does he do? He drops it all the time when he's having to deal with the low class blacks.
You mean he's a well-spoken black person, not the
I said the smartest on the app today.
Not the smartest on the app.
Oh, who's smarter? What black person is smarter?
Pepe, there's a lot of smarter black people.
Which black person? Okay, he should be easily
Samoa's pretty
the black person on this
Samoa's
app
pretty
today that's
smart.
smarter.
Samoa's pretty smart.
You've been bamboozled. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I've actually listen to him. He is a pretty smart guy.
But also, you have to walk away from the experience with a lesson learned too.
His app at this time.
You're wrong.
He wasn't the smartest person on the app, 3-4 years ago, but I would say today he's definitely the smartest one.
No, okay. But you're not that smart, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Amazing. You're the smartest, Jazzy. You're the smartest. My bad.
It's not me either, but it sure isn't him. But enough about Isaiah.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the unit.
It's mostly just performance art.
Kind of aspiring entrepreneur.
Yeah, he's very performative. He's very performative.
But Pepe doesn't know that yet. I hope he sees it soon.
I've talked to him. I've talked to him for years. He is somebody that would directly come into my rooms and try to debate me. There is.
You're even. I know he packed you up.
But, yeah, well, not necessarily. Because the thing is, though, is that what I would do is, those topics that I would have in my rooms, those were all things that I either had experience talking about, and I would make sure I looked up all of the points I wanted to make up, what the rebuttals would be, and the counters to those rebuttals, and all of that shit. And I generally picked things that were rather easy to defend, and so I would not. If I ever made a room about a topic where it was like more in the form of a value judgment or an opinion, I always made sure to preface that and to say that I could be wrong.
If you use this
If I'm
sound,
not making a falsifiable claim, I can't be proven false. But the things I would debate, generally, they were falsifiable, and they were nearly impossible to falsify, at least the claim I would make. So it's never really, it's how do you win a debate against somebody who would use that tactic? It's pretty difficult.
So you're saying
If I made outrageous claims, then yeah, it would be a force to reckon with.
So Isaiah has a master's in racial studies, is what you're saying.
I think he has a master's in I'm not sure.
Yes, theater.
I would say that he has time on his hands with reading, and so he'll read the news headline and get like 150 black people that are listening to his performance art, and then if you try to talk to him, he will definitely try to use strongman arguments or try to put words in your mouth or try to set you up to fail. It's really, like, for instance, me and Brad have had issues, or Viking. Whenever I come in, he lets everyone know before I talk that, I did certain things to Brad, you know what I mean? So basically I'm unqualified to even be heard, but it's just, he's weird, man. He's weird, but I've done it for a long
He's
time.
a predator.
He likes to humiliate people. He likes to insult them, punching down.
That's a fact. And he's a predator, and I mean, nobody told him I said this, I don't really care, but I think he preys on black people who value education, and he postures himself up by being a professor.
And acting like he's the only voice that matters, right?
And he has
I
all
know.
these stupid people with degrees who value what he's saying. He has a cult over there, and they've been riding strong for like 5 years.
Yeah, they worship him.
Fucking worship him because he's like the only informed voice, but not really informed. He's propagandist. It's fucked up, bro.
And he's a
Hey,
huge
now.
advocate for women. He stands up for women all the time.
Yeah, I'm here now, guys, so you can mind me up.
What's up, Augustus?
What's up, man? What's up, Jazz?
How's the baby? Good?
Yeah, all good.
Hey, yo, Prashant. Say it, Augustus.
My boy Prashant.
sometimes, man, you just gotta call things out as it is. And so if we're afraid to call things out, then we're just gonna, people live in ignorance. I'm not afraid to call that shit out. Especially on a fucking audio app, though.
Calling things out for what? For what?
It is what it is.
For what? Because the man has an opinion that you don't like what he said?
Yeah. If I have a different opinion, so he'll call me out. I'll call him out. That's what I'm saying. So who cares? That's what I'm saying.
You know, this is what I find very weird on this app. People can't have conversations on this app and in these rooms and leave the shit there. Like, I mean, what the fuck are we doing?
What are you talking about, bro? We're just talking about a leftist man a propagandist, man. What are you talking about? We're calling out the left. What the fuck are you doing? With your fucking moral fucking compass here, your morality. Shut up.
As a man, yes, because calling politics out on the internet does anything aside from make yourself feel better.
You see what I'm saying, Marshall?
Please,
Exactly.
there's a way to make that calling someone out on the internet serves anything
This is crazy.
and making yourself feel
This is a jet 2 holiday on the internet, y'all.
Exactly. Who the fuck cares? It's the internet.
Wait, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is you don't do it because of any greater thing.
Jazzy, did you hear Marshall talk about how he found out his family had slaves last night?
It was because of me. So what? He's already admitted that, like 3 years ago.
Well, he's a fan. I'm asking if she heard how...
She was in the room with me 3 years ago.
I'm the one who researched and found his family. I'm not going to say their last name, but I found them in
a whole entire county.
A whole county named after his family.
So, yeah, so I asked him how old he was. He said he was 12 and he went to a family reunion.
Yeah, well, the family reunion, Jazzy told me the other stuff.
Yeah,
okay, wait.
Why there were black people there.
Well, Marshall's a liar. I'll tell you why. He told me and Oscar that, and Adam skipped out for me, he didn't know that he owned slaves. This is what he told us in his room.
No, I asked my mother about it, Jazzy.
Okay, Marshall.
So I see that
You're the person who told me about the rest of my family, but I asked my mom about that as a kid.
So, Father, I see that you're here today. I saw that you had a nice review about me last night. Like, way to go, Pepe. You have the Pepe Hour.
Just
very nice.
Yeah, I just created it. Yeah. I like it.
I don't know about America, but do you guys in America also have a lot of people sharing the same last name, but you don't even know each other?
Smith is the most common surname.
A lot of people got to choose their surnames, but they didn't have one. Because only noble people really got a last name.
Do you have a system?
A lot of servants, everybody just chose a last name.
Do you have a system on how, like, for example, for example, you'll see, like, son, S-O-N will be, at the end of a name, it's pretty common. It will mean, like, it's somebody's son, or could it be, like, an occupational last name, like Goldsmith, or shoemaker, that kind of stuff. But do you have anything, do you have any, do Persian last names work the same way? Do Persian last names, do they, like for example here, like if in English, you'll have like son at the end of a lot of names.
Oh yeah, we
do. You know that you were something.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the gem, azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of a deep winged globe. The starry blue are mine, O Enk of Nakhonsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Enk of Nakhonsu. My joy is to see your joy. to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minister of fourth prayer. 8, the cubs is in the cool, not the poo in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Acknowledge my secret sense of my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. 8, the cast is in the pool, not the pool in the cast. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred knee of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. conquering Lord, horus avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike at thy cheek. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wonder of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy being. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight bore me with labor and pain and fear. I'm a body I invoke thee. Among me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure.
It was on the prayers himself, your Lord, he taught Muslims about.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign of none. Save it be, O.P.D., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold. It's the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine the blue figure of the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I in.
I'm talking about a fucking
It's a religious
Bible.
book. It's a religious book.
Yes, so should we in America be allowed? Okay, is there anything wrong with a movie like The Passion of the Christ being made?
What?
Is there anything wrong about The Passion of the Christ being made as a movie?
I don't know the movie. I don't know that.
Okay, is it wrong for us to make a movie about the Bible?
Listen, making a movie about the Bible and the way you depict another group.
If we depict it as it is depicted in the Bible.
I don't know about that because that could go for all religious books, and there is some. You have to admit there is some things in there.
Where is it from?
I don't know if you want to explain that.
Why should we not want to? Why should we not want to spread?
Oh, an eternal story that has never started.
By the way,
Before man had language, they had this story deep within their soul.
Why is everyone dogpiling Mixed? But give them some space, bro.
They're all trying to reject the existence of historical figures. I don't know why.
Yeah,
They're not historical figures, dude. Yes, they are.
Yeah, so they just like reject shit. They're just dumb. You're not a historical figure, see?
Yeah, I'm not. What exists? You're AI.
Well, who else do I have that referenced you in antiquity?
Daniel.
I mean, if someone referenced me in antiquity, that would be quite
Daniel, read the archetypes, Daniel, please. The like
but contemporary to me, yeah, several people would mention.
Read it out. You read it the other day. Mixed was in the room, getting flustered also there. This is the thing, right? When you don't take like the freaking message of the message, instead you want to hold on to the messenger so much. So much that your entire identity is tied. And lineages are tied. This is where like worldviews come.
Yeah, it's just another poem. Fine.
I'm just saying, like.
No, you're not saying anything.
It's not come
right? See, what I just said was saying something.
Accepted Jesus, this exclusivity would have gone. This is
More
what
fucking
the
poems.
Christian
Do
is
you
telling you.
have a clear thought?
Yeah, this is what the Christian is telling you. Jesus too was necessary. And yeah, you denied him. He came to save our neighbor because he wanted to eradicate.
You can be quiet. You don't have to say anything.
Whatever.
No. I love this. So we're saying Moses never existed and Islam is true? Or is that even possible?
Yeah.
No, none of the historical figures existed, and we are all living through stories which were developed roughly 50 years ago.
Because I'm gonna
The non-existence of an archetype doesn't mean that the whole religion is false.
Megatron, this isn't you.
Megatron is motivated. This is so cheap. 1 second. Danny, can you tell me?
This isn't you. Why is the Exodus? No. Why is the Exodus story in that book then?
Yeah, so there are several church fathers, specifically from the Alexandrian
Yeah. You specifically now, Benny. I don't know why you're using church fathers.
I'll tell you why.
You're like
because
now.
Okay, that's fine. I'll tell you why. There are several church fathers, specifically from the Alexandrian school, who took the Old Testament stories, specifically the Genesis, like first 5 book stories, and Joshua as like metaphor, as like the
church fathers that took them literal.
Yes, that's true. So I'm saying that both are acceptable within Christianity. So you can have my position and still be a Christian. It's not problematic.
It's an honest position what Benny has.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, so can
Muslims are probably gonna have a hard time.
Muslims are.
I'm not gonna lie. No. Muslims never had this whole school of thought.
Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah, this is why they're done. So they're done. According to you,
because of the
prove them.
Yeah, of course. Benny and I did it the other day, like in a room, back and forth.
So then,
I'm sorry, you can't deny historical curriculum. I'm sorry, you can't deny.
We're reading.
If you don't take it the way Benny takes it, Islam doesn't collapse. If you take it the way Benny is taking it, then Christianity doesn't collapse. Judaism doesn't collapse. If you take them physically and you say that these have to have been there for this to be true, yeah, then it collapses.
To be Abadi, Kadir.
You're also motivated.
Just a second, Benny. I want to prove you're a heretic for a second.
We're gonna say.
He's definitely a heretic, by the way. There's no way that the church fathers of Alexandria allow him to deny the historicity of the Exodus. It's
the historicity doesn't mean that the story, the person doesn't have to exist, but the moral needs to exist, right? They need to show some sort of continuum from this truth principle. There are archetypes, such as Moses, that existed. We just don't have any evidence of Moses' existence as of now, right? But we have enough of Jesus, we have enough of Muhammad. This doesn't mean all three are true or either one is true.
That was fun. Well, it lasted.
This doesn't make Judaism true.
This doesn't mean Judaism true. We exist now. So that whole thing of him not existing was just for what? Why did we do all that?
We don't have evidence of it. There were archetypes such as him who came with this very similar message. Like Daniel read it out. Dude, Daniel.
No, he didn't.
Bring out your document. You were
Nargis.
I'm
sure you were very impressed when Daniel read a long list of different people that referenced the character named Moses. But what you failed to do because you didn't actually care to listen to what he was saying was you never checked when the story started. You're lazy, Nargis.
Vedics.
You accepted it as
look at the message.
Whatever were those published?
I've had enough study on this. Okay, I can
My sister like that.
You have no idea. You don't know where to start.
I didn't put him in the audience. He moved himself.
Okay,
Again.
That's coming through me to the audience, and by the way, I didn't listen to a word you said while I was down there.
That's fine. Okay, I apologize for doing that. That was inappropriate.
I'm just saying, like, whenever I'm in the audience, I
not a collapsed
don't
religion.
listen to what you guys are talking.
This is not a collapsed religion. This is to see through the truth of it and cherish it and value it for what it is. Yeah, some of the stories have been circulating from time immemorial, and these stories repeat themselves in different geographies. You're well aware of this, what I'm about to say. With the same moral of the story, people traveled, these stories kept circulating, names were different, storylines remained the same. This was interesting to the human psyche, and archetypes who came to change the state of their people often held to these stories and said, remember when this happened to this and that happened to that. This doesn't demolish the great value that the messenger, the archetype, whatever the Lord was trying to do. It doesn't take away the principles of religion.
Yeah, and stories, and to Narda's point, like stories have certain values in terms of the underlying truth they are imparting to one. So getting overly stressed about the historical accuracy, you're sort of missing the point. So when you read the story of the three bears, right, or Goldilocks and the three bears, the question isn't, what year did this happen, and was there really these talking bears? Hopefully you're able to.
Okay, what would you say is the most pressing question to understand the origin of that story, Euro?
What's that?
What? Okay, I'll tell you. Like, If you wanted to know the meaning and origin and true sense of the story of the Three Bears, you would first look at the date it was first published. You would then look at who is publishing it and who is accepting and reading it. Now, in the case of the Goldilocks and the Three Bears, I believe that was part of Grimm's, though I might be mistaken. But if it was Grimm's, then that means it was an oral tradition held down by German language and codified by the Grimm's brothers when they were grabbing the fairy tales of the locals of Germany and sort of carving German identity. That is the origin of the story, and you can then go into the folklore era and go further back. Again, just as an example, I don't know if Goldilocks is one of them.
No, I totally agree with you, but my point is, all I'm saying is, it's part of the historical analysis to look at, what's the history, what's the origins, etc.
And the publishing date.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you can get a lot of the story irrespective of its historical origins, because there's something to the story. So
the story is a thing unto itself, but in tracking the history of a story, you need a publishing.
Yeah, exactly. It's separate things. So I can read the Iliad and the Odyssey, and I can get a lot out of it without having to know, did this is.
What it is, what kind of building it is, and upon anything, and just.
I don't even know.
Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. Mine is the garment of white, so. Concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me. So that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, or flower in the air, or of rushing fire.
they've never done anything wrong throughout fucking history. Nobody would ever say Christians have always been this pious group of fucking people who are always good throughout. Never gonna fucking happen. Jews are no fucking different. They what was it with with the Maccabees and whatever, they fucking slaughter each other even. Okay? These people are not fucking perfect. You can criticize these assholes as much as you fucking want, just like you can criticize anybody else. If they cry and bitch and say it's anti-Semitic, who gives a fuck? These people have to live by the same fucking rules as everybody else. Their ethnic group and their religion does not, and that's that. And so don't even use World War II and the fucking Holocaust as a part of your fucking part of how you would even try to process, this shit that Jews do. It is fucking stupid. We live in America. We're Americans. We weren't American lens contemporarily. Do not buy into it.
Fuck Jews and fuck niggers.
Okay, that did not help.
Well, Brian, I wanted to ask you, what was the name of the series? I forget.
It's called The Chosen.
Yeah, are there any gay rabbis or black rabbis? I'm wondering if they're following the DEI dictates of Hollywood.
Oh yeah, I'm stroking my cock right now.
Yeah.
No, it's 5 seasons. I think they have 2 more seasons yet to go. They're about to release the 6th season, which I believe will spend on the crucifixion. A couple of days leading up to it, maybe a day or two. I don't know exactly how far they're going to go, but
how many episodes a season? 6?
It's usually 10, 8 or 10, I believe.
Jeez, how long is the scourging scene going to go for?
Yeah.
4 episodes? They ought to get I'm sure the S&M crowd will be watching for that one.
And I just wanted to say this too. We are the country that Jews have been the most successful in ever. In fact, they do better than other groups in the United States. And we are ultimately the ones who defeated the fucking Nazis. So, dude, we are the last people. You just gotta call it out. Whenever they try to pull this victim card or try to use up or tie somehow you to the evil things the Nazis or other groups of people did, do not fall for it. In fact, you should be offended and you should call it out. Say, no, how fucking dare you? You don't project that fucking bullshit onto me. It wasn't me who did it. We ultimately have been the greatest country to Jews, like ever. Literally.
Did you see the attacks on Jews in the past months, or did you not internationally, not just in America, but internationally? Did you see?
That's not, and which country is literally doing the most for Israel right now? America. So once again, Americans should not be guilty. And if they want to make a movie like Passion of the Christ, they should just shut their fucking mouths. I mean, really, if it's biblically accurate, I mean, that was fucked up. They crossed the line back then. I'm surprised anybody would even and I guess it's mainly you, Glow. But nobody should have to tolerate that.
And it's kind of the Barbara Streisand effect. I mean, if they had said nothing, it wouldn't have been controversial. It really wouldn't. Especially, having seen the movie, you're watching it, and nobody equates rabbis of Jesus' time with anyone today. We all understand it was over 1,000 years ago. Those people have nothing to do with anyone today. And yet, it's mindset of, oh my gosh, we are exactly the same as those people. Therefore, people are going to think that people today are those people from 2,000 years ago. I mean, I don't think, first of all, it was the idea of it. Second of all, they didn't watch the movie. I'm sure they didn't. I'm absolutely sure, because now I am remembering, and the guy, I don't know, whoever it was who said it, a fraternity broad was showing deep throat on my college campus. Somehow they got permission to do that. So I'm standing in line with my girlfriend. We're standing in line, and of course the feminists are all prodding and bitching and moaning. And one of them gets in an argument with a guy, and they're going back and forth, and finally the guy says, "Have you seen it?" And she says, "Yes, I have." And he says, "Well, I haven't seen it. Let me decide for myself." And that shut up her pie hole, and that was the end of it, and she walked off. I think all of us can decide for ourselves how Jewish people were portrayed in the Passion of the Christ. And if they trusted people just a little, they would come out at the other end of it, and it would not do anything and create any anti-Semitism.
And I agree.
Yeah,
it was their response that made people, I think, if anything, anti-Semitic. And what the fuck did that movie show? That you are not taught in a fucking church. I mean, this is fucking retarded. That's why it was so retarded.
Oh, I don't know about that story. So as a person that has to look it up, can you explain to me why it says that Jesus was crucified by the Roman authorities under Pontius Pilate? I'm not trying to be rude, I swear to God.
Sure. He was crucified. Yeah, he was crucified by the Romans. So the head rabbis there, they accused, well, of course he was. They said he was leading a revolt. He was falsely declaring, in their eyes, he definitely was falsely declaring himself to be a god. And, to them it was punishable by death. And, they're like, no, it can't have this fucking behavior. However, they wanted to do that. So they ended up detaining him, basically. And, however, they had decided, well, we have to go by the law of the land. The Romans are in charge here. And so what they did is they ended up going to Pontius Pilate and pleaded the case to him. And stated how, yes, he's going around saying he's God, he wants to lead a revolt, and, it's super serious, and basically he ended up getting talked into to prosecuting Jesus, and then the Romans, of course, because it was the Romans that have found him guilty of those charges, they were the ones who put him to death. But it was, it all was spurred by the rabbis that had said, oh look, you're trying to lead a revolt and you're a false god and all of this other shit, and so that they're the ones who kind of initiated it.
So some local religious leaders were involved in the.
No, they're the ones who the local leaders were the ones who did it.
Yeah, Pepe, I think it's a little unclear what you said. What happened is the Romans, what Jesus was saying, the Romans viewed as potentially him trying to overthrow or go against the rule of Rome. So he was brought in initially for that, but and that's what he was charged with. But then the Jewish leaders were like, no. He needs to be put to death. And Pontius Pilate said, I don't see anything that this guy is guilty of, other than what we've charged him with. And it was their insistence that he be killed, which is why Pontius Pilate said, okay. And he was condemned to death.
and all Christian denominations agree on this?
I've never heard of of Christians having a difference, that story being different, but I could say that is the Catholic story, which, as you know, the other denominations are largely offshoots of Catholicism, and Catholicism is the largest one. So it's not like this isn't something that that people would never have really known, at least regularly, or went to like a Christian school when they were younger. But we were never taught it in like the lens that it was the Jews who killed Jesus. It was I don't know how to put it. Like I never got the sense that the Jews were ever to blame for the death of Jesus. I mean, Jesus was, yes, like the Pharisees at the time, right? I mean, they were the ones that, I mean, that's the group he was in the leadership, but that's also Jesus' people, and the original Christians were all Jewish, so it wasn't really about blaming an ethnic group. I mean, you had, basically this was like a religious and ethnic dispute amongst people from the same ethnic, I'll just say same tribe. So there's not, I never got the sense that they were trying to pit Gentiles against Jews. It was like, not I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain.
No, I get it, because I do remember when I was younger. Of course, most of my friends are Christian, and that's why I asked, because I do remember now when I was younger that they never mentioned that the Jews were behind it. Rather, they would say that it was the Romans. But
the Romans didn't like what he was doing, and as far as like rabble rousing, they just looked at him like he was an annoyance, like he was, just getting people stirred up. It was the Jewish rabbis who were, I think, religiously offended and threatened. So I think they leveraged the Romans' dislike of Jesus and his followers to really ignite the end, the arrest and the crucifixion. I think the Romans just kind of looked at him like he was, just this weird guy that, caused trouble and made speeches and, things like that. But it was the Jewish rabbis that really, I think, accelerated and emphasized the violence and the arrest and all the end.
right, so they whispered in the ears, you say. So some people whisper in bad things in the ear, another group of people about them. And these things that they whisper about this group of people to the other group causes them eventually to attack and kill.
Well, he was tried, so like.
Yeah, to the rabbis, he was a blasphemer. I mean, he was, he was committing a mortal sin of claiming to be the Son of God, and that was a whole different level of just this guy who goes around, getting people stirred up and having fights and, getting the commoners, if you will, agitated and all that. The religious aspect of it was, I think, what led the Jews to really like the match.
Yeah, and you have to, for the times, you have to, like, look, even early Christians, if you were to say that you were, like, the new son of God or some shit, you'd probably get put to death. The Muslims would have put you to death. Look, this is, like, they're in this fucking Stone Age. These people are barbaric in comparison to people today. It's not, I guess, I'll say this. So, when it comes to, if it wasn't for those rabbis it's questionable whether or not historically that's if this is coming from a Christian perspective, obviously Jesus planned. He knew he was going to be put to death, but at least with the events as they're told, without the Jews basically approaching Pontius Pilate, had they not done that, there's no other indication he was going to be put to death. But the one thing though about Catholicism, the main branch of Christianity in the West, was historically they did blame Jews for the death of Jesus. That was sent for centuries and centuries and centuries, so that was a commonly held belief by Catholics, and amongst other things, they kind of walked some of this stuff back, but they were like a supersessionist, in other words, which Catholicism largely kind of still is. They just, I can get into that, but well, they basically said their covenant was fulfilled with God, and the new covenant is now with the Christian people and the church, and so therefore, basically saying, however, the Catholic Church will still say to this day that their religion technically died, almost 2,000 years ago. So they still don't really. They think it's a dead religion.
I was going to say the irony of blaming the Jews. It's not that, it's everybody played their. The point was that Jesus needed to die on the cross so that our sins in this world would be forgiven. He died on the cross so that we may all be saved. And with that in mind, Jews needed to play their part. Judas needed to play his part. Pilate needed to play his part. The Romans needed to play their part. Everyone did what they needed to do so that we could all be saved through his sacrifice. So to say, well, yeah, the Jews killed Jesus, they did. But that was what was supposed to happen. So that any animosity, and this is the way I've always felt, any animosity towards Jewish people over the crucifixion is really misplaced. There's a theory, which is not widely held, that Judas is always seen as the great betrayer of Jesus. And there's a belief that Judas was actually his most trusted disciple and was the only one that Jesus could trust with the act of betrayal. Now it's kind of a stretch to get there, but it's still, again, when you view it as everybody needed to play their part, then no. It's the idea of blaming anybody for what happened to Jesus is kind of ridiculous.
It's ignorance, exactly.
It had to happen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been saved.
Yeah, you have to remember, Jesus orchestrated all of it. I mean, he was intentional. He was deliberate. He was pulling the strings all along the way. He knew where it would end. So, in the ways that the people kind of filled those roles, as Alan was saying, it was not unknown. It was not a surprise. It was not unscripted, if you will.
Correct. Exactly. And as a Catholic, I have to completely disagree with Pepe because
I'd love to hear what I said that was wrong. Tell me.
You said that the Catholics blamed on the Jews.
Historically, they absolutely did. Yes. No. Yes, they did. Are you serious?
as heart attack.
No, that was actually, the church itself, the Vatican itself, yes, did basically blame the Jews for the crucifixion of Jesus. Like that's why Jews are so, when they talk, if you talk about the original like Christian anti-Semitism, that is largely coming from Catholics.
Okay, so like I put my faith and trust in God. So like, if whatever the Vatican says, like I trust in God, in God's word, and like everything that Alan said, I second that. And anything that I've ever learned in the Catholic Church, I've never heard that.
Do you know what happened in 1965?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, do you know what happened?
Well, I guess not, unless you inform me.
And do you know what the Second Vatican is?
Okay, yes, but that was under what pope?
At the top of my head, I don't know. Pope Paul. That was before. I know it was one of the Pope Pauls, but when it comes to the Second Vatican, that is where they explicitly stated that they were not going to hold Jews responsible for the death of Jesus, and they also made a change regarding where they used to say that their covenant was fulfilled with God, and then that the new covenant is with us. They changed it and said, well, the Jews still have their own like relationship and covenant with God, and we have ours. So they really backpedaled. But no, they like the Catholic Church was hella anti-Semitic. Like they thought Jews were wicked and needed to become Catholic. That was their actual fucking stance.
Don't Catholics want all other religions to become Christian?
Yeah, they were definitely intolerant of them. I mean, I can promise you that. Just like they were intolerant of a lot of Protestants and other Christians.
Right, but the main point is that what happened was supposed to happen. God, Jesus, had a hand in all of it. So it was supposed to happen that way. So to place blame is just completely ignorant.
Well, I mean, you can say it's ignorant, but like if the Vatican and the Catholic Church is blaming the Jews, and these wicked people with their wicked religion that are not accepting Jesus, were responsible for that. You're at the end of the day, and you have to understand, a lot of the population was left illiterate because the fucking Vatican didn't want these people to be literate. Just because it'd be easier to control. They absolutely ate up everything the church said, and they blamed the Jews for it. I mean, you can look at the history in Catholic countries, what they thought of Jews. They never really I think they got emancipation from Napoleon, but for the most part, they were treated as absolute filth. They're just dirty people, and so they get dirty jobs, and they don't ever get the same rights as us. And they're just disliked, and religion played like Christianity played a large role in that.
Well, I'm a Catholic. Ask me what I feel about the Jews.
But you weren't born but you were not born in the 1600s, so it's irrelevant.
Well, right, but what you're saying, you literally just said the Catholics did not like the Jews.
Yes, that was the official Catholic. That was literally.
So why are you talking about that?
But why are you trying to ignore? You're trying to say a Catholic today is the same as a Catholic for over 1,000 years, up through the medieval times. That's not the case.
I have so the Vatican, is obviously a important religious school, you could say, where people get their interpretation from, you could say, and their way of thinking and their way of life. Those are still people, and people are not perfect, and people, people are not perfect. So my question is, do you follow the word of God and God himself? Or would you follow what the interpretation of some people at that time ruling, saying something, saying their interpretation at that time.
So that's kind of the thing. So there's been a break with some of the Protestants.
Wait,
So
she asked me.
were they? Hold on. No, she was asking.
I was asking Anna actually.
Yeah,
Oh, you were?
because Pepe.
Okay, she doesn't know shit. But go ahead.
But Pepe, remember you always say that you're not religious. So like, what do you?
Yeah, I know, but I know more about your. I went to Catholic school. I know more about your own religion. I went to Catholic school and all of that shit. You didn't.
No, you don't, because I have faith in God. You do not.
That does not mean. That's like saying I have faith in Allah. Therefore, a non-practicing Muslim who went to a madrasa knows less than me. That is so stupid.
Go on mute, please. I'm slow to answer.
Okay. No, she doesn't know the answer to your question. So she would, like, for example, I'll tell you this. You have sola scriptura, right, which some of the Protestants have. If I ask Ann what that is, she won't. Well, actually, I'll invite her up. Let's see if she knows what sola scriptura is. Where is she? She raised her hand. She doesn't know what it is, but we'll go ahead and watch this. Because that's very relevant to your question.
It's faith alone.
No, it's not. It's not what it is. No, it's not a sola scriptura. No, what does sola scriptura mean? That is essential to. That is essential. It means reading the. It means reading the. It means going. Yes, reading the Bible for what it says.
The word of God.
Okay, but that's not. That is where the okay, but why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? If you're a Catholic, you do not believe in sola scriptura.
What do you mean?
This is exactly why you were not prepared. Why can sola script? Why can you not? Why? Catholics do not believe in sola scriptura.
Listen. So what the Catholic Mass? What is our Catholic Mass? I know that you've been to multiple like Catholic masses.
Mm-hmm.
What is Catholic Mass? It's all from the what?
From the Bible, but then
exactly.
They tell you how. Yeah, but they teach. Yeah, they tell you the lesson. But hold on.
Thank you.
No, okay. So you're gonna go back down the audience because you're stupid. See, she's fumbling.
Hey, you're not letting her talk.
Yes, but I have.
What the hell? What's going on?
But hold on a second. Shut up, Monica. You kicked me from the room earlier, and I was just in the audience. So you know what I'm gonna do to you today? You know what I'm gonna do to you today? I'm gonna remove from room by Monica. You don't get to contribute today. See, I never move people out of the room, but
what
you get moved
today. You just moved me.
I moved you down because I was in the middle of answering the fucking question and you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
okay, sola scriptura. No, you don't know what you're talking about, Ann. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can I answer Flo's question?
You can. Jesus Christ. Will you just shut the fuck up until I'm done? For fuck's sake.
JC.
Now, when it comes to, throughout, especially through, like I said earlier, a lot of are kept illiterate by the, okay, you're good. Now, I'll just remove you from the fucking room if you don't stop. Like, seriously, shut up.
Don't do that.
Now you're gonna go in the fucking goo. Okay, now, when it comes to, like how I said, they were kept illiterate deliberately in the past, okay? Now, they would go to Mass. By the way, a lot of the Masses were in Latin. They were told what moral they should take from the story. It was basically interpreted for them. There was the whole sola scriptura, just reading the fucking Bible, that was not practical throughout most of Christianity's times, especially in the Catholic Church. When it comes to even today, where almost all Catholics are literate, the Catholic Church does tell you the message that you're essentially supposed to take from each part of the Bible. It's not meant for you to interpret yourself whatsoever. And so that is kind of where it's, if that makes sense, like you don't, when I say they don't do the sola scriptura, they don't just read the Bible and people interpret it how they wish to interpret it. It's interpreted by the church for them.
Aha, that sounds very familiar because in Iran, that also goes the same way. So the Ayatollah's word and the way he interprets things is the way that everyone should. And if you don't, that'll be a problem. And I do not agree with that way of life. But everyone has their own opinion, of course.
so rude.
And how can you prove what I said was wrong? This is like the most basic. This is the most basic difference between, for example, Catholicism and some of the Protestant religions. Is we don't just get to read our Bible and interpret it how we want. That's not even. Nobody debates that.
Okay, do not touch my PTR. Okay? Do not touch my PTR. Do not touch my PTR, or we'll have a problem. And I don't want to have a problem. And I don't want to have a problem with you, Pepe.
You're fine. I'm not talking anymore.
Wait, you're interrupting. You're interrupting.
Okay, well then don't talk to me. Just say what you're gonna say.
Okay. So, Flo, to answer, what was your question again? And I'm sorry, I was kind of being ping-ponged.
Sure, Ami. I asked if the Vatican at a certain time has a certain interpretation, do you then go for the interpretation that is being taught at that time by that Vatican, or would you follow the Word of God? And would you have your own? Can you still rationally make your own opinion?
Yes,
You're allowed to do that.
Right. No. I know you're from. I go by the Word of God. I worship at the Catholic Church. That's where I go to worship. But I go by the Word of God. And so I can't speak on what the Vatican did back then. I guess I would have to study that, I guess. But as far as I'm concerned, it's my place of worship is the Catholic Church. But I go by God's Word. It's not that hard.
Thank you. I totally agree with your way of life and your way of worship. Definitely, because I know what comes from the other way, unfortunately.
Well, God bless you.
God bless you.
To be fair, the Bible's been translated in like a bunch. It's been translated a bunch of times, and even when the Bible was compiled, to think that it was not meant to have a specific message. Like the amount of history and to be like really an expert on something like Christianity or the Bible. I mean, these people, you have to have it's Greek, Aramaic, some Hebrew. Then you have to look at the historicity surrounding the times. Like there's so much shit. It's like so fucking complicated that is where even somebody like myself who's not religious, I don't trust people to just read this book compiled by people that was meant to get put across a message and think that you're going to be able to then somehow preserve this knowledge and pass it down generation by generation without having the context explained to you by, for example, a church. That's where that's my only issue with just quote unquote reading the word going by the words of the Bible. There's so many things we can read in the Bible and people will come to different conclusions. And I can tell you, I am not smart enough or knowledgeable enough to know how I am supposed to interpret a good chunk of the fucking Bible. That's why I don't know. I'm very hesitant to ever read the Bible word for word and take my own interpretation seriously.
Well, what's really, and I find this what's so amazing about the Bible is that is many times I've read it, every time I learn new things every time, because there's something that I saw that I didn't see that now I'm seeing. So that's what's so amazing about the Bible. And Bible studies, they have Bible studies, and if you have a trusted friend group, like when you can do Bible studies and kind of just run your ideas and through each other, and then your discernment and that God gives you. God will speak to you. And sometimes we can get it wrong. We're not perfect, and we're all a work in progress. you know?
But do you think the Bible is something that, because obviously this is your holy book and it comes with a message from God. Do you think that it should be something that should, under any circumstances, be misinterpreted? I mean, if I was a religious person and really believed in Christianity, I would not want to guess what I'm supposed to interpret from the Bible. And the amount of knowledge, just for example, a priest will have, they will be able to put things into context and know what the message is supposed to be in the Bible in ways that you or I would simply not be able to do. And that's why I don't think people should just read the fucking Bible. I think they should actually, like, I did read the Quran and the Hadiths back to back a bunch of times. There's not one Muslim that would say I'm an expert on Islam. Like, there's so much more education that goes into it.
But you know, like, so anytime that I, like, have questions, again, like, I can go to my Bible study group, or I do ask the priest. So, like, anytime during the week, I can just pop in and talk with Father Roman, or after Mass, I can say, hey, I have a question, I'm kind of confused about this, and run it
My
back.
question for you, Ann, do you take what the priest or the father tells you as gospel, or do you kind of just allow it to inform how you're evaluating whatever the text is?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Father Roman has to say to me, and then, you know, and then I let it all process, and then I come up with, you know, my own.
Have you ever taken your confusion about a text to the Holy Spirit to reveal it to you?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so obviously, so like when something is like, no, I don't want to even expose.
So let me ask you this: Do you believe that the Bible is the inerrant, infallible Word of God, or do you believe that it is not?
Yeah, it's the infallible Word of God.
So you don't allow for the possibility that it might have been mistranslated or misinterpreted through time by the various people who are translating it?
I guess I would have to learn Hebrew, and then I would be able to read the Hebrew Bible to answer that. But to be honest, because I don't think that any of us know the language of what the original Bible was, and even that in itself. So back in Jesus' time, they spoke Aramaic.
Aramaic.
Yeah.
So what's been revealed to me is that the Bible is the word from God and not the word of God. Meaning, God definitely inspired the men who wrote the words down, but I think through time it's been mistranslated. So that's for us, the readers, to take it to the Holy Spirit to illuminate whatever the truth is. But it's not the word of God, it's the word
God
from God.
created all things. God created all things. So all of those people that did the different translations, God created those people that wrote those books.
Divinely inspired. You got this, Ann.
Yeah, so that in itself, so we see when we have other books that are not Jesus is God, like we have the Holy Spirit and that discernment that says that is not right?
But everybody has different discernment, though. That's
right. So that's because the reason that is because different people are in different levels of spiritual maturity. Some are just, just beginning their walk with Christ. Some are years into it. Some are not. So yeah, as you read that, you can read the same text, and based on your spiritual maturity and your life experiences, you might read it differently, and that's okay. All our personal journeys in life are personal. There is no one particular way of interpreting any particular thing, and I know that makes it difficult to have consensus on various things, but that's how God wanted it to be. So rather than, you can question it, but don't doubt his plan. His plan is perfect, but we have to recognize that there is no one interpretation of the Bible.
Well, I know there isn't, and but this is where somebody who's not religious like myself kind of thinks it's really funny. It's because you have Eastern Orthodox who think that the Catholics are heretical, and the Catholics think they're heretical. Then you have all the schisms between the fucking Protestants and the Catholics, and they have some pretty different. They read a very similar Bible, if not the same, and come up with very different conclusions.
Right.
And I guess, okay, well, obviously, which one is the true Christianity?
Well, that's not
at the end of the day, I don't.
We're not going to know that here in this existence. Whatever the truth is going to be revealed to us in the thereafter. You know, whatever the actual truth is on what these various, schisms are. Oh, I believe it this way, you believe it that way. That's not going to be resolved here on earth. It's not.
But Catholics would say that they have the one true way.
And that's fine.
And the Calvinists think 44,000 people are the chosen ones.
I'm sorry, we can't have many people talking at the same time. What did you say, Bree?
I'm agreeing with both of you. But the Calvinists also believe that there's only 440,000 chosen people. Everybody's got their own. Your belief system's gonna be your belief system.
Right. That's why it's called the belief system. So Pepe, even though the Catholics assert, domain over this, oh, we know best. That's their prerogative to do that. I don't know how God's going to judge that at the end of the day. I don't walk around with this pious mentality that I have it all figured out.
Oh, I don't either. But I'm basically just having a conversation about and this is more just like a debate, because logically this doesn't make sense to me, because the Catholic Church is either wholly right or wholly wrong. Either you have to be Catholic in order to go to heaven, or they're wrong and you don't have to be Catholic to go to heaven, or it could just be there's no heaven or any of that shit if you really want to go there.
My question is, the thing to me is that as an individual who's been exposed to various faiths, you said that you've researched. How did you end up with not having a faith at all?
I wouldn't say I don't have faith at all. I'm a very skeptical person in general. I would say it's just a lot of things don't add up, and I think that it's I was somebody who was indoctrinated, and so a good part of me is I still feel a connection to Catholicism, but I don't know, when I look at just the totality of circumstances, just regarding religion in general, and even just Christianity, a lot of it seems like it would take a lot of blind faith to believe it, and I find a lot of it to be logically implausible.
So faith and logic almost live on opposite ends of the spectrum. So logic is something that you can see and kind of think through. Faith is a suspension of logic, and it's like a belief on steroids. It's like you believe something, but you believe it to the point of faith. It's how it informs your life, how you operate. What I'm trying to understand is you've been exposed to all of this, and yet you said you do have a faith, and you're skeptical. And I think even God, who am I to presume what God would think? But I'm just saying, I think even God would encourage you to have questions, but not to the point of doubt. I think I have questions too. Why did He put the knowledge of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden to begin with? I have a lot of questions that just why did you do this, God?
The answer's easy.
But wait a minute. But I default to the position of He knows best. He knows it all. Whatever doesn't make sense to me in my finite viewpoint, He has an infinite view of the world from beginning to end. He lives outside of time. So what doesn't make sense to me, it probably should make sense to me. I have a very different outlook than the creator of the universe. So to try to take the creator of the universe and pack him into your viewpoint, which is very, finite, that's not logical in and of itself.
Why not?
Breathe, right, stop.
Why?
question, Pepe. Why not question him instead of doubting his? I don't know if you doubt his existence. I don't know where you stand. But I'm saying, why not just have that healthy level of skepticism? And why let it descend into whatever? I don't know. Can you explain where your faith stands?
Sure. Somebody who wants to believe it more. I want to believe it's true. Like a large chunk of my world revolved. My most formidable years was believing in Christianity, and it's like, oh, I'll get to go to heaven one day, see my family again. That kind of stuff. When it comes to the logical part, it's and I think everybody's different. I do think that, like with me, I look at just like how religions have been put, like everywhere on the planet is, it seemed everybody had their own religion, whether it's like animism or, paganism, Christianity, it's people are just, I think that's a part of human nature. Could be, I don't know what it is. Could be that, there's a God, all that. But then we just kind of, I can get into how I find a lot of the stories, even like what do you have? You have like these Canaanite fucking religions, and then Zoroastrianism, and then it kind of evolves and somewhat similar to Judaism, and then there's another guy who claims he's a Messiah. Then now we have Christianity. You have, there's like, even in like Mormonism, for example, which I don't think it's a real religion, you had Warren Jeffs. Now you have a new guy out there in Colorado City, Arizona, who has convinced the people that he is now the successor to Warren Jeffs, and they married off their some of their extra wives and daughters to him. It's just like I almost feel like this is something that there's a high likelihood that this has happened throughout time, and a lot of the people that we revere could very likely have just been cult leaders. If I'm being honest, this is this skepticism part. I'm not saying I want to believe this, but this is where my mind will naturally go. And I just, I think about the war against teaching evolution in schools because it goes against the biblical narrative. And I surely don't think that we were on the planet at the same time as the dinosaurs, so I don't even entertain that. And then I just look at the fucking book and...
Have you had a personal relationship? Like, has God personally revealed himself to you?
No, I don't even know that.
Like, for instance, have you had an experience that can't be explained through coincidence? Like,
no. Something
that happened to you that's like, this is way too coincidental for it to be a coincidence. This is someone's hand is on this.
No.
So that's so either you're sensitive, you're not sensitive to God having his hand in your life. Like your perception for God working in your life is off, like you can't sense it when it happens, or you have yet to have that experience. And if you have yet to have an experience where God has revealed himself to you, whether it's some people, I know someone on this app who had a near-death experience in an accident or something like that, something that just can't be explained. Like if you ever look at the writings of George Washington, for instance, there's something about him fighting an Indian, and they shot multiple things, and every bullet missed him or something like that, and he completely made it through. And even the Indian who was trying to kill him said, God is involved here, because we tried to kill him, we threw everything at him, and he somehow made it through. So what I'm saying is, until you have a experience where God reveals himself to you, or maybe he has, and you, like I said, your ability to sense it is off.
Well, I would say my brain would maybe process an event like that differently. I would perhaps process it in a way where anomalous events happen, and
what was that word you said?
Anomalous, like it's an anomaly.
Okay. Yes.
Like a really rare event. Things can happen, and so my mind wouldn't necessarily go to the belief thing. But even
okay, for example, this one I've always thought was weird. So like, I'm somebody who believes in evolution for the most part, and if you believe in evolution, like with, for example, Homo sapiens, you had non-anatomically modern Homo sapiens, you had archaic hominids that were like, I guess you could say, somewhat like cavemen, or like somewhat of a hybrid between a monkey and, or I should say like I mean, we're part of the great ape species, but in other words, let's just say like an ape man type of person. Now, at what point in this evolution does this religion start to be applied to quote unquote humans, when we were like literally cavemen and we were 60 IQ and just brutes, although markedly more intelligent than chimpanzees, not, still a far ways away from being what we are today as modern humans. When does that religion start to kick in? I don't even know that anybody could begin to answer that. And it's just, to me, it just seems all of this just seems logically plausible. And I'm somebody who, my brain doesn't work well with in particular, just having faith or, I'm somebody who finds safety in something that I can reliably predict or count on.
Can you be accurately described as godless?
No, I don't see how things could have just been created. I've tried to listen to these people. So I've never been a person who really debated atheism or any of that shit, but I've never heard a satisfactory answer to the question, like, how is everything created? Where did it come from? And to me, it could just be that we as humans, or just me, myself, cannot conceptualize what even nothing is. We're like, who knows what nothing is? I don't think anybody can explain what nothing is. And how did things come to exist?
An absence of things.
But what does that look like? Does it look black? What does it look like? Is it solid? Is it water? Like, what is it?
But even if you can't get a satisfactory
answer, devoid of anything.
What does that look like? You couldn't answer that. Nobody can.
Limbo, like what we would consider limbo, I guess.
Nobody knows what nothing looks like.
Correct.
It doesn't look like anything because it's nothing.
But if someone can't give you a satisfactory answer to that, which I don't think anyone can, because only God can reveal that to you, why does that kind of keep you separate from the belief and faith in God? Or do you have a faith in, I guess let me ask you, do you have a faith in God?
I mean, I'll pray, and I still do some of, I'll pray occasionally, like, to be honest.
So when you hear certain testimonies, how do certain testimonies that simply can't be explained by mere coincidence, how do you, how did that sit? Okay, have you ever heard of the testimony of a person by the name of Patrick Bet-David?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Armenian.
This is only, I want you to listen to this. It's only a few minutes. It's like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. He's going to explain how God revealed himself. So this is just an example. And he was, like you, very doubtful believer. Listen.
I believe in God. I don't read the Bible, but I sit there starting praying 3 times a day. My prayer started like this. God, I don't believe in you. I think it's fake. I think it's for weak people. But if you're out there, great. I want to know something. One of the nights, my girl and I, we're in the car. We get to a big fight, and then we break it off. And she leaves. I'm in the car. It's been shit. This is 1:30 in the morning. And I said, God, I haven't spoken to my mom for 5 years. But if you exist, I would love to talk to my mom. 30 seconds later, my next tell, I get a call from a block number. Brother, this is like, I told the story. It's a very weird moment of mine. Scariest moment for me. I don't want to answer the phone. And it's my mom crying. So why are you crying? She says, I got the feeling you were in pain. How'd you get this number? She says, I just got it 6 months ago. I said, but do you know what I'm going through right now? What are you going? I said, no, nothing. But I don't know how to talk to her. I hang up the phone. I sat in that car that night. Top of the hills. Chills all over my body. I'm like, oh my God. Either this is ironic or this is real. But the level of coincidence is a little too real. I could have chosen to say it's ironic. I chose to believe it was God. And he has my back. I don't believe in God. I don't read the Bible.
So he made a decision. But it seems like even if you were in Patrick Bet-David's position, where you've gotten you ask God to speak to your mother after not speaking to her for 5 years. 30 seconds later, your phone rings. It's your mother after not speaking to her for 5 years. And something tells me that based on what I've heard from you today, that even if you were in that role position, you would have chalked it up to coincidence and continued to live your life. But the difference with Patrick Bet-David, he chose to believe at that point that this was God attempting to communicate to him. And he accepted it, and his life has been forever enriched by that. But you have to make a decision to invite God into your life. But if you continue to it seems like you have a heightened level of skepticism and doubt. It's beyond questioning God. We all question God. I have questions for God as I sit here today as a firm believer. But your questioning bleeds into doubt and an unhealthy level of skepticism, which is keeping your back turned to God. If you would just turn around and accept that these coincidences that you have dismissed in the past are really God's attempt to reach out to you.
I think it's, I would say, like, if that exact thing happened to me, you know, obviously, if you're the one experiencing it, and you're the one who is praying and you're in an intense mood, and then it feels like it, God reached out to you. I mean, perhaps that could have been convincing to me. You know, I don't have a similar experience, so I just don't.
As an outsider, as just someone who's hearing Patrick Bet-David, unless you think he's lying, then we can just throw it away. But if you believe he's telling the truth, you think that that's a coincidence?
Well, there's no way, as I'm sure you know, there's no way to tell for sure. It's not. He's not making a falsifiable claim, so it's totally possible it was a coincidence. But like I said, if that happened to me, perhaps that would be like I would feel, I would feel something like he did.
Now, have you ever scanned your life, scanned your experiences in retrospect and said, this experience probably was something that I kind of just overlooked? Do you think that there might have been some experiences that you really can't explain through coincidence if you take a closer look at your past?
I'm trying to think of
because I think you can.
Miracle. There's only one weird thing that I had, but once again, I can like chalk it up to possibly that it's just that like my grandmother died in like 2000, and for whatever reason I was like, turn on the radio, it's gonna be about grandma. Turn on the radio, it's gonna be about grandma. And I turned on the radio and it was like Spirit in the Sky was playing. I was like, that's fucking weird.
Oh, she was reaching out to you, bro. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my God, that's beautiful.
Shut up, dude.
I'm dead serious. No, bro, I have a similar story. That's real.
And so, like, I thought that was, like, I think the only thing I can really think of where I was just like, odd. And I like, because it happened, it's like such a good moment, I like, a strong part of me refuses to believe, in fact, I won't even try to question whether or not it was real, or whether or not it was a sign, because I don't want to jinx that, you know?
No, bro, that was 1,000% real. 1,000%. I relate a lot because I used to be an atheist, and like, what shook me what opened my door to spiritual beliefs was my grandfather passed away when I was 12, and the whole house was awake at like 2 a.m. It's a whole thing, and my mom's super spiritual. She's like, oh, let's light a candle. I think Grandpa's passing away. I want to say goodbye. Mind you, there was no reason for us to think he was passing away. And I used to make fun of her for her spirituality, but she was like really distraught. And so I said, okay, I'll do it for you. But in the back of my head, I'm like, this is ridiculous. We go into the backyard, we light a candle, we see a bunch of crazy shit in the night sky. That's a whole thing. My mom's jumping up and down like, you see it? You see what I'm seeing? You see it? And I'm just like, am I fucking crazy? But she's reacting at the same time I'm seeing shit. We're describing the same thing. I go back to my room later. I can't sleep. I sit on my bed till the sun comes up. I come back downstairs like, I guess I'm not sleeping. I'm like, my mom's
getting off the phone with my uncle, and like right as I hit the bottom landing case, I look at her in the kitchen, and she's getting off the phone. Okay, thanks, love you too. Okay, bye. Click. Looks at me, makes eye contact. Grandpa passed away last night. I'm like, what the fuck? But the way, so how I first internalized it, I was like, ironically, my same scientific materialist mind was still present, where I was like, well, look, to be honest, humans have been talking about shit like this for thousands of years. And to be fair, you're probably not gonna believe shit like this until you experience it. And this is some spooky shit. Does this mean, you know, Yahweh or Buddha? I don't know. But it means something spooky's going on. And maybe spooky shit is real, to whatever extent that means. And then over my life, I got closer and closer to Jesus because I kept searching for it. It's literally my awesome truth is because after that I was forever changed. But what I would do is just invite you to open your heart, not your mind. Don't question, just because the thing that connects you to your grandma is not reason. It's not logic. It's not what she could do for you. It was just love. You just loved her. You just had a connection with her. And that's why God created us. And that's what gets us closest to the veil, if that makes sense. Or at least from whatever I know. You know, so that's what I took away from it all.
Thank you for sharing. I would just say, Pepe, it seems like you may have experienced some things that because you need to understand how things work, that need is overwhelming your need for faith. And your need for faith will bring you more peace, will bring you, but you shouldn't do it for that reason. You shouldn't do it because it's going to bring you more peace. You should do it because you see it as the right thing to do. You know, but, you know, God is waiting at the door, but you have to turn around and open your arms to him. And he will, once you invite him into your world, you already have an amazing foundation of an understanding of life. You've been through a number of experiences. I've heard you on this app. It can be very wild at times, but you've been informed by a number of amazing life experiences that if you would let God into your life, you know, I believe that will take you to the next level of living.
But man, tell me, where is this door? Where is this door? Describe this door that you're talking about. I'm talking to Mando. He said.
Talking to me? When I say door, that's proverbial. It's not like literal, it's figurative.
Yeah. Okay.
So for me to tell you what it looks like would belie the truth because it's not an actual door. So I can't tell you what it looks like.
That'd be like you saying, you know, the name of God.
Why is everybody talking at one time?
Yeah, thank you. I was talking, but so that door would be the same as.
Say that one more time, sir.
So that door would be the same as your God. You can't, because that door would be like you describe God. You can't see it. You would only want to believe in it. You want to say it's somewhere. I mean, because I'm kind of like Pepe. I'm born Baptist church, Baptist. I've done the rosary beads. This is that faith don't live here no more. So now I don't know one else's belief. I'm too old for that. I'm too old for that. All that ain't trying to make you know either.
Is that like a thing that's prevalent in the married community where people don't be doing it like that? I don't know.
Yeah, I literally, my girlfriend is married and she's cheated on her husband several times discreetly.
Oh, my husband has too. Plenty.
She's married to a wife.
How are we going to cheat?
Well, I mean, go ahead.
No.
I said, cool. We're good.
Y'all just ping me back. Let me follow y'all to ping me back.
Yeah, bye. Somebody, I said, cool, bye.
Shut up, bitch.
I ain't call her honey.
Shut up, bitch.
You see how you just bring irritation to
Ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Can you conclude or summarize your position in 1 or 2 sentences?
Okay, well, just this one right here. This so-called believing in God, how
That those numbers actually reflect the terror taxes. Those don't even reflect the war yet. So that's why I said it's not. Okay. It's still coming. Yeah, you have to even things like this.
Faith, it doesn't require knowledge.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men.
You know the marriage even before the marriage, there is to be married. That means you say child marriage, yes. Even on their pregnancy, there is this idea.
For he is ever son, and she
That's the minimum. That's what I'm saying by child marriage. That's what I define it as a child marriage.
but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17
given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, above the gem that yours that make a splendor of no way She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her need. The winged globe, the starry blue, her mind awake nachon zu. My joy is to see your joy. The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of Horapatret. 8, the cubs is in the pool, not the pool in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over
They act like they precious soul, like, oh, weird song is this and that. They have made their religion is so obvious because science is not supporting none of that BS that they've been doing for a long time. That's why I advocate for the fact that we have to reclaim science, education, the whole 9 yards. Because that's why we got these people that end up becoming lawyers, they end up becoming judges, they end up turning and letting people out that shouldn't be out. There's no bill. Anyway, like I said, I'm not trying to get you long-winded, but I hope y'all get the multiple variables that I'm lay out that we have to deal with.
Manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven.
Having the Epstein files released. That was important. But apparently now it was like, nope, it's not perfectly on par with what Donald Trump says, which changes by the hour. Then you are not American. It was wild to see how like Biden
Was that during the was that was there is no difference.
Okay, this looking outside the box here. What about San Antonio, Tucson, maybe Vegas? Well, hey,
Like
if you're gonna be there every night, it's gonna be a ticker tape parade.
And my insight is keen as the
If you're just starting, no way to the Banana Republics.
my head.
When are you coming back? Probably not for, Look, if you don't like the heart, I don't care about it. Evil hookers and all that shit. All the drugs and all the drinking and all the America. I am my word because you chose me to help me. So I want you to have whatever you want, what I wanted. For what?
About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke
You never use it. I hire you a 3-star Michelin chef. All I want is I look around our place, my own secrets and God, what? I don't want that.
by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
I gave you the V. He was a criminal. He doesn't touch shit. This is not going to be a capture the flag. It's going to be horrible. You're too weird. Stop fucking saying that. But you know God. No angel came to you. You're a red dream about some chick with big juicy. If that makes you a God, I'm a fucking God every night. I am God! I'm not a smart man. If you're not involved in this,
By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother, my
The temple being darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual as followeth. H vivo preocul, o procul este profani, bahlasti, peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crown Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. O thou of the ibis head, thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and leaf, thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nymph is the night sky blue. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange, as though it burned in a furnace. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force, whereof the gods are sprung, which is life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer on the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see my mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the